Earth.
Right, but all of these observations were also made by cultures that were ancient flat Earth cultures that were obsessed with the stars. They're the ones that originally came up with this celestial sphere model in the first place. Right, but this is the logic that I like to go with. Okay, if we can measure the floor to be flat, whatever's happening above that flat floor is happening above a flat floor. So look, just quickly before we get off the long distance observations, I want to show you an example of 2 different days, right, at the same location. So this is a day where we've got bad conditions, and if we went out and did observations on this particular day, right, that would be silly, right? Because there's some heavy refraction happening. So instead of going out on that particular day, right, you would wait till you have a day like this next one, right? So this is the same location, but we have beautiful conditions on this day where we don't have those crazy effects going on.
Totally.
Okay, and in this one, we have just an 8-foot observer height, and we have the 2 oil platforms. One of them is at 6 miles, one of them is at 10 miles. And we can see the horizon is beyond that. Okay, but the horizon should be at 3.46 miles, halfway to the first oil platform, if the Earth's a globe. Right, so here's another example of it just not matching up, and not just by a little bit, but by orders of magnitude. So you want to pick nice clear days to go out, check your observer height, get distance markers, and you can do your own tests. You can even do it quite cheaply as well. You know, if you don't want to fork out for these expensive cameras, you can do mirror flashes, right, where you get a buddy.
Oh, yeah, I have telescopes. My budget.
Perfect. Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, I have an S30, and I have a Celestron Schmidt-Cassegrain 8-inch. And so while I might not be looking at oil platforms, at the very least, I'm using these apps that tell me, hey, Jupiter's going to be above you tonight. It's going to be a clear sky, no atmospheric refraction, no clouds. I'm using all this stuff, but I know that like the underlying mechanics is all globe Earth. It's not flat Earth. And yet the globe Earth stuff points me to the right star at the right time.
Can I ask you how you know
exactly.
that? Can I ask you how you know the underlying mechanics of that up? Is it because of the graphics?
No. Like
that's not the graphics?
It's not the... Well, I think the graphics play a role, but I know that where they get the graphics from, not the graphics, but like the map coordinates, etc., they're using a globe Earth because Saturn.
I fucking told you not to say Google Earth like 10 minutes ago, and here he is talking about.
Did I say Google Earth?
Me, dude.
I didn't say Google Earth.
I'm just curious if he can steel man a single point that DJ has made.
Yeah, me too.
I think I could talk ad nauseum about the laser experiments.
Well, it's interesting because you immediately change the topic every time, and you've been posting unrelated things in the side chat. So, yeah, if you can steel man one of his laser tests, that would be great. Go ahead and do that.
Unrelated thing I posted in the side chat.
I've deleted some of them. So anyway, we're not going to again get off topic. Are you going to steel man the topic?
You don't want to steel man your own position because I haven't been posting unrelated stuff in the side chat. You're lying.
Yes, you have. You complained about Says Who, and you posted some others. I just did. Now, are you going to steel man a position? You said you could do it ad nauseum, so let's hear it because you've been in this space for years. So go ahead and steel man.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yes, you have.
I've been
go ahead and steel man one of DJ's. You said you can do it.
If your
so
one
let's hear it.
example is going to be me complaining about Says Who, you're talking about something that happened 45 minutes ago. Get a grip on reality, lady. And now, if you want me to steel man what he was just saying, oh my gosh, I could do it. I think I'm so interested in this subject. When he's posting videos on the Salt Lake Flats, we're talking about excess distances of 6 miles. and you can point a laser
It's a lot more
across
than
the
that.
lake.
It's a lot more than 6 miles.
Oh, is that what you want to interrupt me for?
Yeah, because you're wrong. So you said you could steel man it, but you can't. So I'm gonna let DJ have.
What's the right distance? What's the right distance?
And what's related that you posted in the chat?
Let her answer. Let her stand on her own tower of dominoes that she just laid. What's the right distance? Not excess of 6 miles.
Hold on. You're the one that's being questioned that has the burden to basically address the actual
I can't even
point.
hear your black ass. Like, what are you even saying? You're so far away from the mic. Get closer.
Okay, listen. Your claim is that you have been posting things that is related to what DJ has been saying to you. So, based on that, where did you post the thing that is related to what DJ has been saying to you?
She was saying that I was posting stuff that's not related to what DJ was saying. And I'm asking what specifically. And she brought up an example of something I said 45 minutes ago.
While DJ was talking to you. And there's more than that. But you know what? I'm not going to argue about it because I'm not going to let you deflect. So you can, and the last comment you made was really inappropriate. So either pull it together and act like an adult and address the issue here. We're not here to talk about your feelings. So go ahead and steel man the argument. And, you know, if you get some of the details wrong, that's fine. We'll hash it out.
Great. I'm glad you concede that it's okay for me to say excess of 6.5 miles on the Salt Lake Flats that we can see here. Hey, if we shine a laser pointer across this lake in the Salt Lakes, we can still see it when we should be, when it should be curving. I still don't feel like I have an accurate answer as to how much diffraction, or I don't know what you call it, deflection of a green laser pointer might have, but I have a green laser pointer in front of me, so this subject interests me. I'm all ears when it comes to these YouTube videos showing oil tankers on the sea. Hey, if you zoom in, you can still see that, they're 116 feet tall. There's not really anything being obstructed by the Earth curve.
It's more about the horizon.
I want more of this. It makes me, like I said before, I'll say it again. It makes me want to go out there with my green laser pointer and try this myself.
Yeah, so you understand that the premise is about the horizon and the radius value.
I can't hear you, dude. It sounds like you're talking through a handkerchief.
I'm on the telephone.
Okay, well, get your telephone closer to your face.
It is pretty bad, Reg.
Yeah, I know. I'm on the telephone.
Can't hear you.
I'm just making.
Can't hear you, Reg.
Got you. Can you hear me now a little bit better?
Yes,
there you go.
Got you. So the point that we're trying to get across is that we just want you to just address what he's saying, and if you have a rebuttal, just address it with a rebuttal that is relevant instead of move on to the next topic. That's red herring.
Okay. I heard the word red herring. I heard that you have an issue with me moving to the next topic, but I know that if I asked you, what was the red herring? What topic did I move on to? You won't have a response.
Predictions of the rise of Saturn or position of Saturn.
That would be also moving on to the next topic. Right?
Okay.
Is that DJ, let me tell you, because I could go over it. I already did it in the chat, so I don't know why you're saying I didn't address it. But if you move on, if we're talking about the horizon, right? Because that's what DJ is explaining to you. You guys claim that there's a geometric curve and it's at the horizon location. Now, if we're talking about that, and DJ just explained it to you, if you move on to talk about Jupiter and talked about the stars and talking about the GPSs and things of that nature, that is not relevant to what DJ is saying because it's already in contradiction of that if the radius value is being debunked right now. So instead of you addressing the radius value being debunked with the horizon and coming with a rebuttal, you're moving on to the next topic, talking about GPS studies and talking about Jupiter things in the sky, when DJ is talking about the measurements on the ground. So yes, that will be moving to the next topic. So I basically explained.
Help me out here. Have I been moving subjects to Jupiter when you're talking about these laser experiments or zooming in on oil platforms?
Hold on for a second. I'm not done talking. You cut me
How
off.
about you let Jupiter or DJ defend me?
Great. I just want to ask you something. Is it or is it not? Moving on to the next topic. If somebody is talking about a measurement on the ground and you talking about things in the sky.
It's moving on.
Exactly. So it's a red herring. So I was correct, was I?
I agree that would be moving on, but I don't agree that I was doing that.
You did that. You just did that just a few moments ago, because when DJ basically explained that, you didn't have an actual rebuttal to it, but you moved on to the next topic, talking about referencing the sky once again, when DJ already debunked the radius value in the first place. So without you addressing DJ and coming with a proper rebuttal to DJ, showing that no, actually it is a physical radius, it is a physical radius value. It is physical. The horizon is physical. But without you actually addressing it and saying like, no, DJ, they debunk isn't accurate, because it is the horizon is geometric, not an illusion and things of that nature. And then that laser test is nonsense because of this. If you move on without addressing that, then it is a red herring, bro, by definition.
I think you're hallucinating. No one ever brought up the horizon. Nobody ever brought up the radius difference. I think you need to listen more.
I'm listening.
Hey,
that's what it is, bro. It is radius value.
Okay, but he's not going to agree.
For you.
Right, Tic Tac, you're not going to agree. Joe may be correct.
Let DJ jump in.
So
we were having a conversation.
Hey, how about this, bro? How about you decide which topic you're supposed to be on and then address it to DJ. And don't deviate from it. There you go. Problem solved.
Yeah, I think the weird thing is that we were having a conversation about, hey, there's some cool YouTube videos out there that I've never seen that talk about lasers on the Salt Coast. It makes me want to go get a laser pointer myself. We weren't having a big disagreement right then and there. We were just like, discussing like, hey, there's some real.
Dude, I don't need you to tell me about it. I was here. Just move on.
You should try to follow instead of trying to move on and then blame
how about this, dude. Just talk about the topic. Further the point of the conversation. Don't talk about what happened in the past.
Lead by example, retard.
Okay, I'll lead by example. I told you the millirad divergence, dude, of a laser is irrelevant because the conical spread still has to clear the apex of the arc. So don't worry about that. Just take your laser out, quit worrying about it. Just get out there on the lake and do it already. There you go, problem solved. So what lake you going to and when? How about Lake Titicaca?
So tell me this. What would it take for you guys to like question your own beliefs? Like if I brought a laser pointer out, I put it on a tripod, we gave you a Google Maps screenshot of, hey, they are 7 miles away. We're expecting this drop over distance. And, I show you a photo with my tripod 3 feet off the water, and I show an image where there's a 3 foot tall cardboard circle, and it doesn't aim through that circle, but instead 5 foot above that circle. Like, what exact evidence would it be? What I need to give? What's your null hypothesis? Is what I'm asking for this flat Earth theory or for these laser tests.
He's attempting to poison the well.
Holy God. Hey, Reg, take your mic and shoot it in the face. Or do whatever you did before to make it good.
It's still alive.
Yeah. So, a lot of these people, they're taking high-tech equipment out, they're taking weather stations out, and every single time they're hitting the target. For example, the engineers that went out, it's a group of European engineers called Field Engineers Corps. They used a $30,000 laser with a collimator. They took weather stations out. They accounted for everything they possibly could, and they did 5 different tests. Every single test hit the target, even though they were doing the tests on different days, different weather conditions, different distances, different lakes. Each time the laser hit their target. The longest test they did was 40 kilometers. right, huge distance. There's should have been about 90 or 100 meters of deviation of the laser, but the laser hit the target 1.5 meters high to 1.5 meters high, hit the target every single test. There's tons of other tests where it's hitting the target. So, I mean, if it's not hitting the target consistently, I mean, then there's going to be some kind of problem.
Agreed.
There should be that physical geometric horizon would have to be at a certain distance. Put it this way, if it,
You go on. I didn't want.
Well, if the Earth's a globe, and they say that gravity is pulling all of the mass to the center of the globe, it means that the water would have to be curving at a specific rate. So if you have a 20-mile body of water anywhere on the Earth, it would have to be curving at a certain rate. So that horizon would have to be at a certain distance, and that object 20 miles away would have to be hidden by a certain amount behind the horizon. If we can consistently check it and we can never find any curvature, right, then that's something that needs to be addressed. It needs to be taken seriously and taken into consideration. Now, we can't find any tests where people have gone out and done these types of observations and it matches up with a globe. In fact, every single time we're seeing orders of magnitude further than you should be able to see on a globe. So, if you can go out and do a test that, that backs up the globe, then we'll definitely look over it and, go over your procedure, go over the footage and come to a logical conclusion. It should be repeatable as well, so.
I like this stuff that's easy, cheap. You can do in your, philosophical backyard. But any of those videos that you sent me, none of those were like field engineer core.
Oh yeah. Right? So I posted the FE core one first, but I think it got lost in the chat. So yeah, I'm gonna grab it again quickly and post it because look, they've got an hour-long documentary that shows everything, the setup, the build of the laser, everything, and then they've got a 120-page PDF that goes over all of the technical details, all the specs, everything. So I'll just grab that now. Second.
Is that what Overfence just posted?
Possibly. Grabbing. So I can't see the side.
Also, I'm disappointed in you, DJ.
Why? Why is that? Right, there's the video and there's a Google Drive that's just when you click that, it'll just take you straight to the PDF.
Sorry. Generally, I think he was just mad because basically he kept trying to put you in the conversation and then you just kind of ignored him. It's like, hey DJ, help me out on this, and then you're like,
yeah, man. Look, it gets a bit chaotic with the audio in here sometimes. So.
Yeah, I get it.
Apologies.
Did he just take off?
Looks like it.
He might have got a call or something. Probably came back.
I think he was just mad about the situation, man. You were on him.
Yeah, look, I think that he didn't really have a rebuttal for the long-distance observations. I think he kind of conceded that that's interesting, something that needs to be addressed and looked into. But I think that he's sort of stuck on. He thinks that the way that we observe the sky matches up with the globe, and it's only possible to observe the sky the way that we do if the Earth's a globe. I think he's just a bit confused about how that could work just fine on a flat Earth as well. And that same celestial sphere concept was actually created by flat earthers in the first place. And it's not globe Earth or flat Earth specific necessarily.
Okay, I was about to say. It's just, every time when I search up flat, it would give me, hey, it's a surface without a terrain.
Right, so we would call it a topographical plane. So we have mountains and hills and valleys, but most of the surface is covered in water, and the water doesn't curve over distance, except for waves and stuff like that. But it doesn't curve at the rate that it would curve if the Earth were a globe.
Like at that time, wouldn't being it called a flat Earth or a curved Earth be a kind of
Well, it's about context. I mean, you could say flat tire, but it doesn't mean that your tire is perfectly flat. I mean, once you get pedantic about the word flat, you could even say a mirror is not flat, because if you zoom in with a microscope, it's not completely flat. So, I mean, topographical plane, that's approximately flat, and not curving like a globe would curve. Maybe that's
that makes sense then.
Yeah.
Just easier to say.
Just easier to say, okay. It's because like every time when someone talks about flat Earth, it just I always ask them, it's like, where's the corners then? Because if it was actually fully flat, there would be corners, right?
Not necessarily. Well, think about it like this, right? Flat is not a shape, and when most people hear about flat Earth, they've grown up hearing about the heliocentric model, and they think that there's a big giant space vacuum, and that we're on a flat planet that's floating around. A spherical planet that's floating around inside the big vacuum of space. And then they hear about flat Earth, and they just kind of try to like change the globe to like a flat disk or something like that. And then they think that flat Earthers claim that Earth is, instead of a round ball, it's a flat planet. And that's not what we claim. That would be a ridiculous claim to think.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's, if you Google flat Earth and you hit images, you're going to see disks in space. But that's not what flat Earthers are putting out. That's what the media is putting out, and that kind of thing. So yeah, it's completely different way of thinking about the system that we live in, where you could think of the surface of the Earth kind of like a flat, like a foundation or the floor of the system that we live in. And then we've got the celestials above us, and they operate like a big clock, a big celestial clock. Everything moves in cycles. Everything resets back into the same positions each cycle. And then we have the water. Okay, and the water requires a container to have a large body of water. Flat Earthers say that you would need to have a container to have a large body of water. I don't think that's a crazy claim. Okay, so the water would fill the low spot in the land and form puddles and lakes and seas and oceans, and the water on the surface is flat. And we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat's not a shape. We're not claiming to know the exact dimensions of the Earth. And to the best of my knowledge, nobody's ever kept going, let's say, south. Okay, if the Earth were a globe and someone kept going south, then eventually they would come back around the other side of the globe and come back to where they started again. And that would only work on a globe. Whereas on a flat Earth, if you kept going south, then you're not going to come back to where you started again, obviously. So no one's ever done that. And that's interesting that nobody that we can validate throughout all of history has just kept going south to see what happens. Okay, and then once you start looking into it, you'll find it's very difficult to do that, and there's lots of restrictions, and yeah, so.
Well, this is my question then. It's like, when someone, like, how should I say this? When astronauts go up into the atmosphere, what are they looking at?
Astronauts go up into the atmosphere. Look, well,
no.
That's
astronauts going to the moon and then looking at
the
it.
Moon. Yeah, I
from
don't know if you've looked. I don't know if you've looked into the the possibility of the moon landings being faked. But I guarantee once you take a deep dive into that, you're going to find a lot of really big holes in the idea that people actually went to the moon. Okay, you know about the space race, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to beat the Soviets in the space race, for prestige, right? To be the first country, the most amazing country that could do what no other country could do, and that kind of thing. Judging by the footage, in my opinion, it looks like it was completely fake. Most people haven't really looked into it. There's tons of inconsistencies, tons of problems relating to the moon mission. And then when they interviewed NASA and they said, how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon? How come NASA hasn't been back to the moon in over 50 years? NASA replied that they destroyed the technology to go back to the moon and that it would be a painful process to build it back again, which is kind of crazy thing to say, in my opinion.
Didn't know they said that.
Yeah. So we can even play the interview. It's only a short interview with astronaut Don Pettit from NASA, explaining how they destroyed the technology and how he'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but they can't do that because they destroyed it, and how it would be a painful process to build it back. And then they lost all of the telemetry data. They taped over a lot of the original footage, all sorts of interesting things that make it seem extremely suspect. For example, I mean, just have a look at this footage that I'm going to put in the side chat. I mean, I don't know about you, but this, to me, it looks like a little miniature model in a little studio or something like that. It's kind of ridiculous looking, in my opinion, but this is official NASA footage.
That ain't.
Yeah. This is, most people don't believe it because most people haven't looked into it, right? If you actually have a look at the footage that they're presenting to people, it's terrible. Right, here's another one that's kind of funny. Like, check this one out. So this is Apollo 17. This is meant to be the astronauts leaving the moon, right? And somehow they've got someone controlling the camera that pans up as they take off. And then you've got all those little colorful looking lights that burst out when it starts to take off.
And
you can look up this footage. You can look up this footage on YouTube, on the official NASA YouTube channel, on the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum channel. So you can double check that that's where this footage is taken from. So, I mean, a lot of this stuff, when it comes to what NASA is saying they did in space, can't really be validated at the end of the day. So whether we want to say it looks fake or anything like that, we can't really validate it. So it comes down to just trusting them, trusting that the footage is legitimate. But when we actually test the surface of the Earth, it's most definitely not curving. So it doesn't necessarily mean NASA's lying about the Earth being a globe. Okay, but they're most definitely lying about what they're doing, lying about space travel. And I don't think the space race ever ended. I think it's still going. That's why countries like India clearly faked their moon landing footage in 2024. I don't know if you've looked into the India footage, but it's 10 times worse than this NASA footage that I just showed you.
I see
it. Yeah, just a second. All right, so they have hardly any footage. India's greatest achievement in modern history. And they decided only to film a few seconds of footage. The rest of the footage they used looks like a 1980 Atari game. Okay, but right, if I go to YouTube now, I'll type in India moon landing footage, and I'll post it in the side chat. It's just a short video. Have a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Here it is. And then while you watch this, I'll find the footage, the clip of astronaut Don Pettit explaining how they destroyed the technology to go back to the moon, and I'll play it through the bot. Here's the India footage. What do you think about that? So we don't necessarily need to prove that it's fake or anything like that. Okay, it looks completely fake, and we can't validate it at the end of the day.
You can't validate it, that's the thing.
Yeah, we can't validate it. That's the main thing, really.
It's either you can validate it because you've been there, or you can't.
Yeah, it comes down to whether you want to trust them or not, basically.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think I don't think anyone has enough money to go to outer space. Build their own rocket.
Well, this would be the logic. Okay, that outer space, they tell us that outer space is a big giant vacuum, 100,000 times more powerful than any vacuum chamber that we can make here on the Earth. They say it's this deep space vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr. And they tell us that we have here on the Earth a high pressure gas system, what we're breathing right now, the atmosphere, 14.7 psi at sea level. Now, it is scientifically impossible to have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum. Okay, it's also impossible to have a gas pressure system without some type of containment. It's even in the definition of gas pressure. Okay, to have gas pressure, it requires a container. Right? Obviously, if you want a high pressure system, if you want a gas pressure system, you're going to need a car tire, or you're going to need a soda can or a balloon or something like that. You can't have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum. Because what happens if you pop a car tire? Right? The high pressure instantly wants to fill the available space, which is the low pressure. High pressure always goes to low pressure. Okay, so if we set up an experiment where we have a vacuum chamber and then we have a gas pressure system next to the vacuum chamber, okay, and then we introduce the gas pressure system to the vacuum chamber, it instantly fills the vacuum. It fills the available space for the same reason that the gas rushes out of the car tire or a soda can pops when you pop it, because the high pressure always goes to the low pressure. So we would say that outer space, as we're told, is impossible, and it only exists in people's imaginations or as a mathematical construct or a concept, rather than something that's a real place that you can actually get in a spaceship and go to.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I found the clip. All right, so this is NASA astronaut Don Pettit asking about why hasn't NASA gone back to the moon.
Former astronaut Don Pettit says that we don't currently have the technology to go to the moon anymore, let alone to Mars, because for some unknown reason we destroyed that technology.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. But going to Mars should be one of the next series of steps that humans do. The first step should be going back to the moon for a number of technical reasons and exploration reasons, and then after that, Mars, maybe high orbit in Venus atmosphere, maybe going to Europa. There's all kinds of targets to go to, places of interest in our solar system. The only limit to human future is in our own imaginations.
So yeah, might seem crazy at first, but the more you look into space travel, the more it just seems like fantasy. And most of the imagery that you're getting from NASA is admitted to be artist impressions, CGI. Most of the images that they give us of the Earth from space are said to be composited and made in Photoshop. Okay, so they take a bunch of scans of the Earth, apparently, from a lower altitude, and then they stitch all of this. Well, they send all of the data from the scans to an artist named Robert Simon, and then he turns the data into imagery. And he then stitches the images together into a big flat map. And then he he wraps it around a ball, around a sphere in Photoshop, and then he adds in the clouds and he adds in the colors, and he said that it's his job to make it meet people's expectations of what they think that the Earth should look like from outer space. And that's why when you zoom in on a lot of those pictures, you can see the clouds are copy pasted everywhere. Like you'll have repeating clouds, and it's just not very good. It's admitted to be made in Photoshop.
Mm.
So yeah, that's just the basics, about where we're coming from.
So you guys don't have... okay, let me get this correct. You guys don't have a claim on what the shape of the Earth is, right?
That's correct.
Which would mean that I wouldn't have a idea of what the shape of the Earth would look like.
Yeah, that's correct, because we can only travel so far, and we can only get so high up into the air. As high as we can get to up in the air, we can just see a flat horizon. So yeah, it would be nice to have a God's eye view, and to have trillions of dollars to go and map out the entire Earth and explore everything, but I mean that's just not possible. So, but what we can do is we can falsify the globe, and that's been done. So it's definitely not a globe. We can tell what shape it's not. It's definitely not the globe that they're telling us, the 3,959 mile radius globe that they're telling us.
I see.
But yeah, flat's not a shape. A lot of people, they hear globe Earth versus flat Earth, and they picture the globe as an object and it's a shape. And then they hear flat and they think, oh, that must be a flat disk or a flat planet. We definitely don't claim that.
I don't know. It might be where it's like...
It's okay, but dude, the Earth is flat. Don't worry about it. It's fine. You never experienced it any other way, anyways. They took what you experienced and what you see, and they created a plausible idea that it could be something else, and then just gave you pictures and videos. That's all they did. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You got ripped off. I got ripped off. We all got ripped off. It's okay.
I'll be right back. I will be back in a sec.
Okay.
How do seasons work?
The same way they work every day that you exist on the Earth. There's an angular relationship with a moving sun, except in this case, it's the sun that actually moves and not the Earth.
Fair.
Yeah, what's the topic? What's the, are you guys talking?
The Earth is flat, bro.
Bro, who's that? Says who?
So
The Earth.
The topic today is, can you defend the globe?
Can you defend the globe? Wow. Yeah, that's a good one. Has anybody tried yet?
Yeah.
Not for 10 years.
From like an alien invasion?
Why are you talking about an alien invasion, dude?
Why we're defending the globe here, right? Like from what?
There's
flat earthers.
The shape, bro. The shape.
The shape of the UFO that's coming and going to kill us all.
Well, we would say that the Earth is not a globe, so we're asking for your defense of that. Yeah. What evidence do you have to make you believe that you're living on this spinning ball hurtling through the nothingness of space?
Yeah, I mean, I want to hear it as well. So that's
what do
why
you
I
guys
came.
think Earth looks like?
What does the Earth look like? Interesting.
Well, not
I
sure.
mean,
You're the one that's supposed to be
you
telling
gotta,
us.
you gotta tell us, bro.
No, I didn't say anything. I said we're gonna protect the globe from alien invasion.
Hey.
And you're the one saying that it looks like it's something else.
The Earth looks flat. Yeah, it does. The Earth looks flat.
Yeah, but
Yeah, so 39 minutes after the hour, hold on, bro. Hold on. 39 minutes after the hour, I posted a bunch of pictures of people taking photography of the Earth in real life from very high vantage points. Now, you tell me, does that look like a ball or does that look flat to you?
You mean the picture of a mountain with like a snow mountain?
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. You can keep looking. You can like scroll through them. I posted many. If you guys have ever left your house for any amount of time and climbed up a hill and looked at the Earth, or a mountain and looked at it, this is what you see. What
it looks very flat.
What do you? Is it? Yeah, it looks very flat. Does that look like a ball?
Oh no, it does not look like a ball. The first picture has a road. No, it has a mountain and like some sea in it. And the other one looks like a big city and a bunch of roads and a railroad. And the other one is like I don't know, is this the sun? Like a bunch of flaming balls in space. Like
Yeah. So this is a time lapse of the sunset. These are all things that we all experience every day. Now, when I tell you about the globe, you have a picture in your head of some kind of sphere in a blackness, and it's covered in water. And the only reason that you recall that in your mind is because the only time that you've ever seen it is in a picture. You've never seen it with your eyeballs. Never.
No. I only see the ground, and the ground looks flat to me.
Right. So if that's our experience, if it's always flat and the water's level, and this is what we experience, and the only idea about the globe that we have is either because it was on our teacher's desk and we screwed with it and we were like, oh, geography, and this is where Spain is. Like we would do that crap. Or it was on Star Wars, or it was on Star Trek, or it was on some of the Discovery Channel. It was always CGI. It was never the actual Earth. Or anytime you watched the Universal Pictures, film, that's when you saw the globe. You've never seen it from that outside perspective, ever.
No, I'm not an astronaut.
Yeah, no one is. Don't worry. No one's an astronaut. No one is sailing the celestial sea. No one's going anywhere. I promise you.
What do you mean sailing the celestial?
It's stupid.
Bro, I actually came here to hear the defense for the globe so I can like get on with my life and not come to these servers anymore.
Well,
nobody cares. Anyway.
No, I sailed
The
there.
point is,
I'm a
we
sailor.
measured it. Okay, you've sailed the Celestial Sea, have you?
No, not the celestial. No, the actual sea. No, I'm a sailor.
Great. When you go out there, you know that water's flat now, right?
Oh, it looks
So,
very flat.
we went ahead and checked. Yeah, so we went ahead and checked. Is it just a really big ball and it's hard to see the curve, or is it actually flat? No, it is flat. There's no curve anywhere. And then we found out, surprise, surprise, everybody who surveys and navigates the Earth and all that stuff, the way they measure it, it's flat when they measure it too. There's no ball.
Oh.
Bro, trust me, bro. I don't want to. I want to have defense for the globe, please.
All right, maybe a ban. Maybe that'd be better. So, anyways, if you experience it that way, can you defend the globe if you don't have any measurements of curvature and you never experienced that way? That's what I'm asking you.
I'm not defending anything.
Okay.
You have to.
Well, you
have to.
You really disappointed homeboy here because he knows it's flat and he wants some defense for the globe.
Well, okay. Why are you preparing defenses if you already know?
God.
I mean, it doesn't have to be you. We're just curious if anybody actually has any evidence for a globe Earth.
So, what does the Earth looks like?
Go outside.
No, I'm not talking about only the things that I can see. I'm talking about like the entire picture. Like if you zoom out.
Who would know? How would we know? See, you think in such like a zoom out, like your entire world, you've been trained to think about things in the way that you watch videos. You think that you can zoom out? Who's seeing the Earth from what perspective and what medium from where? Who?
So you guys like
nobody.
No.
Obviously not. We know the surface is flat. The entirety of this thing, it's really hard to figure out after you start to look into it. It's a very mysterious realm. Okay.
So, do you think that the map of the world is like fake? Like, you know how these continents, how, you've seen the picture of the map, right? Of the entire world.
You really, there's which one? Because there's over 200 of them. Which one are you talking about?
Like the most common one. Can I download the picture and send it to you on the
maps are not curved, bro. Maps are not curved. So good luck with that.
Do you know there's 200 projections of the Earth? You saying, oh, the real common one. So a Mercator projection? Well, Mercator projection is extremely skewed. The continents are not the right size. The distances are all off.
Yeah, just 1 second. I'm downloading.
Yeah, it's a really off map.
Which projection do you think is the correct one? Don't tell me dude, you can't just go, oh, the one that most people use. They're all projections. That's the thing that most people don't understand. They're all projections. Okay, yeah, a Mercator projection.
Yeah, so do you think this is what Earth looks like?
Why would you think that that's what I think Earth looks like? Did I say anything about the Earth looking like that?
No, but it looks flat, and you like.
All maps are flat, dude. Are you look right above where you posted your map? All of those maps right there, all those projections, they are actually different. These are all maps of the Earth.
But they have one thing in common with all of them.
What about it?
It's like they all like the shape that's inside of them looks the same all throughout those pictures.
No, all the continents are in different orientations to each other. The sizes of the continents are different. The scales are all different scales. They're non-uniform, many of them. None of these maps, even the Mercator, has a non-uniform scale. It is incorrect.
Yeah, the sizes are different, but I mean the shape, the overall shape, like you see that the South America.
No, they're not the same shape. No, they're not. They're not. I don't know why you even think that they are. They're not the same shape. You compare that Mercator with an azimuthal equidistant, and the shapes are not even close. They're all stretched out.
Well, yes, I'm not talking about the shape of like triangles that are like. I'm talking about like look how South America is below North America, and how like Greenland is on top of everything, and there's like Russia.
I'm telling you that the other maps have some of these continents in different orientations as well. You can create a map in any way that you want to. All you have to do is change the coordinate reference system and then overlay the points on that coordinate system.
Oh yes, you're right. I just saw a weird map called wait, what?
So what are you even asking about? What is the point of this question? What does this have to do with the topic?
No, I'm not asking a question. I just made an observation, but apparently I was wrong because some of these maps have like weird shapes.
Yeah, I told you that. Do you not listen to what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, I don't think you understood what I was saying initially. I was saying that it didn't look like the insides of these maps, like the land masses, right? It didn't look like they were like very different from each other. But now on second look, no, they are very warped and weird.
Yeah.
Mm.
The map is not the Earth. People always mess this up. See, you've been trained to think in imagery instead of real life. The map is not the Earth. The distances are our best guess, and we are in the ballpark for practical purposes, but there are some places where nothing makes sense on the Earth. I'm serious. It's all messed up. There are places where compasses don't work. There are places where everything is all cattywampus. We can't figure it out.
Yep. If you go like north of the 80 degree long, like latitude north or south, compass, like magnetic compasses are never accurate anymore. Like they don't get accurate.
Right, and there's places that are even in between those, closer to the equator, where there's just weird places on Earth that compasses don't work right. Like it's more exaggerated when you go farther north or farther south, but there's other places where it's just weird.
Yes, we call that it's a compass error. A compass error is a part of variation and deviation.
Yes, I understand
the
that.
Variation is the difference in the impact that is around the like it depends on where you go, but the deviation is it depends on how the ship was built.
Hello, guys.
Oh my god!
What up, dude? We're having a conversation.
Hello.
How are you doing? Oh,
I'm fine.
What are you talking about?
The Earth is flat, bro.
Yes, the Earth is flat.
Wow. Interesting.
But what the Earth looks like in totality, there's no way to tell. No one's going to get high enough to figure that out.
Yeah. But I think you can tell if like my city is in one place, and you can tell like west of my city there's this other city, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can like measure the distance between these two cities also, right?
Not really. I mean, with some degree of accuracy, yes. Exact, no. Because there's no way to actually, you can't measure. And when the distances get greater, the measurements become more difficult. You're not going to use the surveyor's rolling wheel. That's not going to work.
I'm sorry, but your voice, I don't think your internet is good. Your voice is coming off a little.
Well, anyway.
Yes, it's very hard to like get the exact measurement of like the distance between two cities, but you can get like a pretty close.
Yeah, what does pretty close mean? As the distances grow, the error becomes greater.
You can. I don't think you can like underestimated by like one or overestimated like by 1 kilometer. I think 1 kilometer is too big of a shift. Like you can clearly tell if a city is like 20 kilometers or 21 kilometers.
All right, how would you tell?
Like, because
I'll tell you where it would be the easiest. If you went to a place like Nevada or Utah and you had that wide open flat space where you could lay a nice flat road, you could come close. But if you got terrain in the way, you got to navigate some curves, everything changes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they measure distances between cities by they drive a car from one city to the other city and then they see the mileage on that car, or they like extend a very long line and they calculate like how long is that line. Like
I understand that.
I don't.
I understand that.
Like, if they know, like if they take into account the geographical change.
That's my point, dude.
Yes, be patient with me. My English is not like I'm not. It's not my first language, right?
The point is that yeah, they've got ways of doing this. They use things like point-to-point laser transits, right, or radar transits. Like they'll just take a laser measuring tool and they'll go between points and they'll kind of like step it out. They can do it that way. Like I said, though,
I think
if it's not nice and flat, well, Jude, jeez. If it's not nice and flat, margin for error goes up.
Yes, but I think radar is very accurate.
Yeah, I don't really care what you think. The point is, it doesn't become as accurate when there's terrain in the way.
No, I think it's like a fact that radars are very accurate.
Excuse me.
You think?
No, it's like a fact that radars are very accurate at measuring distance.
Yeah, okay, whatever. And what does this have to do with anything? The point is, the Earth is flat.
Well, yes, sure.
Okay.
Because the radars use like they emit a light wave, right? So you know what time you emitted that light wave, and since you have the time and you have the speed, you can also know the distance.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why radars are very accurate at.
I understand that, dude. It's like as if it's like you didn't hear me at all. You're very strange to talk to.
Well, I'm explaining how radars work. We're not agreeing.
I'm not. I understand. Everybody here understands how radar works, bro.
No, cool. I thought we didn't.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's why I'm because you were saying that you were saying that it's a very like you can get it way off at distances if there's terrain.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you haven't listened to that point. You think that it's just real simple, like they just radar or laser measure from one town to another, and it's that simple. It's not that simple.
Well, maybe not from one town to another town, but maybe they can like create points of reference.
I already talked about that.
Why are you yelling? I think you're angry.
Because you didn't listen to me. I already explained this. They go from point to point to point. They lay it out piece by piece. I've already talked about this. You didn't hear it. It's like you didn't listen to me at all.
Then why are you angry if I'm repeating it?
I'm angry because you're not listening to me. You're repeating shit that I've already said.
I think you are angry at other things and you're taking it out on me.
No, I'm angry at you. You're very hard to talk to. It's very annoying. I've said these things already.
Yeah, I'm saying them again. Like, why are you?
Why? Why are you saying them again? Who gives a shit? We've already covered it. We agree, except for the part that you think is real simple.
Well, yeah.
Have you done it?
Agree.
Have you measured from one town to another with some radar? Have you?
Well, I think if you really want to, you can measure a distance between two cities. Accurate.
All right, now you're trolling. You're trolling. Just go away, please.
No, I'm not saying.
Yeah, you're trolling. This is stupid. Or either you're trolling or you're the most dumb human being I've ever met in my life.
No, I think you're rude.
All right, well,
that's fine. You can think I'm definitely rude.
Let him say his point. I'm listening.
All right, so what's the issue? Can we reset? All right, let's reset. What's the issue? Come on, any logical arguments at the moment on the table, or is it just like jabbing at each other? What's going on?
No, he's saying things. I'm saying them again, and then he got mad for no reason.
No. Points about the server topic. Don't worry about feelings or anything else. On the server topic, what's the point about the server? About the topic of the server? What is it?
He doesn't disagree. He thinks the Earth is flat too.
7th flat Earth discussion. So, anyways, we started there, but then we started talking about radars. So he said something, and then I also said that same thing, and then he got mad at me.
Yeah.
And
radar doesn't. Okay, radar. Okay, that's the point. Radar doesn't work on a globe. Radar actually debunks the globe. So welcome.
Yeah, sure. So we were so he started getting angry at me. So I think he's angry at something else, and he's taking it out on me.
No, it's okay. Don't worry. It's okay. You'll be fine. If he's angry or not, that's nothing to do with the topic. Nothing at all. And you having feelings about that is also irrelevant.
Yeah, no, I'm cool with everything. I just don't.
Yeah, it's cool. So what's the next topic? Any questions? Anything you want to bring up, or what's going on?
No, nothing. I'm just like saying that if you really want to measure the distance between two cities, you can. Like accurately, you can do it.
Go ahead. What will be the exact method that you will use to accomplish that goal? What will that be? Step by step.
Well, I'm not like a scientist or anything, but if you can, like, whenever we say something and then you come up with like a way for that thing to become inaccurate, we can also like make something that can fix that. So if you really work hard on it, you can like eventually get to a point where you have a accurate.
So we have landmarks, right? We have many landmarks, places that are a certain distance from each other, and you can establish certain distances within some type of parameter, right? You can use sticks, you can use feet, kings.
There are many.
You can use tree branches, or you can use a ruler that is a certain.
Yes, that's if you're measuring some things that are small.
You can make a big ruler.
Yeah. That works too.
For big things.
Yeah, if you really want to, if you really want to, you can extend the ruler between two cities.
There you go.
I mean, if you really want to, you can, right?
If you wanted to, or you can use different. You can use the same ruler to this point to this point, and then from that point to the next point, you can use the same ruler to make another bigger ruler.
Yeah. You can like keep walking on the same ruler.
At any point, is the ruler gonna curve across the surface? Is the ruler curving the surface?
Well, maybe if there's a mountain, it would curve.
That's a good one. Will curve upwards. If it's a valley, it's gonna curve downwards. The ruler is gonna curve, yeah.
So, what do you guys think the closest the furthest two cities are from each other?
You can think about anything, but what will be the actual ones? Go ahead and I don't know. What will you say to that question? Do you know the answer? What will be?
No, I'm.
Two cities? I think it might be like.
Wait, what was the question?
What will be the two furthest cities that have been measured from each other? I don't know.
I don't know. Moscow and New York.
What, Moscow and New York?
I don't know.
Yes, they are very far. I will use Google 1 second.
There probably is no Globers today.
It could also be your city to the city of God up in heaven. That could be the further distance. Any city from one city from the other. Your city from God's city. Be the
Yes, but that's like a. We're talking horizontal distance, not.
Oh, there you go. I like that answer actually. Good job.
Yeah, maybe if there's also like the seventh layer of hell.
There could be another city down there, and there could be
yeah, we can go down as well.
Diagonal each other. Vertical. Cities in the sky or under the ground. Wow.
On Google it says that it's Rosario, Argentina, and Xing something whatever in China. They are like 20,000 kilometers apart.
There you go. You got the answer. What's the next one?
How much is that in feet or miles?
No, I'm curious to see like on the map, like where are these two cities?
Pretty sure Argentina's in Argentina and Xinjiang is in China. I'd assume.
Well, if you ask some Chinese, they'll tell or non-Chinese, they'll tell you that China is named differently, not China. That's the case with many other places. Anyways.
Yes, I think it's true. Look at the map that I like. There's a map I uploaded on the side chat. Like there's Argentina way down in the south, and there's southwest, and there's like China on northeast, like just below Russia. Although I think there are like places in Russia that are further away from Argentina, or maybe Chile even.
I think it's going by like cities, not like towns.
No, but there's Chile is an entire other country that's like west of Argentina.
Well, yeah, but then it would be closer by west.
Now check the South Pole to both of those cities.
The South Pole to both. Yeah. Just 1 second.
Let's see which one is the furthest one.
Let's start with the Chinese one.
Pretty sure says who is loving this. Sleep soundly.
Oh, it says 19,000 kilometers from the Chinese city to the North Pole.
Oh, you check north.
That's 11.2, like 11,200 miles.
What about to the South Pole? That's the one I asked.
Yeah, let's see.
I got a question.
Yes, go ahead. Save the conversation.
Yeah, so how is it like if you fly from the US, let's say you fly from California to, let's say, Tokyo, Japan, right? Why is it if you go west you'll get to Japan, but if you were to keep going east, you would get to Japan eventually? How does that make how does that like follow the flat earth thing?
So if you are in your house and in your kitchen there is a table, and then you go do a circle clockwise, like eastwise, right? Right, and you do a circle around the table that way, and then you turn around and you do a circle the other way. You see? Or you go around your house, do the same thing, and then you get in your car or your motorcycle, or you can walk, and you go around your town. And you could maybe do a circle if you go further enough to town, but you won't be able to do a circle unless you are flying, because to do an actual circle around your town, there will be like trees, water, bodies of water, a private property that you cannot, continue your circle to make a circle. Eventually, technically, you can definitely do a circle around your town if you get on a drone, maybe, right? And if you get on an airplane, maybe you can do a circle around the United States on the airplane. But nobody does that, right? People go from airport to airport. And to make that happen, the aircraft engineers, right? The people that build the aircraft, they at some point had to test the aircraft to work, right? For its intended purpose. That would include safety. And when they build the aircraft, they take into account the Earth as flat and motionless.
No.
Oh. He says no. Is that an argument? No. He said no. Raise my hand.
All I have is not true. That's all I got.
Yeah.
If you're gonna claim some sources,
So listen. I didn't finish, right? So listen. The engineers, they want to test the airplane and make it safely back, right? They also eventually know that their own families will get in an aircraft, so they're gonna definitely build it safe for it to work, right?
Can we get some like proof?
Proof? You want the proof? Are you gonna look at it?
Proof that they consider the Earth as flat and stationary, please.
I'm relaying the information. You probably never heard this before. Let me see if someone in the chat can post something in relation to that. If not, I'm gonna go find the links of the information that you're asking about. Let's just give it a minute. Maybe someone will post it for me. If anybody's so courteous, everybody listening. Yo, says who? Post something for me. The documents from aircraft. Anyone? I'm not in my computer. I'll have to go to the other server now.
Is it saying plainly that they use the Earth as flat and stationary?
Plainly, yeah, it says plainly, yes. That's hilarious. Yeah. Plane. The airplane on the plane of the Earth. Horizontal, motionless, flat. Yeah. Plane. Yeah, you're right. That's why it's called airplane and on. Just kidding. Yeah, it says it's plain. It's in plain English, even though some people might read that when they read that and they say, no, it doesn't mean that. But actually, the words have a meaning. They have to assume, right, that the Earth is motionless, horizontal, flat plane, motionless, to make the aircraft actually work practically. They say it is to simplify it, to make it simpler.
All right. Well, you can feel free to show the proof of that.
Yeah. if you look at the text chat, let's see. Let me see. If you look at the text chat, there's some stuff being posted at the moment. Flight dynamics summary. Can you read it for us? The flight dynamics summary. Can you read it for me?
Flight dynamics summary. And where is this from? How do I know that this is like?
Oh, okay. Just chill. Can you read for now? Can we take it? This you never heard of this before, right? Now we're gonna go on page 1, and then we can.
I mean, I've heard the counter arguments that airplanes depend on like the way that they works around the globe model.
You already have that information, right? You already have that information. Are you gonna look at new information? Are you?
I'm looking at it. I'm waiting for the sources here. He's posting the sources.
Well, the source is a secondary question. You ask, does it says something, right? So now let's look at the information, and then you will get the source. Go ahead.
It's all in one. Like information and the sources should be combined together. Like, come on, dude, you should know that.
Yeah, I know.
I found something interesting. Hello?
You found something interesting, yes?
Yeah. It says that if you're in China, you can go west to the USA, but you can also go east to the USA.
Amazing, yeah. You can do a circle, yes. But airplanes, they go from port to airport, from port to port. The aircraft, the pilot, they know that he's gonna go from one location to another. There's a flight path.
Okay, NASA.gov API citations, a reputable place, apparently.
Apparently, huh? So just look at the information and then we can discuss if you believe your sources or whatever, right? Let's look at the information.
So if you read the flight dynamics, 16 pages here.
Okay, let's read. We did a summary for you. The summary, flight dynamics summary. Remember, we're trying to, go with the flow and to help you. Help me help you. Why are you making everything so complicated?
All right, well, at least out of the 16 pages, like, can you point me to one of the pages that will add up to the summary you gave me?
It has been posted for you already. Can you just read from it, dude?
Bro, I gotta read all 60. Page 10. Thank you very much.
The flight.
He gave it. Page 10.
Finally, are you gonna read it now? Or you're gonna keep dancing around?
I'm reading it.
Okay, go ahead, loud and clear. Come on, cohesive.
No, I'm not gonna read it out loud. I'm gonna read it to myself. You can have another conversation. Go ahead.
All right, now come back and tell me about the summary. Okay. Let's see.
So how is it going in a circle?
How is it? Is that a cohesive question? How is it going in a circle? Like you can go in a circle around a table in your house. That is you the it? How is it going in a circle? Well, if you are the it, you go to your kitchen. There's a table, right? And you go around the circle, around the table.
No,
That's a circle.
Not my question. I'm asking
So what is the question?
Look, I said that my English is not very good, so you need to be patient with me.
That's not, but I'm being patient.
Understand what I am trying to say. Don't
I'm understanding. I'm giving you relevant to what you're saying, and then you're gonna reply to me in a cohesive manner, and then we can communicate. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. So, a ship going from the United States, it can go east. It can also go west to China.
Ship, you mean like an aircraft or a vessel on the water?
No, vessel on water.
Vessels on water, they don't go on circles like you thinking in your head. No, they don't do that.
Well, you just said that they go in a circle.
Listen, they go from port to port. There's no circles.
Well, yes, I know, but I said that you can go east, you can head west from United States and reach China. You can also head east from the United States and also reach China.
That's not a circle.
No, it's not a circle.
So there you go. You got it. It's not a circle. What?
You said it's a circle.
The other guy had a question about how can you do a circle, right, around the Earth.
Oh, you're talking to him. I thought you were talking to me.
But are you the one that asked the question when he asked it, or was it him that asked that question?
No, so the question that I asked is if you can go east from the United States to China, and you can also go west from the United States to China. Well, doesn't that mean that it's going around something?
Because if you are on the west of the United States and you're heading east-west towards China, then you're going west from the United States to China. But then in the United States, if you are on the east of the United States and you make your heading east towards China, then you reach China going, there you go. Good job. Yeah, there you go.
Well, that means the Earth is going
anyways, you're not just gonna go east, though. I mean, you're gonna go like certain headings. You're gonna adjust where you're going, right? You're gonna start at the ports, and then you're gonna make a certain adjustments, and then you're gonna be headed towards a certain area, and then you're gonna adjust again and go towards the destination that you're going. Heading is gonna be changing constantly.
If you're going from the United States west, you can go directly to China. But if you're going east, you're gonna have to pass like the Red Sea, and like from India, and then to China.
And welcome to navigation across water. Yeah, the water is not curving across the surface of a sphere. That doesn't work on a sphere. So yeah, it only works on a horizontal frame of reference. You're correct. It will be impossible to do that on a sphere, huh?
Well, no. I mean, I don't think you're looking at what I'm looking. You're not finding it weird because you're not looking at what I'm looking. Just 1 second.
Yeah, because you're looking at something imaginary.
Are you looking like a projection, like an outside perspective, like a some type of cartoon? Is that what you're looking at?
I think he is. I mean, what is he claiming? Is he claiming that the ship is going straight east and it's going straight west?
That's what it sounds like. He's arguing for something like that.
Because if he is, ships don't do that.
Well, in the cartoon that he's looking at, the imaginary cartoon ship that is on the
I sent a picture of a like the world map to the like the side chat. Can you look at it?
We asked you, trying to get a clarification. Is you claiming that ships go straight east and go around into the circle and reach the United States, and the ship travels straight west and travels to the United States from China?
No, from the United States you can go west and you can reach China. But if the United States, if you go east, you have to go through the Red Sea and then you can reach China.
Listen to what I'm saying. Is you said that it's traveling straight, because you said that he's not traveling in a circle. So what is you saying? Because if it's not going if it's not traveling in a circle, it's traveling straight. Which one is it?
I mean, you go both ways.
When you go linear, when you're going both ways, is it linear, which meaning that it's traveling straight, not deviating, not going in a circle, like you said, or is it going in a circle? Which one is it? It's the way that you're traveling, not where you're traveling from.
Is there a way that I can like draw a line and you can see the line drawing on the map?
You could just listen.
Yeah, just 1 second.
The Mercator map.
Isn't Greenland? Isn't Greenland isn't Africa like 16 times bigger than England or something like that? Look at this map.
That one's even. Is that even a Mercator map? That's pretty bad. Greenland is huge. Greenland's like the size of North America.
Greenland is bigger than Africa there. That's crazy. It's bigger than South America, look. Hilarious. He thinks like if he's doing something on this map, he thinks he's doing that on the Earth.
Get good. Do you think that this is the Earth? This map?
That's what I was trying to get.
Yeah, I think it's the closest thing we have to it. Like, I think I don't think that the like size of things is right at all. I also don't think like even their places are not wrong. I think their places are wrong too. But I think the correct part about this map is like where countries are in relation to one another.
So you're saying that the positions of the countries are correct? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that in relation to, like, for an example, USA, there's Canada above it, like north of it, right?
So if this is correct, like you're saying, where is Antarctica though?
It's like Antarctica, there's one, it's below, it's the white line below, I think.
So this is like a Pac-Man Earth. If you go from one side to the other, you're just gonna spawn at the other side.
Yeah, it really is. That's why I was asking them. That's exactly what I was asking them. Because if you claim you're traveling straight, you could get to the other side. It's like Pac-Man.
Yeah, so you can go west. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yes, you can go. Like north is up, right? South is bottom. Like east is to the right, and west is to the left. So if you're in the United States, and if you go east,
So are you here trying to teach people something about this? Is that what you're trying to do? Is this like a class that you're doing?
No, I'm just saying that if this is true.
How can we apply this in the physical and the natural world?
I'm finding it weird that you're like saying that it's like Pac-Man, where
no, you're the one bringing it up, and you're saying this is the closest thing we have to reality.
Yes, you're finding it weird. So you're saying that a ship from the United States can't go west to reach China.
No, you saying that it can. You're saying that it could travel straight based on the map. Based on that map that you're showing us, you're saying if you travel straight and get to the end of that map, you would somehow teleport on the other side of that map to reach the United States from China. And if you could go the other way and do the same thing and travel straight, somehow you would teleport and reach China from the other way as well. So you could go there both ways traveling straight. But so that's Pac-Man. That's not globe Earth.
No, I'm saying that if you go, like, look at the picture with me. You're in the United States, right?
Yeah.
So
this is like a brain rot.
Are you looking at the map?
This is like damaging your brain looking at this image. Go ahead.
Yep. So if you're in the United States, you go west, right? If you go west, you like pass from Gibraltar to like the Mediterranean down to the Red Sea, like below south of India, and then you go to China. If you head west, right? Do you understand the path that I'm drawing for you?
No.
I don't think you comprehend the path that you're drawing. I don't think you get.
I'll say it again then. Okay, you look at this map I sent you. You're in the United States, right? Like, can you like imagine a line going from the United States west
to the
Mediterranean, down the Red Sea, then south of India, then through Malaysia all the way to China?
Yeah, we understand that. Are you or are you not? Because you're saying you're not going into a circle, traveling east or traveling west, right? You're saying you're not going into you're not traveling circular around the north and the south. You're saying that you're not doing that.
No,
I'm just trying to get an understanding that if you saying that you're not doing that, you actually just traveling east, going straight, which means that you're not deviating, right, circular in any way. Because if you're saying that and you're looking at that map, you're saying that and you're looking at that map and you are just traveling straight, that means that you are doing Pac-Man Earth. You're saying that you're traveling straight and then you somehow teleporting on the other side on that map. That's what we're saying.
Yes, you see the like the map I sent you east of the United States. No, I mean west. Sorry, of the United States. It says North Pacific Ocean, right?
It's not globe.
Well, no, you can read it. It says that on the map.
Well, that's Pac-Man Earth. That's not globe. You somehow teleporting on the other side. That's Pac-Man Earth.
Well, yes, it says North Pacific Ocean, east of China and west of the United States.
So, are you trying to present Pac-Man Earth to us?
So, no, if you don't believe that this map is true, well, that means that. Well, yes, that means that ships never go west from the USA to reach China.
I'm asking, are you trying to present?
I think this is stand-up comedy.
That's excellent. Is you trying to present that to us that ships travel in a certain location and it could somehow teleport to the other side? Because this isn't a globe Earth.
Well, no, it's like it's a flat Earth.
I knew it. He's a comedian. I knew it.
Yeah, it's a Pac-Man Earth. I kind of knew that's what it. Okay, Arvin.
So listen, buddy. Let me try to make this as simple as possible. The map is not the terrain.
Yeah, cool.
You get that? You get that?
Yes. So you're saying
what I'm saying. No. Repeat what I said. Repeat what I said. Repeat it. That's what I said. Come on, repeat it. Repeat what I said to see if you actually got it.
Are you on like a brainwash channel or something?
Okay. Listen, the map is not the terrain that you travel across, build across, do things on. That's not map.
He's checking to make sure you're paying attention, get good, because if you're ignoring what he's saying, why is he talking to you? Why are you talking to us if you're going to ignore the answers? It makes no sense.
I think you guys are ignoring what I'm trying to say.
Oh, we've heard this argument thousands of times. Thousands. This is new for you, not for us.
Okay.
So you guys don't understand what he's trying to tell you is it's a known problem in academia. It's called the map terrain problem. And Gemsy's pointing it out to you that the map is not the terrain. See, the map is a representation of the terrain, but it can only be so accurate.
Well, yes.
Because to make it 100% accurate, it would have to be, so say you wanted a map of America, to make a 100% accurate map of America, it would need to be the size of America.
Well, yes, it's not real life. Yes, I understand.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this is what we're trying to tell you. So when you shrink a map down, you lose information, right?
Yes, of course.
So what information got lost on the map that you posted?
Well, the sizes are all wrong.
How do you know that?
Well, because I know Russia's like square kilometer. You call it space? Yes, it's space. And I think
you don't know that.
Bigger in real life.
You think you don't know anything about what the size of Russia is, what the size of any of those things are. You've been told something. You either believe it or don't believe it, but you don't know them to be true.
So
I don't know if they're true or not. I don't know if Russia's the biggest country on earth. They say it is. How would I know?
well, maybe they measured it.
Maybe they didn't.
Well, I think they did. I think they measured their country.
Well, it's your prerogative to think and imagine anything you want about what other people did or did not do. You can imagine away. People don't navigate long distances with maps.
You guys, according to you, like ships can't go from United States to China.
Says who?
West.
Says who?
Because I mean, it says that you are saying that it means
that's your map. That's your map. Yours. Get good. That's your map. That's not our map.
Well, yes, you're saying.
So how are we saying it with your map?
Also, you're saying that every.
No, you're saying it, get good. You're saying it. Stop trying to impose your bullshit on us. You're saying it.
Well, you're saying that.
That's not our map.
Well, yes, so you're saying every single thing on this map is wrong.
No, I'm not.
Well, what are you saying then?
So, look, dude, that's an all or nothing fallacy. Either all the map is right or none of the map is right. That's a fallacy. Half the map could be right and half the map could be wrong. I don't know, but that's not our map. That's your map.
So you're saying that Canada
Stop
is
saying so you're saying. That means you're going to straw man me. Cut that out.
So, according to you, Canada is...
No, you just did it again. That's not according to me, dude.
So do you think Canada is in real life south of the United States, or is it north of it?
Is Canada's north of the United States?
Cool. So that's an information that's on the map that is correct. That's
yes.
Cool. Yes. So do you think like
got a picture of you with your head up your ass, so it also still be correct?
No, you're being disrespectful. Don't be disrespectful.
Yeah, because you're being disrespectful by trolling.
I'm not trolling. I'm talking for real. But
depends on which north he's talking about too.
That's even sadder. If this is you for real, that's sad.
No, that's actually like it's okay.
Look,
I'm fine.
Nobody endorses the map you posted. This is your map. Okay? So stop saying we think something about your map. You think things about your map. No one endorses that map. East and west are circles around a pole. You can easily travel east and west and end up back in the same place. It's called circumnavigation, which means navigating in a circle. Can't even believe I'm doing this for like the 5th time today. That you guys are so boneheaded, you think that you can't have circles on something that's flat. Can you have circles on a flat piece of paper?
Well, yes.
Okay, and then I can mark on that. East is counterclockwise and west is clockwise.
East is counterclockwise and west. Well, no, because if you're saying east, like you're going on a linear line, east indefinitely, and if you're going west, then you're going in linearly. And
he doesn't know what a circle is. He doesn't know what a circle is. He doesn't know what a circle is.
Is a circle a line?
No. It's a circle.
The circle's not a line.
Can you draw for me what you mean on a map? Like, do you have
circle is a line, dude.
Do you have MS Paint?
Yeah, a circle is a line.
No, a circle is a circle. A line is a line.
Yeah, it's composed of a line. It's a one-dimensional figure where the line is equal distance from a point.
Well, yes, but it's not a line.
It is a line.
No, straight. It's not a straight line.
Okay, so give me the other dimension.
What?
He's thinking lines.
Give me the second dimension of a circle, then. The second dimension of a circle. You said it's not. A line is one dimension. A square is 2 dimensions. Okay, a circle is 1 dimension. A property of a circle is this: equal distance from a point. That is a one-dimensional line.
Do you think I don't know what a circle is?
Yes, I do.
I know what a circle is.
Okay. So we can have a circle on a piece of paper, right?
Yeah.
Okay. A flat piece of paper.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can go, if you mark counterclockwise east and clockwise west, you can go east and west and end up back at the same place on something that's flat. Hey, why did you interrupt me? Why did you interrupt me right at the end?
Yeah, because you're wrong.
Tell me what I just said.
The thing that where you're wrong is that if you're going east, you said that it's clockwise. That's not true because you're eventually gonna go north or like south.
Why? I'm
Because
keeping equal distance from a point.
Yes, but you're gonna change directions if you like.
The point is north.
Or counterclockwise.
No, the point is north, dude.
What?
The point is north. The North Pole is a point, right?
Well, this is the only northern point, but there are many other circles on that map.
So I can travel along the circle and I'm never going towards that point, right?
If you're like maybe like I really need MS Paint to like visually show you like what I'm trying to say.
There's nothing to visually show me, okay? This is very simple first grade level shit. A circle is equal distance from the point. If you mark the point as north and you go around the circle, you're never going towards that point because you're staying in equal distance. Equal distance. Do you know what that means? The distance doesn't change.
Yes, yeah. If you're going around, like if you're.
That's right. East and west is going around. Now you get it.
Yeah, around.
Yeah, that's what east and west are.
Oh no, you're okay. I really need fucking MS Paint, dude.
Let me ask you: are east and west on a globe a circle?
Just 1 second.
Is east and west on a globe a circle?
Stop. Just 1 second, please.
I'm running out of patience with you. Is east and west a globe on a circle?
Wait, I can't stream into this channel. Can I stream?
Yeah, you're goddamn right. Answer the fucking question.
I need to stream because I need to show.
No, you don't. You're not going to stream. You're not going to fucking post images. You're not going to do any of that shit. You're just going to answer whether east and west on a globe is a circle.
No, east and west are like points, like directions, cardinal directions.
Are they a circle, though? Do they go in a circle?
No, they're not a circle.
So how on a globe do you end up back at the same point?
Well, that's really weird. How do you do that?
Because it's a fucking circle?
Wait, well, yes, it's a circle.
It's like pulling fucking teeth.
He doesn't.
So the Earth is round.
If you ask, remember what you
No, because you can have a circle on a flat surface, which you already admitted.
You said you can keep going west and end up at the same point.
That's right. You go in a circle and end up back at the same spot.
Yes.
Yeah, on a flat piece of paper.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, you're saying like what you're saying means that the Earth is a globe.
So circles only exist on a globe.
Can I please stream?
So circles only. I can't give you permission to stream in here. Circles don't only exist on a globe. You can draw a circle on any surface.
Can
You're
you
being intentionally idiotic.
Show you what I need to draw? Like
no.
Remember you gave me the definition for a circle. I bet you ask him again what a circle. He still doesn't get the circle part. He doesn't know what it is yet.
Look in the chat. Look in the side chat. Platter, thank you for helping me out.
Yes. In the chat, yes.
Is that a sphere? Is that a globe?
It's a circle. It's like a disc.
Yeah, is that a globe though?
No, it's not.
Yeah, but he's going in a circle and ending up back at the same spot. How's that possible?
Yes, but notice how he's going north.
He's not going north. The compass is pointing north. You see that's a compass. There's a magnet in the middle, and it's pointing north. He's not going north.
He is changing directions as he's moving.
That's right, in a circle, east and west.
Well, yes, that's the Earth from top.
But that's flat. Thank you. That is the Earth from up top. Thank you.
Well,
Not a
it can
globe.
still go. Yes, it can still go like below, like.
Yeah, below. There is no below, brother.
Like
Look,
you can still do this on a globe.
fantastic, but you can do it on a flat Earth too. So what?
Well, that doesn't prove anything.
It was your argument. So your argument doesn't prove anything. Thank you.
Well, that was
Well
not my
done.
argument.
Well played.
Well done. Thank you for wasting our time with your argument that didn't prove anything. What would prove the Earth is flat? Get good. Get good. What would prove the Earth is flat to you?
Oh yeah, now I see it. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. This obviously doesn't prove a flat Earth. Maps would never prove a flat Earth or a globe Earth. It's not possible. Just as a matter of basic logic. What would prove a flat Earth or a globe Earth to you? What type of evidence?
Maybe if you can go like really high and see how flat it is.
Well, you can see how flat it is from here. Why would you want to get farther away?
Because it's so big.
How do you know that?
Well, it is big. I can also see that.
Yeah, I know the Earth is big, but how do you know you don't see how it really is unless you get a different viewpoint? How do you know it looks flat because it's so big and it don't look flat because it just is flat? Because that's a possibility, right? It just looks flat because it is flat?
Yes, but on your map, like you can't do the opposite.
That's your map.
No, the map you posted me in, like the circle.
Oh, the one Platter posted?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about that?
Well, you can do it like in east-west, but you can't do it north-south.
Well, good, because no one's ever actually done that.
No one ever went south, like.
Never been a north-south circumnavigation. No, there hasn't.
That never happened. Like nobody ever
Nope.
went from like the.
No, well, they claim they did it, but they don't
Africa.
actually go over the poles. They go like around them.
No one went from southern Africa to Greenland before, but by going south.
No, what you need to do is go from the South Pole to the North Pole.
Well, yes. So in order to go to.
No one's ever done that.
No one's ever went from South Africa to Greenland by going south.
It's only up one side of the Atlantic Ocean. Oh, by going south? No, of course not.
No, they. Oh, okay. I see. No one ever done that.
No. There's claims to north-south circumnavigations, but then when you look at the route that they traveled, they didn't actually do a north-south circumnavigation. They went in like a north-south circle, like an oval around, but they didn't like go over. They never really crossed into, allegedly Antarctica and come out the other side. What they'll do is they'll dip down, right, close to the coast, and then come back up. So they'll go down, like, say, the east side of the Atlantic Ocean, and then they'll come back up the west side of the Atlantic Ocean. Now, if the Atlantic Ocean was, 12,000 miles wide, that might fucking serve as a circumnavigation, but it's not that wide. It's only freaking 6,000 miles wide. So they're going up like a quarter of the slice.
No one actually ever did it. That's insane.
You might believe and maybe have a vague idea that someone has done it because you've seen too much programming like TV, movies, sci-fi, fictional stuff. That someone might have done that, like Superman flying and doing it in a movie. And that's the vague idea that you think it might be truth. But no.
You're talking earlier about the bodies on Everest. I'm getting kind of upset that there's bodies up there, dude. That's not right. I mean, if they can claim that they went to the moon and to Mars, why can't they get fucking bodies off of Everest? That's bullshit. Really great engineering. Not great engineering enough to get freaking corpses off of Everest, apparently. Just leave them up there. Well, just think about it if you think about it for a second. Like, they say they can do all this stuff, that they're smashing atoms together and discovering the secrets of the fucking universe. Looking back in time, 90 billion light years. Oh, there's some bodies on top of Everest. Oh, it's too hard to get those.
Is it too hard or it's not worth the risk? Like, there's no benefit to getting the bodies off.
What risk? Why not just wear spacesuits and fly the Mars helicopter?
No, for the bodies on Everest.
Yeah, wear spacesuits and fly the Mars helicopter.
I think a coat would work better.
Well, they need air. That's why you get the spacesuit.
Oxygen mask. You don't need a spacesuit for it.
Well, we want maximum safety, so we're going spacesuit. And then they say helicopters won't fly, but they flew a helicopter on Mars.
Look, I won't stop you from wearing a spacesuit on Mount Everest. By all means.
How about the Mars helicopter?
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, they landed a helicopter on Mars, but there's no air on Mars, so we're wondering how they did that.
There is air on Mars.
The air on Mars is equivalent to being at something like 180,000 feet or something.
So you're saying that this never happened?
What? The people went to Mars? No, no one's ever been to Mars.
No, I posted the picture on the side.
No, that never happened, dude. Is that like some flight route or something? They don't fly over Antarctica. They're not allowed to because there was a crash in the 1970s where they smashed into a mountain and it took 20 hours to rescue the fucking people. Well, they didn't really rescue them. Recover their bodies is more like it. And they prohibited any flights going anywhere near Antarctica. The flight that crashed into something called Mount Erebus, which is on the coast. So they weren't even really in Antarctica that far. But, they don't let anybody fly over there anymore. So this graphic is bullshit. Nobody flies over Antarctica.
What if I could prove you wrong?
Yeah, what if? You're going to search and you're going to find maybe QF47 and it'll show you a little graphic of it going into Antarctica, but it doesn't actually do that. See, that's the funny thing is there's stories and then there's data. And the stories never match the data. That's what you guys don't seem to comprehend. You can't possibly believe that the data doesn't support the narrative. But they don't have to worry about it because you guys never check. Y'all are on auto believe.
This story versus data. Would you agree that video is data? Not story.
Data something.
Or, I guess and.
Data with an airplane would be telemetry data.
I'd say video.
Telemetry data as in the direction, the flight
video,
route that the plane is. Yeah, video is only so good.
Okay, but is it?
How does video get in a court?
Or is video story?
Well, it could be. It depends. It depends.
On?
There isn't like all video is all video data?
I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, it depends.
You could have shitty video, or you could have like a 24-hour time lapse.
All you have to do is miscaption
of a SpaceX satellite going over the southern hemisphere. And that would be data because you can tell, hey, what's the weather in Greenland? Well, I can see Greenland from video. It says it's during this time, this date.
Dude, stop it.
And then I can go cross-compare.
Stop, dude. You're making shit up. SpaceX satellites fly at 225 miles. The field of view at 250 miles is 3% of the surface of the Earth. You think Greenland is 3% of the surface of the Earth? You wouldn't be able to get Greenland even if you had a whole 360-degree view. No, like
you're talking
there
about
has to be what you can see from the altitude, right? What you can see from the altitude has to match the geometry of the globe, right? You just don't get to like, oh, hey, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, there's video, but you have to be able to evaluate the video for authenticity. It has to match what's actually on the ground. Because if you show a video of a pink house on the fucking, how do you?
Would you agree
what do you mean you can see that it's real? What does that mean?
If you just give me that point that it is real, not fake news,
I have no way to know.
Would you agree that it's data?
It doesn't mean it's data, but that doesn't mean what it said it is.
Okay,
it is what it actually is. So check this out. Now, if I show an explosion and it says child's being blown up at a daycare, but I could also label that explosion mining blast looking for gold. And I could also label that, now it's a real photograph. Now, it's 100% real photograph taken of the real world. But how I caption it and how I present it changes whether it actually is the thing I'm representing it to be. And all I did was change words. I didn't alter the photograph. I didn't do anything like that. This is how most fake photography, well, quote unquote fake, it's real photography, but it's just miscaptioned.
Can you give me an example of what you're talking about? So I think I'm with you, but
okay, the USS Maine. It was called Yellow Journalism. That happened back in the time of Hearst. Hearst would show, he'd show basically thugs that were hired by union busters, beating up union strikers, people on strike for the union. He'd miscapture them and saying the union busters were getting beat up. And it was the union protesters that were doing the beating when it was actually the other way around. You had no way of telling from the photograph. All you saw in the photograph was violence. You didn't know who was who. They would just miscaption it. So you can take a picture claiming purporting to be, you could take a real photograph purporting to be of the Earth, and it's just a painting. Right? You ever seen hyper-realistic painting?
You'd agree that a painting that depicts reality is more valuable than one that depicts, falsehoods. Regardless of if it's a painting, a CGI, or real life image.
There's no way to tell. That's the point. You have no reference.
There is.
Oh, how? You have no reference.
Well, for example, like I would, concede the fact that you can make up ChatGPT or Grok videos today at the consumer level. Who knows what the government has? But despite this fact, there's no feasible way to recreate 24-hour footage of not GoPro, but it's like 360, Insta 360, I think. They brought one of those up on the ISS, and they're floating weightless, and they're doing all this stuff. I would put forth the idea that this is data. This is up for being able to be disproven, but it
so because you don't know
and
how
this
they
just keeps stacking.
No, because you don't know how they can make it, because your ignorance about cinematography means it's real. I can show you shit from 1927. I can show you shit made in 1927 that you can't tell is completely fake. In the 20s.
I don't see why my ignorance has to do with you.
Because you just said it's not possible. You can't. You have no reference. Do you understand what I mean by no referent? You have nothing in your memory from which to compare it to. You don't know what the Earth looks like from space because you've never seen it. So if somebody shows you any image of the Earth, you have no way of looking at it and going, yes, that looks like what the Earth I saw looks like. But if I showed you a picture of a horse and you saw a picture, that's not a fucking horse, that's a giraffe. You would have a reference because you saw a horse before. You have a reference in your mind, a memory of seeing a horse. You know what one looks like, that you can refer to in memory and compare what they're representing it to be to what your memory is. You don't have that with Earth. You've never seen the Earth from that point of view, so you don't have any reference from which to even to evaluate the image by. Do you understand? You've never seen people weightless. You've never seen people in space. You've never seen any of those things. The only thing you have to compare it to are other images that people also represented it to be real, that you also have no way to evaluate. It's all chain of bullshit that you have no way to tell the authenticity of. You have no.
I'm listening to what you're saying.
Actually, you can verify bullshit, but their nonsense is the thing that you cannot actually verify. The bullshit I can find in the physical and natural world, but what they claim, the globe Earth in the vacuum of space, curving Earth, that you cannot find it in nature, like bullshit.
I mean, that's a good point.
I think the thing that adds up for me is that as time progresses, more companies, more nations, more private individuals, they're funded by their YouTube channel. They're sending rockets up. They're getting video down. I have a reference point into what Earth looks like from abroad. I've been to a beach. I've been to a landscape, and I can deduce that this footage is probably more likely than... What?
Did the Earth look flat at the beach or curved?
I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I did. That was your reference. You went to the beach, you saw flat Earth. That's your reference.
Okay, is the ocean blue and is the sand gray or brown?
Well, it depends. Look,
we'd agree.
Different oceans have different colors depending on the ocean is. Hold on, you asked me a question.
I let you talk.
You asked me a question. And so you're going to let me answer. No, I didn't. No, I didn't answer.
Be also red.
The oceans are different colors depending on what part of the ocean you is and what time of year it is.
Why are you being pedantic?
I'm not.
My point is, okay, follow where I'm going.
It's not always blue.
You're telling me I have no reference point. You're telling me I have no reference point when I see these videos, when I see these images of Earth abroad.
You don't know their Earth, dude.
Stop.
You don't know their Earth.
What I'm telling you right now, just build it from the ground level up. Let's assume
that's what we're doing. You don't know their Earth. You're trying to skip a step.
Can you listen for 2 seconds?
No, you're trying to skip a step. You're trying to jump the shark and say, yes, I already know their Earth. You don't know that.
These guys are going to lose
Can you listen? That will be my question to you. Can you listen?
How did you evaluate? Okay, tell me any video you've ever seen. What did you do? Tell me the process you went through to evaluate whether that was an authentic image of Earth from space.
So why I'm here is because I've seen 2 sunsets in the same night. And when you're telling me I can't have any clue what Earth actually looks like from abroad,
that would happen on a flat Earth too.
I'm telling you, let me finish. I let you.
Yeah, but that's not evidence of anything. That would happen on a flat Earth too. You're wasting our time, dude.
Let me finish.
Okay, go with the thing that doesn't prove anything because it works on a flat Earth just the same fucking way. Go ahead.
You're just like the other guy.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to hear something from 2017. Go ahead, genius.
When I was at this beach, I saw 2 sunsets. And because I took my drone up in the air, right now where I'm at, I'm limited to 400 feet in the air. But I can take my drone up and I can see the beach, the color of the water, and guess what? I can watch the sunset from my eye level and watch it set. I can take my drone up 20 feet, watch it set. I can take my drone up 400 feet, watch it set again.
Okay, that means what?
Despite this fact, my point is build from there. I can go watch a YouTube channel right now.
That would happen on a flat Earth.
Can you let me finish?
Yeah, but that would happen on a flat Earth. I want to know how you're building from there because that would happen on a flat Earth too.
Yeah, your drones.
What do you think the horizon is on a flat Earth? The edge? What do you think the horizon is that the sun sets behind on a flat Earth?
What do you think the horizon is where the sun sets?
Yeah, on a flat Earth.
You can't see it anymore.
Yeah, what is the horizon, brother, that the sun you think is setting behind, that you said sets twice?
You already know what I think, and I think you're derailing.
On a flat Earth, I said. On
You're
a
just
flat
interrupting
Earth.
me again and again and again.
Listen closely. On a flat Earth. What do you think it is on a flat Earth that makes you say?
Why don't you?
Because you're saying, I saw this happen. This indicates to me it's a globe because I saw two sunsets.
No.
So it didn't tell you the Earth
You
was
are
a globe.
so far away from what this conversation is. When I'm talking about seeing these double sunsets, I'm telling you why I'm here, and what this argument is about. Is never mind. I think I'm a little bit.
Yeah, your script fell apart, huh? Your script fell apart. You think? Look, dude, you're the one that's doing it. It's not us,
What was it
bro.
before this? Somebody help
He
me.
will tell you his own claim.
look,
Why
we
I'm
know-
here is because.
Look, brother. We know what you read on the internet. You can see two sunsets. It would work the same on the flat Earth. It's ignorant people that say that shit that it would be different on the flat Earth because they think the horizon on the flat Earth is the edge of the Earth.
Okay, I'm sorry. The conversation was about how we can't imagine or we have no reference frame for what the Earth looks like. And my point is that from drones to airplanes to spacecraft, these track. I can tell you, I posted a link in the comments.
These
and it was like an exact date, an exact time, and a satellite orbiting Earth. I think it was the ISS. I'll post the link again. But my point is that you can see this go across the sky. You can see the weather down below, and you can cross-reference this, and you can track.
That's a lie.
With your own telescope.
That is a lie.
You can predict this.
That is a lie. I've been listening to you Globers say that for almost a decade, and never once have you actually ever produced evidence confirming. Shut up, dude. Shut up, because I won't tolerate liars, dude. Not once in 10 years has any of not once in 10 years has any of you ever presented one iota of evidence of ground confirmation of what's been seen by a satellite. ChatGPT used to even say it and would give you references to papers that don't fucking exist. So this one particularly irritates me when people say this shit. Give us the data of the ground confirmation of what was seen by a satellite and simultaneously observed from the fucking ground. Show it now, please.
So you're like asking for like a live feed from a satellite.
What? The data that you've already seen.
Hold on, let me finish.
The shit you've already seen that you're referencing.
I already posted it in the side chat, but the problem is right now I'm banned from posting in the side chat. Why would I be banned?
I'm not in control of that. And you didn't post anything in a side chat about a ground confirmation from a satellite.
This is the cult that I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're in the cult,
to interrupt and to ban and mute.
You're in the cult.
You're being disingenuous.
You're in the cult. Okay? You're in the cult. You just made up 3 fucking lies, dude.
I'd be
and your
happy
call
to
is saying
post a
we're in a
video
cult, but you just
in the
lied 3
chat
times.
if you'd unmute me.
But you lied 3 times. There's in the chat. So you're telling me right now, Whiskey, very specific. In the chat right now is an observation from the ground that confirms what was seen from a satellite. In the chat right now.
Yeah, I tried to clarify.
Confirmation on the ground of what was seen from a satellite is in the chat.
Case in point. Anybody
It's a
else
yes
want
or
to
no
try to talk to
question,
me
dude.
like an adult?
It is a yes or no question. Stop dodging. Is it in the chat or not?
What's your yes or no question? No, I can't post in the chat. It is in the chat. It was the most recent message I posted, but I'm muted now.
Okay, that's fine. But what you posted in the chat is a ground confirmation of something that was seen at the satellite, simultaneously observed from the ground.
When you say ground confirmation, what are you talking about? Like
meaning
right now,
there was an image in a satellite, and somebody,
you see how
whatever
you can't
feature,
let me talk?
Well, I'm answering your question. So whatever
I'm
feature they
asking a
observed,
question and you're interrupting.
Whatever feature they observed, you're asking a question about what I'm asking for. I'm telling you, so you're not confused.
No, you're
an image claiming to be from an image. Dude, I don't have a strategy, dude. You're
Then
the
listen
dumbest
to my
person in
question in its fullest length instead of just grandstanding. Listen,
I'm not grandstanding.
You're
I'm
asking
telling you what I want, but you're not. You don't want to hear it because you know it's not in the chat, and you know you lied.
Princess.
No, you lied. You lied when you said there's a ground confirmation of something that's been seen from a satellite. You straight up fucking lied. And you know it.
Let me know when you're done.
I want satellite photograph confirmed via ground observation of what the satellite saw was also seen from the ground from the other direction. Got it? Do you understand that? Is it in the chat? Yes or no? The answer is no. The answer is you've never seen that. That doesn't exist. And you fucking know it.
So what I posted in the side chat was, before I was muted, and I'm still muted, Earth at night on May 17th, 2025. Okay? I don't know what time it was. But are you asking me that you want me to give you a time? You know I have a heads up that SpaceX is going to be over Florida. They're going to be live streaming their launch, and they're going to be orbiting around Australia 6 hours after launch. And I go set up, you can use plain eyes, but let's get a pair of binoculars. And I tell you, hey, the SpaceX is going to, cross the surface of the sun. Maybe binoculars is a bad idea. But it's going to cross the surface of the sun or the moon or whatever at this time in Australia, based off of this launch, 8 p.m. in Florida. Are you asking for both the live footage from the launch as it's going over Australia and live footage from Australia? Watching, maybe through
I'll tell you what I want. I want this. I want the thing you said you already had. That.
Oh, okay. Here. I'd love to post it, but I'm muted. It's
DM it to me
from space.
Okay. So where's the ground confirmation of what they saw from space?
There you go.
Is also seen from the ground.
Okay, I think that's the barrier of proof that I have not.
That's what you. Oh, so you didn't. So no one did that.
Let me finish with this video. But the fact remains is that what I just described
is a story.
Is done, has been done, will be done. Because we're only getting better at this stuff.
We can't even get bodies off of Everest. Believe whatever you want.
But
this guy almost sounds. You almost sounds like one of those people that call every day, like the scammers that call you.
I know.
You out of something.
What are you gonna sell us next? Really simply.
Do you have an argument, or are you just gonna complain?
Argument against what?
Like
Your
flat
claim?
earthers are wimping out, and now it's
your claim.
Me in the side chat.
Listen,
so I can't support any of the evidence I give.
Let me ask you.
Interrupt me any chance you get because it's a part of your strategy.
I don't need a strategy for you. You're weak sauce, bro. You're weak sauce. I don't need a strategy. I don't have a script, bro. I got tens of thousands of hours of debating people. You're weak sauce. Okay, really simple. Our claims evidence, yes or no? Our claims evidence. Our claims evidence.
No.
Okay. So the claim is whatever video you posted or are going to post was taken from space. What's the evidence that that's true? Oh, they said so. Is that the evidence? Because they said so?
I've seen launches in real life.
No, this video that you posted. Don't talk about some other shit. Focus. The video that you posted.
No, I thought we clarified earlier that the burden of evidence that you're really asking for.
You haven't presented any evidence.
Okay, already interrupted. Jesus Christ.
But you haven't presented any evidence.
Let me know.
You said claims are not evidence, right? So if claims are not evidence and you haven't presented evidence, then what? We're just supposed to go with your claim?
He wants to make more claims. He doesn't want to pose the evidence.
See, this is what it's called claim stacking. And all you're doing is stacking claims on top of claims on top of claims. You're not presenting any evidence the claims are actually true. We have no way to evaluate them. Either we believe what they're represented to be or we don't, which is completely subjective preference. I have no reason to believe their claims.
About 30 minutes ago, but we established that video is data. Do you remember that?
No, it's not data. Data is measurement, bro.
No, you already conceded the fact that it's data.
No, I didn't, dude.
Already
Good
got
try,
past this
debate,
point.
bro. Good
We
try,
already
debate,
got past
bro.
this point.
Good try, debate, bro. I did not concede that. We record this.
You didn't just concede it.
I never
walked you
concede
into admitting that.
Why don't you? Don't you?
You just
mean
don't
you listened
remember
to me?
because your IQ is below room temperature.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. We record this. You see that little YouTube bot up there?
Okay.
You see that little YouTube?
I would
this
love
is
to pull the
recorded.
clip. Give me access. Give me access so I can pull the clip
It's
myself.
on YouTube. Type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You'll get the YouTube screen. I want me saying I concede that video is data.
And you'll do the same, right?
No, I want you playing me conceding that because you said I did. Don't try to straw man and change the subject and use red herrings. That shit ain't gonna work, debate bro. Look, we know your debate bro tactics. We know the debate bro tactics. You try to get people to agree to something and then reverse it in the middle of the conversation and try to take our position. We know the tactics.
What did I reverse?
We know the tactics.
Quit grandstanding. Just be specific.
This works
No one's grandstanding. We know.
Yeah, because you won't be specific. What exactly did I reverse? Be articulate for once.
This is
Quit
children
just
tactics.
crying.
This tactic that you use against children doesn't work here, though.
Yeah, really don't. So it's really simple. You've made a bunch of claims. We want the evidence the claims are true. I pointed out you can't even evaluate whether they're true. It's not even possible. It's not possible for me. It's not possible for you. It has to be taken on faith. I have no reason, any reason to take what they say those videos are as true. Why do you take them as true? That's why I asked you is how you evaluated them. I'm being completely fair to you.
What facts
how did you evaluate
as
them?
faith?
How did you evaluate the videos to their authenticity? What they are. Say they are the Earth from space. How do you know how do you know that's what the Earth looks like? Maybe the Earth's purple. How do you know the Earth ain't purple? And they recolored it. How did you evaluate that whatever image they're presenting?
How many questions are you going to ask?
Well, I want you to get the idea.
I'm still stuck on
Can you repeat to me what I said?
this idea.
Repeat to me one of the questions I asked you.
Yeah.
Repeat to me.
You were asking how can the What I wanted to ask you was why are you asking?
Yeah, what? You haven't been listening, have you? That's probably why I'm having a hard time. Because you're not actually listening to the answers.
No, you're just asking a bunch of questions and spazzing out, and then asking me to recall one of your spazzes.
It's just meta nonsense.
I was still stuck 30 seconds ago when you were
very
asking
specific questions about the evidence.
You can't let me talk, can you? I think
because you're trying to meta, dude, and I'm not doing it. I want to look. I try to focus very like a laser on evidence. I don't want to hear narrative. I don't want to hear spin. I don't want to hear anything. I want to see the actual evidence and how we know the evidence is true and how to evaluate its truth. That's it. I don't care about the fluff.
So earlier I established that video is data. I gave you video proof hey, you can watch this. You can watch this launch, you can watch this rotation around the Earth, and you can see, hey, here's the weather patterns in Australia.
Established it's a rotation around the Earth, dude.
Greenland.
The thing. Look, you're assuming the thing you're trying to prove is true. It's called affirming the consequent. You haven't established it's rotating around the Earth. Do you understand?
Okay. Did you forget the part where you can view this with your naked eye?
You can view a satellite go around the Earth with your naked eye. From where?
When it passes in front of the moon, you absolutely can. In my example, I gave you a pair of binoculars.
Okay,
which
airplanes
really
flying in front of the moon. Are they going around the Earth?
Yes.
Airplanes are rotating around the Earth.
No.
But they look the same. It looks the same as with the spaceship, right?
Yeah.
It looks the same as a bird going in front of the moon. It looks the same as a bug going in front of the moon. No, you've never observed that. Okay,
you need help, Indio.
I did just last night. Last night I observed it. Just last night.
You didn't observe an orbit of anything.
Yes, I did.
Indio, for the night, his joke about thinking that you need help from him. I mean, like.
Yeah, it is.
This is a good joke, though.
So
hilarious.
You did not observe an orbit. you saw something move, and you inferred orbit from the loss of information.
No, you didn't listen.
The information
You
of the
didn't listen.
orbit.
You didn't listen. Here's
I do
the facts.
listen. I know what
Here's
inference
the
is.
facts. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah,
All right, just hear me
the
out.
facts is-
It's going to take 12 seconds. Hold your horses for 12 seconds. When I'm telling you that we can, we know when the launch is. We know when it's going to go. It launches from Florida. We know when it goes over Australia, and we can see this from Australia, and we can track this, and we can predict this.
Okay. Did you do that?
And we have the video proof.
Oh yeah, really? We have video proof of us from Australia. Let's see it. From Australia.
I don't.
The
I still
ground,
don't have
dude.
permission.
The
I still don't have
ground.
permission to put
From the
links in
ground?
chat.
Is it from the ground?
The Colt has decided to silence my
Is it
links.
from the ground?
Yes.
Is it from the ground in Australia? Someone tracked.
To be fair, earlier we already went over this.
You answer
but
fucking
you're asking me
questions that are yes or no.
You're asking me. I'm just going to keep talking if you're just going to keep interrupting. Earlier, you were asking me the same question, and I clarified with you that it sounds like what you want is not just video proof of the launch.
I
but
want
video
evidence
proof
for your
of the
claim.
observation in the ground in Australia predicting this launch. Is that what you want?
That's what you just claimed happened.
Okay, is that what you want? I'm
That's what you
asking
claimed
yes or no.
happened.
Yes or no? It's not that
I
hard.
want your evidence, dude.
Okay, I already posted it, but I'm muted right now in the chat.
Brother,
if you'd like me to post it again,
I'm an
unmute me in the chat.
I'm an empiricist. I go with empirical evidence. I don't go
You're a
with
fucking idiot. Why am I still muted in the chat? Let me post it.
I don't know who muted you, and I don't know why you're muted.
Hey,
I don't undo
send it to
people's
me.
mutes.
Send it to me. I'll post it for you. Send it to me.
Really simple. I'm an empiricist. I want evidence. I don't want your storytelling. Okay? You know what times it fucking launched from fucking Cape Canaveral or whatever it launched from. So what? You said then we can track it and we can do this. You didn't do any of that shit. Someone told you some shit. Okay? You heard some hearsay. What I want is empirical evidence that shit isn't doing what it said.
How much evidence do you need? What kind of evidence
not
do you need? Because
empirical
we can
evidence.
get GPS data in the middle of the ocean. We have Starlink in places that didn't have
You're going to
signal
embarrass
before.
yourself. Stop. GPS uses a coordinate system called Earth-centered Earthfix,
Yeah,
which is
okay, I know you're on the script, but if you'd let me finish, you
okay,
you
but
could respond
GPS
to the
is
whole
not
thing.
evidence of a globe because it doesn't use fucking globe geometry, dumb fuck. Just because it says longitude on your fucking phone doesn't mean that's what the receiver uses.
When I said we can get signal out at sea when we couldn't before,
That's because there's no fucking
it
vol in
goes
the way.
beyond GPS.
There's no vol in the way. That's why you can get a signal at sea. There's more transmissions at sea level that are 800 fucking miles because there's no vol in the way. There's 1918 radio transmissions at 10,000 miles because there's no fucking vol in the way. You only think it's fucking unbelievable because you think there's a big fucking hill of water between point A and point B. There's not.
So are you under the impression that before satellites we could have achieved data in the ocean far off the coast?
farthest transmission in 1918 was 10,000 miles. Listen to me real
pay for
carefully.
satellites, maintain satellites.
Never needed
in orbit.
satellites at all.
They're all lying to us.
They were never required to ever make a transmission. In 1918, they communicated Cornwall, United Kingdom to Sydney, fucking Australia. And the reason they even tried to do it is because they were listening to fucking German radio from Berlin in Australia. There's no ball in the way. That's why you can listen to the fucking German radio in Australia. Fucking
how was the quality?
Admiral Byrd fucking gave a weekly radio show from Little America in Antarctica, directly transmitted to fucking Long Island, New York, which was 9,600 miles. How do you do that? Recently, there was the Laura Chirp that was 800
What was the
miles
transmission
sea
signal
level.
that you're describing?
What do you mean? What was the
Because
transmission?
I think the megahertz matters, right?
Does it?
Yeah, my understanding is that, long transmission waves propagate better than short bursts, depending on if we're going for distance.
Yeah, that's right, because they have more power.
And it bounces off the atmosphere.
Anyway, they don't bounce off of anything. That was a post hoc. That's a post hoc excuse, dude. Meaning that idea was invented after the transmissions. Yeah, the Knickerbein radio transmissions, the Knickerbein radar bombing system. The Knickerbein bombing system was 2 towers that intersected over England, that they flew planes, and when you were flying to the intersection point, that was your cue to drop bombs. Well, too bad England was 11 miles under the fucking horizon, so how did they drop bombs? How did they freaking pick up a signal?
Were the planes that far under the horizon too?
In World War II, planes didn't fly at 11 miles. These were propeller airplanes, and they had to bomb from 8,000 feet.
I agree with that statement.
They had to bomb from 8,000 feet. So this is where it gets fucked up, because the British, the regular scientists thought, well, they can't be doing that. That's impossible. It's a globe. And one guy was like, yeah, well, Earth might be a globe, but they're fucking doing it because we overheard them talking about it in the jail cell. So they looked for it. He had to get permission directly from Winston Churchill, because all the other scientists go and kick rocks. Earth's a globe. So he went and he found the signal, and then they jammed it. Point is, people literally died because they thought Earth was a globe. Literally. Now, the whole point about this satellite stuff, there's no way to verify any of it. There's no way to test it. There's no way to...
I gave you examples. You just reject all of it.
How can we test it? It's not a matter of
observe launches.
It's a matter of why should I believe it?
In both YouTube and in real life, which I've done.
What? No, you have not. You've never seen a satellite orbit the Earth. Never.
I saw 3 last night. Not even kidding.
How long did you see them?
They were fleeting.
It's 3 seconds, 10 seconds.
Yeah, I would say maybe 5.
Okay, did they orbit the Earth in 5 seconds?
I was chasing them with my telescope's guide scope.
Okay, did they orbit the Earth in that time period that you were watching them?
I don't think they made a full orbit, no.
Yeah, that's right. You've never seen anything orbit the Earth. You inferred an orbit from seeing something in the sky for a little while. Okay, that's a fact.
That same telescope, I can track. And I can tell my buddy in Australia on the other side of the Earth.
Yeah, hey, you could, but you never did.
Hey, bro. Hey, look up in the sky and watch the same telescope that I just saw crossing my vision, I don't know, 12 minutes ago, whatever it might be.
Yeah, that's a cool story, but you never did that.
Okay, but you can, right?
How do you know that? You've never done it. How did you know that?
Here's how I know that. Because I have an app that tells me where the telescopes are.
Because I have an app.
Are you going to keep interrupting? See how you just can't handle yourself?
More ridiculous.
Somebody help this guy.
You're not telling me how you know anything. You're telling me how you think somebody else knows it.
Take a breather. Try to listen.
I am listening.
Talking.
I am listening.
All you're doing is talking and you're responding.
Brother,
you're not even following.
You don't hear yourself. All you're doing is referring to third parties. When I ask you what you know, you don't know anything.
First-hand observation was a part of this.
Yeah, the first-hand observation was 10 seconds.
And?
India, he sent me the first
the rest of the stuff you're talking about was made up in your head.
And so when I tell you that my buddy in Australia that I'm on the cell phone with, he saw the same thing.
With your boyfriend?
Yeah, but he didn't, because it didn't happen. He already admitted it.
Okay, just follow my example.
Yeah, if I would have, yeah, and if fucking look, bro, I'm not doing hypothetical what it could have, should have. What are you trying to convince people of?
This is
your
real
imagination.
Life. This is real life. You just
real
don't have friends in Australia.
Imagination. You never did it. How is it real life if you never did it?
In the same sense, I can call my friend in Australia and say, "Hey, is the light out? Okay, well, it's dark here and the sun's there." in the same sense I can do that and predict when, where, how much, I can also do that with satellites in the night sky.
You actually can't do that. Because the solar time doesn't use a globe to predict when it happens. So you're just making shit up as you go along, telling us what you think is true.
If solar time doesn't predict when it happens, what does? And give me a wristwatch based off of
solar
that.
time does not use a globe, dude.
Okay.
The predictions of solar time, time and date, SunCalc, all those apps, don't use a globe to predict when the sun rises, when the sun sets, when solar noon is. All
Does
that
it
shit
predict when it's nighttime in USA versus daytime in Australia? Does it predict that?
There's a model that predicts those things. Hold on. There's a model that predicts those things, but it's not a globe Earth model. It is an observer-centric model where you are at a point at the origin of coordinates. You're not on top of anything. You're not on a globe. You're not on a flat Earth. You're not on a freaking blade of grass.
You're talking through your ass.
No.
When I'm talking about knowing it's going to be daylight in one place and nighttime in another,
I'll bet you 100 Bitcoin that what I said is 100% accurate. Everything I said is 100% accurate. You guys just don't like it. That you have explanations that and that you think the model and the explanation are the same thing, but they're not. The mathematical model and the mathematics within the model are not the same thing as your explanation. They're not equivalent.
No other flat earths here that are reasonable, don't interrupt, and can address what I'm actually saying?
Yeah, we know what you're saying. You're saying you think that something would happen if you did something, but you've never actually done it. But that's also real life because you imagine.
I have done it. I've watched a launch. I've predicted where the launches are going to be, and I've accidentally seen orbiting satellites around our Earth.
You don't know they were orbiting.
But I do know that the prediction apps that were true are based off of a round Earth.
No, you don't know that. They're actually based off of Keplerian orbital
You think they're lying to me?
Bro. No.
If you go Google right now,
orbits are
what
predicted
map
using
does Google Maps use? It's a projection map based on a round Earth.
That's just a
with
graphic.
reality, bud.
Just like Google Earth is a graphic that projects a globe out of a
You're
cylinder.
all over the place.
No, Google Earth is a cylinder mathematically, but it projects it as a globe. You think because you see a graphic that underneath the graphic they're using a globe, but they're not. Orbits are predicted using ephemeris, which uses Kepler's orbital elements, which has an origin of coordinates and doesn't suppose it's on a globe.
I'll have what
You have no idea how any of this shit works. You have an explanation in a story, and all you're looking is confirmation of your fantasy.
No, I'm giving evidence to my claim.
Evidence
and all you're doing is whining like a little bitch. Address my arguments instead of whining and interrupting.
What argument did you make exactly?
You interrupt with what argument?
Yeah, what argument did you make?
Is that the world that we live in, we utilize round Earth philosophies.
That's not
whether
true.
It be predicting,
You're ignorant.
whether it be, let me see how you.
No, you're ignorant, dude. You're factually
Go cry
wrong.
me a river. Cry me a river.
You are factually wrong. Factually. You thought GPS used the globe.
Yeah, give an example.
Yeah, there you go, Tito. Give an example.
Give an example of the round Earth that we live in. Well, the apps that you and I use every day, whether it
Show
be
the
Google
data.
Maps,
I asked you this earlier, bro.
One sentence
About
in,
your
and
app
ask a
that
question.
predicts star positions, and I said, "How do you know that it uses globe to predict?"
Because it's in the developer notes. If you look at Google Maps, what they tell you is they use a projection map.
Show it.
Oh, I would love to link it, but I would love to post it, but I'm still muted from your cult.
Yeah, otherwise it's just Ipsy Dixit. They do.
How much trust me, bro, have we gotten out of you?
The evidence, guys. I'm gonna post it again. He sent it to me. Look, I posted the evidence that he sent.
I sent him a YouTube video from 20 minutes ago.
Here you go, guys. He sent that to me as evidence of whatever he's talking about.
Hold on. This is your evidence? This?
Yeah, listen to this. All right, keep whining.
I want to ask you a question.
But keep going. We're applauding for an encore. Keep whining. No. I love the whining. Don't ask questions. More whining.
I'm asking you questions about your evidence. No one's whining. You have to try to intentionally
whining all day, all night.
You can't defend this. There's no way you can defend this.
Okay, I'm all ears.
You think that this is what the Earth looks like from the ISS?
Yes.
You think that this is what the Earth would look like from the ISS? That's what you think.
Answered. If you'd stop talking,
okay.
You'd hear
So
me.
the ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. So you think that this little subsection is what, 1% of the Earth, this little piece? See, the ISS shouldn't show any curvature. It's not high enough.
Do you see how you're already going off on your script?
If you look at the
you're
Chinese...
not even talking to me. You're literally just following the script. You're no better than like an Indian hacker.
How would I have a script for something I didn't even know you were going to...
But all you're doing is sophistry.
Bro, stop it. How would I have a script with something I didn't even know you were going to post?
Oh, don't redeem. Don't redeem.
How would I have a script with something I didn't know you were going to post?
The script that you're repeating is...
Am I a psychic scripter?
The script that you're saying about this ISS altitude and the percentage, that's his script, India.
Oh, my script is that the mathematics. Should I cite different mathematics?
Yeah, the point is that you're not addressing the video.
I am addressing it. I'm addressing its authenticity.
Can you let me finish? When the video tells you when it happened, when it was filmed.
Poisoning the well.
Thanks, guys. It was really...
Yeah, that's right. Don't start your statements with poisoning the well, okay? That's the problem.
I can actually have a conversation instead of spazzing out. I'm all ears. Until then, I'm done talking with this retard.
And fuck off, dude. You can't defend this at all. That's why you don't want to talk.
He's driving
Here comes the grandstanding. The whining grandstanding. Here it comes.
I want to see you defend this. Everything you say is meta and posturing. Okay? I've been only trying to talk about the evidence directly, and you don't want to. You want people to go, oh, I trust Bro and Bro's stories about what should and could have happened, even though he's completely fucking ignorant.
Is that your response to my high res video from the ISS on May 17th?
How do you know that,
2025?
dude?
Is that your response?
My question is, this video, how can this be from the ISS when the view from the ISS should not look like that?
Prove that it should not look like that.
Okay, I'm going to post a quote from Paul Larson. I'm going to post a quote from Carl Larson.
Oh, wow.
Paul
guys,
Larson.
make way for this studious student here who's going to post a quote from some guy I've never heard of.
Well, he was a finalist for going to Mars, so you should have heard of him. Because that's your cult.
He's like the subject matter expert of what you're talking about. He's like the highest priest of what you're
What am I talking about? What am I talking about? Just answer
this
that.
video.
No, not you. Not you, that other guy that just jumped in. He has no answer.
So you see this? This is Paul Larson. That's a scale model. That white circle right there, that's what the entire circle of the horizon would be from the International Space Station. And the ISS would be a dot in the middle of it. Now, from the viewpoint of the ISS, that shit would look flat. Paul Larson says, let's say you are at the elevation of the ISS, you're about 250 miles above the Earth, and we calculate the horizon line for the ISS, it's about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at the point looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat. Paul Larson, planetarium director. I also have a GeoGebra diagram, and we also have photographs that China claim are from the same elevation as the ISS to show a flat fucking horizon.
Do you think that Mars astronaut would agree that there's only a flat Earth?
Who cares? That's irrelevant.
No, but you're sourcing him for this claim that, hey, this is the field of view of of a person at the ISS. So you're going to take him for face value there. But if we ask him, mathematics, what?
It's mathematics, dude.
You wanted to interrupt to tell me mathematics. What do you want to tell me?
Dude, I'm not trusting him. It's a geometric certainty that what he said is true. It's a mathematical fact.
Okay, but what he
says for a real simple reason too.
When he says that we orbit around the Earth,
he doesn't know that to be a mathematical fact.
You don't think so?
This is a geometric. How would he know?
Well, I can pull an app out of my phone right now and tell you when the ISS is going to orbit my house.
The app doesn't tell me how you would know, though.
Oh, but it does the math, and the math that it uses.
How do you know what it does? You don't have no idea what it's doing behind there.
I don't need to see behind the curtain to know that it works because I can verify that it works.
So what? Lots of things work.
Great, and you don't need to peer behind the curtain of an elevator to justify getting on board an elevator, right?
Epicycles work to predict the positions of planets. So what? But you don't think the epicycles are really happening?
About how the elevator works, bro. Yeah, it does matter.
Epicycles was the old way of predicting where the planets are. It works better than the current Keplerian model. It works. Is it true?
Okay, give me the app that uses that method and not the global.
Every planetarium in existence.
Hello, can I have
every planetarium,
is a planetarium predicting
in the planetarium when they project the planets onto the fucking dome, they use the epicycle Ptolemaic model to do that.
Okay. When you project something onto the ceiling, it's a little bit different than what's actually happening on Earth, right?
How do you know that? It's the same view.
Because I can use these apps that aren't projectors. I can use these apps and they predict the future. Whereas a planetarium, it doesn't matter where they set up their hologram or their projector system.
Have you never been to a planetarium?
They're not predicting what's going to happen 1 second from now.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
The Ptolemaic model was used for centuries to predict where the planets would be seen in the sky.
Okay, but you're arguing that these planetariums have some analog model that the projection
is based off of. Because they can just make it out of gears. Yeah, they do.
It's all digital.
The one that's literally down the street, dude.
They're not projecting from an analog model.
Look, it was made by
projecting
MIT.
from digital images.
No, it's not, dude. You're wrong. You're just talking shit. There's one literally fucking down the street at the Omni Mugen fucking theater at the Museum of Science down fucking Cambridge Street. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're a bullshit artist.
You're projecting off of analog models.
You are a bullshit artist, and I am calling you out.
Is that what they're doing at your theater?
You are a bullshit artist, lying fucking snake.
Projecting off of analog models?
No, they have a literal physical gear system.
Physical gear system.
Good physical gear system. Yes, that's right.
That's great. And do you think that there's gears tied to Earth, Mars, the moon, and the rest of the solar system?
Your argument was it works, therefore it's fucking true, dude. It works, therefore it's true. This is called a reduction to absurdity. So this would also be true.
Okay.
That the Ptolemaic model is true because it works.
These gears, if I'm assuming if they're as rudimentary as they are not true. Whereas
why not?
These software programs are. So my point is...
How did you determine that?
It might be true, these gears might be true today, May 17th, 2025.
God damn it, dude.
But a year from now, the moon's position relative to the Earth is probably not true. I don't think that these observatories, these planetarium.
What
did you call them? Thank you.
It's a planetarium.
I don't think they're going to be. They're not trying to represent perfect, true life. When I'm talking about these apps, they are, and they do.
You've never been to a planetarium. They will go back 4,000 fucking years and tell you what the sky looks like.
Planetarium.
Okay, but they can give you any time and date and show you what the sky looks like.
They're using computer programs.
They're not using a computer, dude.
They're not rotating an analog geared device back 4,000 years.
Yes,
they're not doing that.
Yes, they are.
You're full of shit.
Dude, I'm not full of
Can
shit.
you imagine that model that in your head, the model that the place down the street from you fucking has? Can you imagine that model rotating 4,000
It has
times?
gears. Do you not know how gears work?
Oh, okay. So Gears makes this a magical analog system. Please send me a link. I'd love to see it.
He's just gonna hand
It must be a work of art.
It actually is.
Which is bigger than
Each gear is a motion of the planet, and all they do is turn it. And the motions of the planets happen over and over and over again. In the precession of the equinox, so they just move the celestial sphere, they rotate it against the background of the planets. The planets are always in the same place. The only thing that changes in the back is the background stars. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're out of your depth. Someone mute that dude. Mute up, brother.
Let me reach it. Wait, my bad.
Wallah. Kathab.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Fucking don't even know who I'm muting. They're so gabbly.
I was telling them just to shut up.
This guy sounds one of those kind of like mid to low level time wasters.
Okay, it's like 5-second search. Analog planetarium detectors, particularly professional optomechanical systems like those of Zeiss or GoTo, are celebrated for their extreme accuracy in creating authentic high-contrast night skies, often superior to digital systems in star sharpness. They operate projecting light through the apertures, pinholes, and meticulous crafted stencils, creating thousands of millions of pinpoints of stars. Optomechanical precision, processional systems like the Zeiss CKP4 or the Universarium 9 can simulate the night sky, planet positions, and precessional wobbles with high precision, often for thousands of years in the past or future. Epicycles, while traditional analog systems use complex gearing to represent celestial motions, modern professional analog projectors like Zeiss use a hybrid digitized motor axis to achieve perfectly accurate motions, including retrograde movement. I don't make shit up.
Not like he does. Not at all. He does.
Why does it say original time lapse by AFAR TV? Image courtesy of the remote sensing unit. Where does this video even come from?
He ran away.
You did?
I mean, dude, that's like a.
This isn't a video, dude. Didn't even fucking read it.
2 knockouts on a row, India.
Real and unaltered, this time lapse is composed of high-resolution photos taken from low Earth orbit during the night, revealing Earth as a luminous, living planet seen from the edge of space. So this was not a video in the first place. It's a bunch of stills they mashed together. Proving my point that he can't tell the difference. God, I wish he didn't run away now. I'd be freaking screaming at his ass. I'd be doing my fucking victory lap right now. Teabagging him like fucking Halo.
Bro, you just knocked out 2 of them in a row. The one that had an argument since hours ago, at the end you made him zoom in and say, you know what? My argument doesn't make any sense. Then this guy runs away.
Yeah, I want to find out where this is from.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
It says the original time lapse is made from AFAR-TB, image courtesy of Earth Science and Remote Sensing Unit. Doesn't say how this was fucking generated. Time lapse composed of 8K resolution taken during the night. May 17th, 2025.
I mean, it's not even what I asked for.
Oh, what did you ask for? Oh yeah, you asked for like calculations, right?
Yeah. What he thought was driving these apps that are able to predict star motion and position. He's saying it fundamentally operates off the Earth being a sphere. Yeah. It's like, yeah, let's see that data then. He says it's in the developer's notes.
Did he post the developer's notes?
No.
Typically, they don't use things like they don't use like spherical calculations because they end up having issues. It's called a gimbal lock, or like what is it? Hell, is it called? No, there's another name. It's like the mathematical equivalent of gimbal lock. It's called like Euler something or other.
Well, he thinks that because in the app you tilt your head down and make the ground transparent and you see Saturn, and that means Saturn is literally below him in reality.
Of course. Stellarium proves it. The funny thing is, I was on X before I came in here with someone just debating, I guess. Kind of. Someone just like him. The same thing. That they've spun up this whole narrative in their mind, right? All the stuff they've been told. And they take all that stuff as like gospel truth. And never once questioned, like, what's the evidence for any of that? Where did that come from? Is that what's actually going on? Right? Like sunrises, they use a globe. That's the only way they can do it. They couldn't predict a single fucking sunrise until someone come up with the globe model. They had no idea when the sun was coming. Like, oh shit, man, there's the sun again.
Yeah, all those stone circles that the Neolithics built, they're useless, right?
Completely useless. I've been laying here all night. I have no idea when the sun's going to come up. No clue. I have no idea what direction it's going to be in either. If I only had a theory of the shape of the Earth, then I would know. But that's the problem. In their paradigm, they can't actually use a globe because it wouldn't work, and so they just say that everything is just so far away. We can assume there's no globe, and Earth is just a point, and the point really is inside your eyeball. Quite honestly, it's not even the point you're standing on; it's the point in your eye. So it's completely done from your viewpoint, and it tells you what it'll quote unquote look like. There has to be a globe doing that.
Are you going to bet your bottom dollar on that?
I just find it. I just find it weird that like they almost can't distinguish reality from fantasy. He's like, I could call my friend in Australia and confirm that the thing was passing over there. Like, what, did you do that? No. You're denying reality. The reality that you didn't do that?
Since the guy didn't win the 10 bitcoins, can I get a consolation prize, like 1 bitcoin?
I have no bitcoins to give. Isn't the price of Bitcoin down?
Even if it's down, I'll take it.
Oh my god, it's only 71?
That's it? Alright. You gonna give it at a discount then? You bet up 10 bitcoins to the guy.
It's like the 5-year moving average for Bitcoin.
You were betting because you know you were gonna win, so you'll get 10 bitcoins.
I know. I'll make sucker. I don't gamble except for suckers bets. I make them.
You know what? Too bad I said it quiet at that moment, because if I would have got him to agree to your bet, then I would have get a consolation prize at least, right?
Oh, if you would have got him to agree, I would have gave you at least 1 Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Finder's fee. Find some suckers, dude.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find some suckers during the World Cup. You gonna be around for that, Gemsy?
What's gonna happen?
The World Cup is this year in Boston.
Is it?
Yeah.
They're gonna go to Gillette Stadium to play or something?
Yeah. Yep.
All of the matches are gonna be there.
They had a problem approving it too. The city of Foxborough didn't want to pay for it or something. And like the Gillette, like, you know, they're greedy. Like, you know, Kraft, whatever, his little company didn't want to pay the security, I guess.
I'll watch it on
Foxborough was like, oh yeah, we just won't give you the permit.
I'm not gonna.
But they already have the World Cup schedule. They had them by the balls.
I'm not gonna deal with traffic. I'm just gonna stay and watch it on YouTube.
I'm trying to rent out my fucking joint here.
You rent it out to someone, like stay, maybe a couple?
Yeah, couple. I can rent it out to like 6 people.
Wow. You have a
Well, I mean, at the same time, you know what I mean? This group rental.
Yeah, group rental, and you yeah. Damn, Boston, people are gonna love finding these places like for 6 people. Yeah.
I mean, it's all like each one. It's like just like a couple. It's like each event. So what I would do is like rent it out just like the weekend. Like I think each game is kind of like either on Saturday or Sunday. So, but people are going to come before that. So I'm taking Friday through Sunday, get the fuck out, and then, you know, I'll go to New Hampshire for the weekend.
Yeah.
I'll have them pay to stay at my house $1,000 a night, and then I'll go stay in New Hampshire for $40 a night in some freaking crack hotel, And
Yeah. Heck yeah. You'll find a nice place in New Hampshire for really cheap, and you get breakfast, lunch, and the bed gets done too.
they got cabins and stuff too. Like,
All right, I'm going. Let's go.
you ever been up to Kangamangas Highway?
No.
It's like a road that like cuts across New Hampshire east-west. There's a bunch of cool shit up there. Like if you want to camp or something, if you want to get away from it.
Me and my brother will go with you and definitely have a good time. Got a twin brother. He'll love going though. So we have like these electric bikes. I mean, we have one right now, but another one coming up. Have like a Yamaha electric bike.
Oh, is it like a bicycle or is it more like a
It is.
scooter?
It looks like a bicycle, but this thing has like it's something. Yeah, it has power.
Yeah, dude, some of those are so strong.
My buddy builds custom bobbers, electric e-bobbers. They're pretty sweet.
It's a bobber.
It's like a modified kind of Harley looking kind of thing. They like strip them down. They're like these little bar hopper bobbers. I'll post a picture.
Yeah, I want to see that.
He hand builds them. It's pretty sweet. I'll post a pic here.
Does he completely fabricate them, like the frame and everything?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wie heißt der Fußballplatz, oder? Geh, warte, Alexa, spiel Sate.
Dude, man, talk to Alexa on your own time.
Mach die. Warte.
Alexa, call 911.
Mal ganz leise.
Think Alexa called 911 at his house?
In his country, it's not called Alexa. It's called Mustafa.
Dude came in here. Dude was like, I saw 2 sunsets. There's the globe. Fucking clown.
Since the other guy I told you was like comedy night.
I know. It's just like, and then like, dude, he started off bad. Like, dude, like, bro. It would have went fine if he would have acknowledged that 2 sunsets don't prove a globe. It would have been a lot more less contentious. But he like couldn't. Like, it's such a bad proof. It's so bad.
You know what's crazy, Indio? That he was a debate bro, and there was like a bunch of other ones that joined with him, but they just scattered.
What'd you say?
There was like a bunch of them that joined the debate people, debate bros, whatever.
Oh yeah.
It was like a bunch of them. It was like
Yeah, they try to like. It's always the same thing. They start off with trying to get you to agree to shit. That's their tell. That's like their first gambit is to try to get you to agree to things. Usually, it's a choice of 3 things. They have like a structured argument for whichever one of the 3 you agree to, because people tend to try to be agreeable. So because by the time the 3rd one is like, you don't just want to be like a contrarian and just not agree to anything. So people would just agree to it without thinking because they think it's harmless. But they already have a structured argument completely behind it already. So whenever somebody comes in and they start asking you like, well, blah, 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 you'd agree to that, right? Decide they're up to something.
Yeah.
No one starts conversations like that asking people to agree to shit. That's a salesman tactic.
scammer tactic.
Yeah,
as well.
exactly. Con man.
Do you agree that your safety and your family's safety matters? Yes. Only for $49.99 a month, with a down payment of $3,000, we can keep your family safe.
Oh, dude, look at that Kingsley. Like, what is, like, how fast does that fucking thing go?
The green one was a prototype. The speedometer only goes up to 99. I had it buried, but the smaller
that
ones they
even
do like.
safe?
No, it's crazy, dude. Like I put a Springer front end on it, so I'd have a little bit of suspension. But
That's not for children.
they do like 50 or 60. But like you go down to the beach with them, man, they're awesome. The batteries last like all day. They're sick.
Because they look super light, man. It looks like, man, you go for a while on that thing.
You need a helmet and a whole bodyguard suit.
Did they
You
make
need
any long
bodyguard for
range
that
like
stuff.
e-bikes or anything? I'll go like 300 miles.
Yeah, they got ones that you can like pedal and they'll charge. Same with these ones. When you go downhill, they'll like recharge the battery by itself. So
Yeah, regenerative charging or something. Regenerative braking. Yeah.
yeah, these ones it's not when you're braking. Like it's always charging when you're moving, but it's not like a crazy amount. But it's enough. Like I can ride it around all day, and they last totally fine.
Are you saying that you rig these things yourself?
No, my friend does. He hand builds them, and I think he's made 50 so far.
Can you suggest him to instead of batteries try ultra capacitors?
Oh yeah, cool. I'll tell him to look into it. Yeah, he's a techie, so anything that he could do better, he'd totally be into that. What'd you say it's called? Ultra capacitor?
Ultra capacitors. It could be a
Okay.
mixture of batteries and ultra capacitors, I think, but he'll figure it out. Instead of batteries, ultra capacitors can charge faster, hold more battery, and output more power.
Okay, cool, man. Thanks.
And last longer. Maybe I'm now the salesman, but I probably don't even know.
Damn, dude, they make an e-bike with a 300-mile range.
Yeah, you can't ride any of them in Australia.
Were they illegal?
Yeah, the fastest I think you can have is like just your general, the scooters you can hire on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's any faster than that. Like,
Then it's a motorcycle.
rules. Yeah, then they class it as a motorcycle. Yeah.
You know, that's how it is here. They just haven't been enforcing it. So, see, anything that goes faster than 25 miles per hour is a motorcycle. Or has a
And it has to
greater
have
than 49 cc or something like that.
Yeah. So the other thing here is if they're a electric bike, and they don't have pedals on it, they'll do them for a motorbike too. I think, regardless of
Really?
what it is. Yeah.
That's
if it has
foul.
pedals.
Even if it's like a scooter style, like where you stand on it. They have unicycle ones here, man. Like, they're
Yeah, you
gonna,
can have
like,
all that.
dude, what, there's a guy that rolls, I don't know if you ever seen him, Gen Z, if he comes around there. But he's a black dude. He freaking wraps himself up in like Christmas lights. He's like all black, got freaking goggles on. But he's like decked out in lights and like blasts music. And he's on like this unicycle, e-unicycle. But that thing goes like fucking 60 miles an hour, dude. It's like you ever seen that cartoon BC, the big stone wheel? That's what it's like. It's like a giant freaking wheel he rolls around on.
Yeah, they
It's
got
like
those
this-
as well here, but they're
Yeah. It's like the
so
size of a
rules
car
are-
tire, like a small car.
Yeah.
Almost.
So that's all right. So the rules are for street, obviously you're riding around on the footpaths and streets, 25 kilometres an hour. And the motor must not push you past 25 kilometres an hour. The power limit is 250 watts. And if it's a mountain bike or a bike, like old mate just showed, then it has to have pedals. If it doesn't have pedals, then they'll do you as a motorbike. The throttle is allowed, but the throttle must cut out at 6 kilometres an hour.
Damn. Damn, they don't like you guys doing anything. How about a horse? What? Do you have to pay a freaking fee to own a horse?
No, you can have a horse in certain locations. Obviously, you can't have a horse in suburbia, but the road laws still allow them to ride horses on the road. That's never changed.
Yeah, I mean, they really want to like regulate the motorized thing, dude. That's pretty crazy. The only way to stop them is to get a horse.
We've got new laws now on actual phrases that you're not allowed to say.
My
If you
goodness
say 'em,
gracious.
it's 5 years in jail. So there's an 18-year-old girl. I don't agree with her beliefs, but she was wearing a T-shirt that said "From the river to the sea." I didn't even know what it meant till I looked it up. And she's just been arrested for wearing that shirt, and she's looking at 2 years jail.
Now, was she a Palestinian to the river to the sea or a Jewish river to the sea? Because they're both sides are saying it. So, which side was she on?
She was Palestinian, so the Australians have taken Israel's side, and because she's taken the Palestinian side and she's using that phrase, she's going to jail.
But if she's Jewish, she can say it. That's fucked up, dude. It's literally in the Likud party platform for Israel. The Likud party, it's like the ruling party in Israel, and it's literally it's part of their, what do you call it? They have like a song, like a kind of like a slogan singing song, and it says it's in Hebrew. It's to the river to the sea. They like sing that shit. So both sides are doing it.
Well, I don't know what would happen if you were Jewish in Australia and said it. I don't. Maybe you would be arrested, but I don't believe so. But anyway,
Yeah, probably.
slogan's banned. It's against
because
the law.
that recent shootout, right? That recent shooting is what the reason they did it.
Correct.
Yeah.
But crazy. I just think it's crazy. Like, you don't have to agree with someone's words or slogans, but how the hell do you go to jail for words?
But they're gonna make it more dangerous because now the people aren't gonna. You're not gonna know who the crazies are anymore, right? They're gonna hide it.
Yep.
And they're gonna conspire and collaborate. Be
Yeah,
like
well, this
they're all
comes with all
against
our
us.
new hate speech laws. So we've got these new hate speech laws, but they're very ambiguous. Like, it's if you cause someone offence at the end of the day. If you offend someone with what you've said, then you can be tried under these hate speech laws, basically.
Is there any intent in that? Do you have to intend to offend them? Do you have to prove that?
No.
Just
It's
doing
very
it.
vague. It's so vague. Like, they've written it very vague so they can pick and choose. But yeah, basically what it comes down to is if you offend someone, you're in trouble, or can be. But it's crazy, man. We don't have the prisons to fill that many people. Everyone should just keep doing what they're doing because they're going to run out of space really quickly and decide it's a bad idea.
How about you guys on the oil situation?
Oh, don't worry. We were apparently out of oil and fuel from the first day. Fucking anything happened, yeah. And our price doubled. Like, as soon as they said that strait was closed, our price doubled the next day. So again, that's nothing to do with the fuel stocks that we'd already purchased months ago, but they still managed to be able to double the price straight away.
Yeah, I was trying to think of how to make a play and make money off of that, but on the other hand, it's like profiting off of misery.
Well, there was a company here in Australia, like a trucking company, that did that and opened up to the public and was selling fuel to the public, and they just got done for it because they don't have the license to sell to the public or the whatever you need.
Yeah.
to sell fuel.
No, I was thinking
More
like
regulation.
investing, like shale oil companies. The price of oil to pump shale oil out has to be above a certain level for them to make a profit. Now, obviously, if it's $100 a barrel, they can justify, they'll make a profit. I'm just wondering if I should invest in maybe some shale oil companies, buy their little stock, make a quick profit, and frickin' bail out.
I just should have put a big leverage trade on oil when all this happened and then got out before the crash again. So, Kiwi, we're paying about anywhere from $2 to $2.30, $2.40 a litre at the moment.
40 a liter, that's like $10 a gallon. Yeah, that's fucking high, bro. I don't know what it is here. Let me check it out. Today's national average price is $3.63 per gallon, which isn't even that high compared to a year ago. 60 cents higher than a year ago.
Yeah, I got the map open here, $2.30 for unleaded, $2.29.9, $2.19. So the cheapest one here appears to be about $2.19 a litre, and this is for all unleaded. So diesel's probably around the 240 mark, I reckon.
Average diesel right now is $4.89 per gallon.
Yep. I just brought up diesel. $2.55 is the best price. And it looks like $2.80 is the worst in my area. But the average is around that $2.65 to $2.70 for diesel. Premium diesel is $2.82, which is what I run a litre.
We were at $3 there for a while for a liter of diesel. It's come back down quite a bit now.
It's crazy, huh?
Yeah, it wasn't there for very long, like 280. That's really high. I think diesel has come down to about $2 now a liter. At 280, that's lots.
What price does it have to go to until Trump frickin' cracks? He can't take anymore and has to give up. What cracks? The price of oil or Trump's ego? Which cracks first? Because you made a colossal mistake, and it's gonna be hard for him to admit he made such a colossal fuck up.
Well, I think our biggest problem is we just stopped producing everything and sent it overseas, because I know South Australia, we've got some of the largest oil deposits in the world.
Oh, but you guys went green, didn't you? They didn't want to do that anymore?
No, we went green, yeah. And everything got sent overseas. So all our manufacturing went, all our vehicles went. We had Holden and Ford here. That's all gone and done. Pretty much everything comes from China for us, yeah.
Oh, same here. Freaking absolutely. I think the number one product here is financial products. 80% of the fucking GDP is nonsense, like insurance policies and bullcrap. You know what I mean? Pushing paper, nothing real.
Yep.
Meteor insurance.
Meteor insurance, word. That's good freaking idea, man.
You can save anywhere from $200 to $500 here off your car insurance if you say that you're trans or non-binary. So they must be safer drivers than us, but anyway.
That is the most I guess you guys don't have actual discrimination laws?
Well, I'd probably go to jail for what I just said, but no,
Yeah.
not against us, no. But it's true. You can look it up, all the insurance companies. If you jump online and you go to do a quote and you tick that you're trans, you'll get like anywhere from $200 to $500 discount depending on the company for insurance, for vehicle insurance, like motor vehicle.
Is that did the government incentivize it or something?
Don't know. No idea. I just seen something
Very
the other
strange.
day and I went and looked into it and jumped online and did a quote and I'm like, you fuckers. Looks like I'm trans on all my insurance policies moving forward.
Yeah, man. Stick it in a window and slam it, man. Freaking you're trans.
The world's going mad, but Australia's just leading the way. Probably Canada's not too far behind.
Yeah, we just enacted some laws to start arresting people for what they say.
Well, I mean, I think we're gonna see like $500 a barrel oil. That's my personal opinion. I think this is bad, the whole thing. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Trump snaps out of it, but I think he's a fucking moron.
I think he's an actual conman, like a scammer, an actual one.
Yeah, I think we're at the point in the West, like, we believe our own lies, and then we act upon it. We're like living on past glory, you know what I mean? Like, oh my God, we did so much great stuff in the past. We think we're still that, and we're not anymore. And then we act like we're still the baddest fucking dude on the block, and we're just pussies.
Yeah, I don't even think he's stupid. I think he's just the puppet. He's the mouthpiece.
I mean, that's a possibility. I mean, I thought about it, like, are they intentionally trying to crash the world economy again? They seem to like doing that just for ha-has or something.
They're actually like reseason a lot of the commodities and the assets and who's gonna be having control, because there's you know how this digital new image and financial system is spring blooming out of its construct from the this development state into the now digital asset, tokenizing everything into the ledgers. Even gold, silver, and whoever's gonna hold these resources are gonna have a lot of financial influence. It's just power and money moving hands. I'm pretty sure whoever we saw the bombing of Iran, but what we didn't see is who took the gold and silver and a lot of the resources.
I think whatever we're doing over here isn't going to matter anymore, Jemsy. I think frickin' China is just gone. People don't really understand like what's happening in China. Like they are dusting everybody else, like on levels. There was like a conference and they had like the top 20 tech fields. It was like a conference. Australia was there, China was there, all the countries were there. And they rated the countries that were the top. China was the leader in 3 of the 25. Now they're the leader in 24 of the 25 in 3 years.
Yep.
They're developing modular frickin' nuclear power plants, modular. They made these, it's called instead of having like a steam boiler, it uses supercritical CO2. Right? So it's same basic principles as a steam boiler, but they use this supercritical CO2. Right? So there's less chance of explosion, it has a better heat capacity, all these other benefits that don't have. They're inventing all this stuff. I found out that they invented a process for making single piece aluminum frames for cars. So now no more welding. right? So obviously they're stronger and they're safer and they're lighter. And it's they use something called a vacuum forging process, because the problem with doing a single mold of a complex piece is that the metal doesn't make it into all the nooks and crannies, but somehow whatever they're doing. But this is just examples of what I've kind of discovered, what they're doing, dude. They're just like, what are we doing? Nothing. Fucking doing nothing. Like, oh, we're gonna make some AI, and it's gonna help you browse chat. It's gonna help you browse OnlyFans better. I mean, that's what we're doing.
Oh no, that's all banned in Australia as well now. There's a lot of I'm actually finding there's a lot of American websites I can't actually get on. I'm blocked. But yeah, you can't log on to OnlyFans or any porn sites or any of that anymore either. That all just got banned as well.
Yeah, but I mean,
and not that I don't. It's not that I don't agree. Like, I don't sit there and watch porn myself, but like,
yeah, why? But I'm just saying is like we don't produce anything.
It's ridiculous.
We just don't produce anything here. Like, that's what I'm saying is like America. Like, we had 86% of the world's industrial production next to the end of World War II. Now I don't even know what we are. 2%. Fucking. I mean, we still have a lot, but it's not like, China's not just industrial production. They're making new ways. They're improving industrial production. You know what I mean? It's not just like, yes, we're great at industrial production. They're improving the way they produce products. So they're making products faster and cheaper than they were ever before, to the point where like we're never going to be like, we're not going to be able to compete with them, but we're going to have to sell China something they want. Why are they just going to give us their shit for free? What do they want?
We do. We give them all our iron ore, all of our coal, all of our gas, everything that we produce goes over there for absolute peanuts. Yeah, we basically give it away to them, and then they sell it back to us as a product.
Yeah. Well, we knocked down 3 buildings to sell to them.
Just a steal.
We didn't sell them the aluminum. They didn't get the aluminum.
Aluminum's worth a lot of money, so.
Well, I seen something the other day, a bit like this bridge. They built a whole, like, I don't know, high-rise apartment unit block in like 5 days. It would have taken us 5 years here.
Oh, same here, man. They built something like 2,000 miles of high-speed rail in like a year. Like 10 years, we're just going to build like 100 miles of high-speed rail, and it never got built.
Not in California.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Never got built in California, right? They tried and they failed.
$100 billion, and they got some bridges for it.
Unbelievable. Yeah, they use a lot of energy resources. They're trying to get off of them, right? They're trying to make all these other methods of generating energy that are not. They're developing. They're way ahead of everybody else in solar panels and power. And so, yeah, they're about to dust the rest of the world, man. I actually told my 14-year-old. I told him freaking 3 years ago. I'm like, you're taking Chinese as a language, dude, because you're going to be speaking it, because they're going to own America, and by the time you're an adult.
Well, I'm thinking the same thing. Maybe I should have paid attention during those Chinese lessons back in school, because it was we had to take Chinese as one of our subjects for a couple of years. There was no choice.
I mean, and they all learn English. I mean,
chilling out today. I broke my foot.
So no way.
I'm just watching my wife out on the ride on mow the lawn. It's
Oh,
awesome.
beautiful. What part of your foot did you break?
Oh, it's a couple of the bones in the top, and I've just torn all the ligaments in the top, and all the bones have separated in the top.
Oh my Jesus
I fell
Christ.
off like a 4-meter high ladder, sort of jumped backwards and landed on my feet, and
Yeah, why'd you do that? Didn't you
So,
hear
yeah,
about
I was-
gravity?
Yeah, I was demolishing a wall, and there's something there I had to pull, like a bit of shit there. And I thought it was stuck, and I pulled it a little bit too hard and just lost my balance and went backwards. And yeah, found out about the bending and warping of space time.
Yep, that's what did it, man.
Yeah.
That was not a force. Don't worry.
Actually, the ground came up to hit you.
Yeah. Apparently.
Yeah, why are you getting in the way of the ground? How dare
Definitely
you?
didn't feel like that on the way down. It was a bit of a long trip, that one.
But you jumped off, you didn't fall backwards?
Oh, I fell backwards and I was going, so I decided to try and jump backwards a bit just to try and land on my feet because I
Yeah.
lost my balance and went backwards. So, yeah.
If you had
Oh,
been
they
in
say
Canada,
6 weeks?
they would offer you a maid for that.
You in a cast?
No, they got this moon boot thing on me.
Oh, those things are
I'm
cool.
cruising around in a scooter. I got like this little scooter thing I can rest my leg on.
Oh yeah, I seen those little things. Yeah, that's right. Ha. So they tell you 6 weeks or something? You're healed? More?
Yeah, they told me about 6 weeks, but I've pulled that boot off today and I've been walking on my heel. So I can't put my foot flat, but I can sort of hobble on my heel. But now I've wrecked my back doing that. I shouldn't have done it. I'm just so sick of pushing this thing around or being on crutches. It's ridiculous.
No, you gotta let yourself heal, dude. I'll tell your freaking wife you're getting up running around on your heels. She'll run you over the lawnmower for not healing properly.
Yeah.
You'll keep separating it, and you're like the break will never heal. It'll keep separating over and over again. You tore ligaments in your foot though?
Yeah, all the ligaments in the top that hold all the little bones together. So saying when I put my foot down, all the bones separate. It doesn't hold together. So they said
Ooh.
6 to 8 weeks, and then if the ligaments don't heal, they pin the bones together. But I think I'll be waiting for the ligaments to heal because I think you'd lose a lot of flexibility if they did that. I'm keen on that idea. But yeah, there's my lovely chat with my scooter.
Hi,
Hello.
nice. Hello, how old are you?
I'm fine.
I said how old?
How old you?
How old are you?
I am 20.
20.
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You sound like 12.
This is mixer.
Oh, mix up. I'm confused.
What?
I am confused. Yeah, I guess you didn't know that word. Oh, shit. Oh, that kind of scooter. Yeah, those scooters are kind of lame, dude. You got you kneel on that, right? And you got to wheel yourself around. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not very
I'd be
stable either.
aggravated
Like-
too, man. I'd be throwing that thing.
Well, it's either that or crutches, and they're both as bad as each other. But this stupid thing, like I got a few mats and stuff around the house, and as soon as you hit the corner of a rug or a mat, you just about endo it into the dirt like nosedive. It gets caught.
You need a roller skate, man. That's you need. You need a roller skate for the end for the boot. Just freaking skate around.
Yeah.
Maybe strap a skateboard to it.
No, I need one like Rayleigh's Criterion's put up. That'd be the go.
Yeah, get one of those.
Need to get a trailer for my car, tow it round.
You can get a handicap sticker now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw one of those little scooters there a couple of years ago when a friend of mine broke her foot, and they gave her one of those to scoot around on.
It's all right in my hallway. My hallway's about 20 meters long, so I can get a good run down the hallway. Makes it quick.
They're not built for speed.
No, not really.
Yeah, they're built so that you don't wear out your armpits with using crutches.
Yeah. I don't know. I won't be keeping this on. I'll be walking as soon as I can. I'll just start walking on my heel, and eventually, I suppose it'll come good, and I'll keep walking. No way I'm doing 6 weeks like this. Oh, learnt 2 new things now. I've got me. I learnt about gravity, and they've got me in what they call a moon boot. Must be something the astronauts use. Probably designed by NASA. I'll be back.
People who believe in the globe can't measure the globe. That's the biggest problem. So when NASA presents a photograph of Earth from space, when you see the globe that NASA presents from space, how do you know that it's supposed to look like that? I mean, the answer is you don't know. There's no way for you to know, obviously. What this comes down to is trust. You know, are we allowed to trust and verify? Can we verify? Is it okay to verify that what the government says is true? There's a big word called civic duty. Civic duty. Do you have a civic duty to make sure your government is telling the truth? There been any more freakouts and meltdowns over the Yoder list?
I don't know. I kind of stopped paying attention to any of
yeah
those guys that were having meltdowns over it. Haven't heard anything new, but it was great. Like I think it had a great outcome, even without the context that was going to be applied to it. I think it's it had an unexpected outcome. It did some pruning for us.
Yeah, I more or less expected it to be more of a like a defensive preventive measure. Like new people wandering into the server, into our community, take a look at it. If they were TikTok flat earthers who are into ice walls and conspiracy theories, they would take one look at that list and say, man, these guys are no fun. And then, leave us alone, or at least not attempt to make fools of themselves. That was kind of the idea. And it turns out like people that I knew were freaking out at me over this. Like, oh, so you're one of them? Yeah, I get it, guys. Like, Flat Earth is a lot of fun when you can speculate about science fiction. In reality, it's a lot more of a boring, mundane topic, to be honest. Like, we spend hours in here every day discussing measurements, some technical concepts, and philosophy. The rest of the world would rather, watch movies and sports and gab about politics. And the conspiracy people would just love to talk about reptilians and ice walls and UFOs, Nazis in Antarctica, whatever.
Yeah, this is more like analyzing and dismantling the source code.
Yeah. Like some of the people that were freaking out over the list, I'm like, dude, why don't we take the list item by item? Why don't you begin with the topics that are most troubling to you? There are 50 items on there. Which one bothers you? Well, it's really about that you're trying to stifle free speech, Yoder. What do you mean by that? No, let's talk about the list. What's the problem with the list? You're making a list of things we're not allowed to talk about. It's like, no, these are just misrepresented arguments or flat out bad arguments. I mean, some of these items are actually really great things to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. I used a bunch of things on the list today as my primary arguments against, for example, boats over the horizon.
Yeah.
Like if I had have said, well, when it looks like a boat disappears bottom up as it goes out over the horizon, you can just zoom it back in and see the whole boat again. That one's on the list. I used the same argument, except I didn't say anything about it disappearing bottom up and then you can zoom it back in again, because you can't do that. Okay, it's to do with the angular size. So yeah, it can be a great argument if you use it correctly. If you use it incorrectly, it can be the most retarded argument ever, and it's embarrassing. And I guess we just kind of got sick of being mid-conversation with a room full of people, and then some dumbass will pull that out, and the Glober will think that we're morons because we've just said something that's factually incorrect, and there's no evidence to back up whatsoever.
To be honest, I think there are quite a few more topics that could be listed.
Oh yeah, it could be a 100 list for sure.
Like saying all stars move east to west. That's not enough. It's not enough. I mean, like, how do you determine which direction east and west is if you're standing, let's say hypothetically standing directly underneath Polaris? And I say go east. Where do you go? Right?
Yeah.
All right. So you can still use this. You could say maybe all stars move from east of the prime meridian in the sky to west of the prime meridian. You can conjure up the celestial sphere model if you want. You've got prime meridian, and stars are rotating east of it to west of it. And then you can also describe this if you're hypothetically standing under Polaris. You can point to where the prime meridian is and say that's east of the prime meridian, and that's west of the prime meridian. And you can get your direction that way. It's just saying like east to west. I mean, it invites, of course, the glober to say, well, how come it's counterclockwise looking this way and clockwise that way, huh? Yeah, it's east to west, but it's going in different rotations. And then you say, well, it's because you turned around and you rotated, and now you're seeing it from, you're seeing what was in back of you now in front of you. And just around and around it goes. And then it goes into like, well, do the stars actually rotate, or are they just like tracing arcs? And do those arcs complete a circle or ellipses? Do the stars connect to each other? Like if you could do a 24-hour time lapse from a location that sees the circumpolar stars, do the stars connect with their tails over 24 hours? The answer is no.
Yeah. It's almost like we're reversing the burden of proof onto ourselves in a way.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it.
Same with the eclipse, when they bring up eclipses as well. Rather than just, you know, you can just kind of end it right there by bringing the conversation back down to earth and the prerequisites of their claim having to be present in reality for their claim to be true. And if there's no curvature measured on the surface, then whatever's happening up in the sky is happening above a flat earth. And there's no way for us to validate how the sky works, and it could be something way beyond our comprehension, which it clearly is. But a lot of globers do think it goes west to east in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, we've heard that. Yep.
Quite often. But yeah, two apparent points of rotation in the sky. Everyone sees it. I don't know how people got away with saying that all of the stars just rotate around Polaris. Like spokes on a wheel kind of thing, you know?
No, I know. And then when it comes to all the southern latitude questions, it's, well, we know this map is inaccurate in the south, so they'll just drop it there. Well, how do you know that? Oh, and by the way, east and west are arcs around a spherical surface, globe or flat. They're ultimately referring to directions in the celestial sphere model of the stars. Model being, imaginary concept of how it should work. Yeah, east and west are arcs. So all the flat earthers saying east and west, they're arcs. You can project it flat with circles of equal elevation and all that. Still curved. Still projected. Another thing is like the elevation angle to Polaris. Yeah, that's great, but that's only taking a limited portion of the sky, and it's almost in a way strawmanning what the claim is. Utilizing Polaris alone to get latitude is not enough to determine the whole topology of the sky itself if you're trying to measure it in the way that it's being done, because the way that you're supposed to measure the whole thing is to conceive of it as a sphere in the sky. You got a bunch of flat earthers out there who say that it's actually flat in reality. You know, I could make a geometric argument for that too. But I don't think it's very strong. We are, after all, dealing with a base assumption of a celestial sphere. And really what this comes back to is flat earthers who like to think of the sky as a domed firmament over a disk. That's really why we're experiencing so much difficulty and friction in the community over the use of these arguments. You got people like VaxWax, like you mentioned before, who imagines a firmament with the stars in the south sweeping across the horizon every night. Like, imagine being in Australia and seeing the south circumpolar point in the sky sweeping across. Like, that doesn't happen. It's not observed. And we know this because people take star trail photography. You know, we know that it can be verified. So that's how you can know this. Go set up a camera. Your camera doesn't move, does it? And go take that time-lapse footage, aim south from Australia. See what happens. And it gets really messy, man. Like, it gets worse in a way. Like, you know, if you're going to use the celestial sphere for a flat Earth, well, then what happens when you look south and you see the Southern Cross below the south solar point of rotation, celestial point of rotation? Just like in the north, if you're to see the Big Dipper underneath Polaris. In the north, you're like, yeah, no problem. I'll just take an airplane from Canada to Russia. And I'll watch Polaris rotate up overhead. Assuming I can do this like at light speed, basically, I can then be at the GP of one of the stars on the Big Dipper that was under it, effectively flying over the North Pole, right? Well, you know, Southerners who are southern latitude biased look at the South the same way that Northerners look at the North. And so when they see the Southern Cross hanging out underneath Sigma Octans, do they imagine themselves taking a plane and being able to do the same thing as I described in the North? Guarantee all the Globers do. But what does this mean for flat Earth? If the celestial sphere is going to be consistently applied everywhere, what does that mean? Well, yeah, that's a problem, folks. It's a problem because there's an inconsistency of the topology and the logic behind it. How do you make it make sense? Can I actually draw a flat baseline using elevation angles to the Southern Cross below Sigma Octans? What would that look like? A straight flat baseline, that adjacent that everybody on that other side of the community loves to talk about. What does that mean, folks? I'm hanging out in Hobart, Tasmania, and I'm looking south, and I see G.A. Crooks hanging out underneath Sigma Octantis, and I check my astronomical almanac, and I say, oh, hey, look at that. That star is right above somebody in southern Chile, and I should draw a flat baseline, right? Because I'm using an elevation angle. I'm using an elevation angle to get that adjacent, right? So shouldn't the Earth be flat that connects Hobart to southern Chile? What does that go across? Oh, are we just going to pick and choose how we use the celestial sphere now because it doesn't make sense on a flat Earth? Well, these are the problems, folks, that many people, even on our side of the community, also don't want to talk about or mention. I'm willing to talk about them. They're problems because it goes back to reifying the damn celestial sphere as something that exists in reality in the first place. And then you get this confusion where you say, okay, so you're utilizing the sky as a sphere or a dome, flat earther, but then you're also telling us it's mathematically flat. Well, explain this observation. Oh, but I don't have to explain it, right? Because, oh, wait, in this case, you might have to, because if you're making the claim that you can take elevation angles to stars and measure flat Earth, What in Sam Hell is going on between Hobart, Tasmania, and southern Chile? When you can take an elevation angle to a star above somebody in southern Chile from Hobart, Tasmania, looking south, both of you looking south. Is that adjacent flat? Or is it going to be doing a weeble wobble curvy curve around on E1's retarded magnetic map that he's been promoting with the dual poles?
Hello.
Hello.
Yoder, can you convince me that Earth is flat, or that we don't know
I
what
would rather not.
shape of Earth is?
I'd rather not be the one to convince you. I would like to tell you why I'm convinced, but I can't make you convinced.
Okay.
Because if you listen, if Earth is flat, would you want to know for sure, for real? Or
Yes.
nah, not really.
I want to know, how do you know? How do you claim to that conclusion?
That's great. Yep. Well, I decided to test the Earth and I made a measurement and observation myself. And I can't measure a globe out of anything that I do with the Earth. And then I met other people in our community, 24/7 Flat Earth, who had the same problem. They went out and they tried to observe and measure a globe and they couldn't get a globe out of it either. So we're stuck.
Maybe they're using the wrong measuring equipment. Don't you think?
Yeah, that's a good thought, right? So what have we all done? We've done laser tests all over surfaces of water over the Earth. We've done long distance surveying. We've done microwave links from tower to tower. We've done high altitude infrared observations. We've done above the surface of the Earth super zooms. We can see too far. We can communicate too far. And we can replicate our observations all over the place in any condition.
Yeah, so scientists call it horizon. So scientists say that however far you see, it is going to feel like a straight line.
Well, is that horizon the curvature of a globe?
Nah. It's how far you can see.
Right. So I agree with that. And flat earthers agree too. So where's the curve?
There's a thing though, you can see that because humans are really small creatures and Earth is very big, right?
So you sound like a flat earther right now. Keep going.
Do I?
Keep telling me how flat it looks. Keep telling me how flat it looks. And also keep telling me how you wouldn't know it's a globe. Unless someone told you.
Do you know about?
And you never checked. We checked.
Lunar. Do you know about lunar eclipse when Earth cast its shadow on the moon? Do you know that?
Yeah, I know a lot about eclipses. I love astronomy. What about it?
So that shadow is a globe. That's how I know that Earth is a globe.
Something tells me you never looked into eclipses very much.
I have, man. Like everyone have seen lunar eclipses.
Yeah, I know. But do people think about what they're actually seeing as they're seeing it? And the answer is no. Most people don't. They just assume that that's the globe shadow. They don't think about what they should be seeing. If you have a spherical object that is casting a shadow onto a spherical object, the resulting shadow won't be circular at all. The resulting shadow is going to be deformed. It'll form a sinusoidal pattern as it moves. It'll appear like a warping teardrop shape as it moves across the surface. We don't observe that with the lunar eclipse. So that's the first problem with the projected geometry. Mathematically, what you're observing is impossible. If you believe that Earth is a globe, that is.
Can you explain it by sending some images? It's just really difficult for me to imagine such a scenario where a shadow morph into a sinusoidal form.
Right.
What
So
exactly?
think about where the I don't have anything to send you as far as images go, but think about projected geometry. Okay, if I am projecting a ball onto a surface of a bigger ball, the shadow that begins, in this case, it's the opposite. Well, no, it's the opposite. If I'm projecting, either way, it doesn't matter. If I'm projecting a sphere onto a sphere, and the shadow begins at a bottom corner or edge of that sphere, the shadow projection is not hitting a surface that is normal or perpendicular to your field of view. The surface at that point is angled away from you. It's kind of like how when the sun is setting and your shadows are really long. The truth is the shadow should be longer on the edge of the moon and shorter towards the middle. And this would result in a sinusoidal distortion as the shadow moves. We do not see that. We don't see the shadows shortening and lengthening.
I've sent a GIF in the side chat. Can you please look at it?
Yeah, what I'm describing is impossible based off of what you observe. What I'm describing is reality. In reality, you should have long shadows moving to short shadows to long shadows as the terminator line on the moon moves across. That's the first problem with lunar eclipses. The second problem is during sunrise or sunset lunar eclipses, the shadow often comes from the wrong direction.
I see.
Yeah, the phenomenon is called the Selenelian lunar eclipse. It's a mouthful, but the Selenelian lunar eclipse happens, for example, the sun is rising and the moon is setting, but the shadow comes on from the top down on the moon. And the more that the sun comes into view of the moon, the more eclipsed the moon gets, which doesn't make any sense if Earth is a globe. Both are above the horizon. The sun and the moon are in full view of each other, and the moon is fully eclipsed.
Do you believe in gravity?
I think gravity is not well defined. So I don't believe in it. Like, I understand that when I pick up an object and drop it, it falls, and that solid objects fall at 9.8 meters per second squared in a vacuum. I get all that. It's observable reality. What I don't accept is that it's a magical space force.
It's not a space force. It's rather a mass force. So if you have
you
mass,
need to explain space, don't you? Though that's the problem. Right, and it's also not a force, according to relativity, at least.
Oh yeah, yes.
Right, because if it was, it would violate entropy laws of gas, which is another problem. How the hell are we breathing pressurized air inside of a gigantic expanding space vacuum? Relativity.
So you're basically saying that every single space organization of every single country is lying to us. Every single media house is lying to us.
Somebody's not telling the truth somewhere. I mean, listen, my friend. NASA began during the Cold War, and it began as a psychological operations program under the President of the United States.
Psychological or space organization?
Yeah. NASA began as a psychological operations program. The organization that created NASA was called the Operations Coordinating Board, OCB. It created NASA in order to project total world dominance, to project power, to project technological discoveries, to project capabilities, to ensure that nobody could surpass the United States in any of these areas. This doesn't mean that they're hiding a flat Earth. This just means that they're projecting capabilities that may not really exist. And amongst these capabilities included space discoveries using rocketed manned flight and satellites. 1958. The document is NSC-5814. National Security Council, document 5814. It's not classified, it's out in the open, describing NASA as a tool for propaganda. Now, does this mean everything they do is fake? No. But a lot of things they do are fake, and I'm pretty sure the moon landing was fake. I can't believe anybody believes that they landed on the moon in 2026. Some people still do, some Americans at least.
Most people still do.
I don't know about that. Half of the Russians don't.
And I believe the Soviets accepted the moon landing.
The former head of Roscosmos, which was their NASA, said that Apollo was faked. You can read about that in newspapers. I have to step away for a minute. I can talk to you in a little bit, but I need to go take care of something. So maybe DJ or somebody else who's around can pick this up.
DJ, hello? DJ?
Yeah, I'll be able to talk in about 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be back in 2 minutes, man.
I was gonna argue about the horizon, but someone already did in chat. So, yeah.
Well, what were you gonna argue about the horizon?
Yeah, like what happened yesterday, right? So yeah.
Yeah, horizons.
Remember?
Well, I don't know. I had a lot of conversations yesterday about the horizon.
Oh, the one I started yesterday.
Yeah, can you refresh my memory on the specifics?
When I said, is the horizon opposite here or not? So I got a definition, and someone, I don't remember his name, but someone started talking about how the horizon is flat and the Earth is also flat. So I started talking about how the horizon isn't really flat, and then you came and he said, the horizon is flat just like Earth, but there's layers to it, right?
Layers like a blanket?
No, not layers. I don't remember the word, but I was like something like that. I haven't slept, so.
Yeah, horizon's the apparent location where the sky and the ground meet.
Yeah.
On a globe, it would be a byproduct of Earth curvature. It would be at a predictable distance based off the height of the observer. And anything that goes beyond it would start to become physically hidden behind it.
Just like light, yeah.
Anything that was beyond the horizon, like a boat or a building or a person or anything like that.
Yeah, you told me about the lake problem yesterday, right?
Yeah, any problem, whether it be the ocean or a lake or anywhere. Yeah, so on a globe, the horizon would have to be the physical geometric limitation due to the curvature of the Earth.
So if the Earth is flat, we can see the horizon from any viewed distance, right?
Well, on a flat surface, the horizon is just a limitation of how far you can see due to the way your perspective works, and then it will be apparent because of the atmospheric conditions.
So telescope, you can't see it.
A telescope's just magnifying what you can see in the distance.
So if there's fog, you wouldn't be able to see it. With the telescope.
Exactly. You would still technically see a horizon, but it would be an obstructed horizon. Technically, that would be defined as a local horizon, which is not the actual horizon. It's kind of like when there's something blocking the actual horizon. Kind of like if you were like looking out into the distance on land, and there was some elevation changes over the land, and you can see a horizon where the sky and the ground appear to meet. But if that blockage wasn't there, then you could
I
see.
can see the distance that I cannot see normally.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly, man. Kind of like even if you just put your hand in front of your face, and that's the distance where you can see the, the sky and the ground meet, essentially. Like that's all called a local horizon. Or if you've got waves out in the ocean, like ocean swells.
Hello.
That would be classified.
So it's a corrupted horizon in the ocean.
Hey, Yoder.
Yeah, let's test your logic in real time. Go.
Yeah, why did you mute me?
Yeah, because you're posting AI drivel. You just happen to have logic notation on your keyboard.
No, me posting that obviously doesn't
you're
entail me
posting
having
AI
notation
drivel.
on
I
my
told you to
keyboard.
stop.
So what's the argument that it's AI?
Because most people don't post pages and pages of what appears to be LLM generated BS with logical notation embedded within the script.
Oh yeah, so it's part 1, part 2,
I'm not
part
sure
3, right?
I'm not sure how that entails me using AI. Me posting.
Yeah, well,
even AI
then, where did you copy and paste it from?
From Umzu trees.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What
Yeah,
you accuse me of using AI.
So how's Earth a globe?
It's 93.
Sorry,
it's
what?
93% AI generated. So
What?
I used an AI detector and I said it's 93% AI generated.
How many percent? 93?
Yeah.
Right, I don't really care about that, right?
Yeah, well, we do. So, and
Well,
that's
it's
what matters
obviously
here.
not AI, right?
Yeah, it's AI. Yeah, like
I can go through the inference with you. But yeah, well, it's just an internal critique that on Flat Earth you wouldn't expect.
no, it's not internal
supposed to
critique.
rotate in
I don't
different
accept. Listen, I don't accept the perception of a celestial sphere is true. So your entire drivel can actually go in the garbage bin just on that.
Perception of a celestial sphere? Doesn't the argument?
Yeah, I
doesn't hinge
actually
on that?
read your AI output, and it rested on the perception of a celestial sphere being acceptable to me, and it's not.
Wait, how does it hinge on that assumption?
Because it's one of the conditions. Did you read what you pasted or no? Come on.
Yeah, it doesn't hinge on it. It doesn't say anything about something spherical.
Yeah, it does actually.
Wait, where does it do that?
Yeah, go paste it again.
Yeah, I'm muted.
Oh yeah, that's right. Derp, go read it.
Can I post it or no?
Go read it.
Yeah, it says nothing about spherical.
Go read it.
Yeah, I'm reading it at the moment.
Out loud, read it to the audience. Let's hear you.
Yeah, if an object is perceived as rotating counterclockwise from vantage point A, then for all vantage points B, if vantage point A is on the same side of the rotational plane as vantage point B, then the object will be perceived.
There's a sphere. You're describing a sphere.
Where?
You're talking about celestials rotating.
Yeah, that doesn't denote there being a sphere.
Then what object is it?
That's unspecified. Right.
So therefore the Earth's topology would be unspecified.
No.
Yeah, because you're saying the Earth's topology depends on how the sky's being perceived.
Yeah, the argument.
So you're done on 2 points. So do you care to make another argument, please?
Yeah, the argument doesn't hinge on the shape of the objects in the sky. It's an internal critique, right? I could just assume the Earth is flat. It still wouldn't make sense, right? Because we both agree that there's objects.
Nobody's claiming. Nobody's claiming that the Earth's topology depends on how the sky's perceived.
Sorry, I don't know how this is objecting to my argument.
Yeah, listen. Nobody here has made the claim that the topology of Earth is figured out by how one perceives the sky to move, as you claim that is. So it's not a valid internal critique.
Wait, what? I haven't claimed that. Again, the argument doesn't make any statements about the shape of these objects in the sky. The only thing you have to accept is that there are objects in the sky that rotate.
Yeah, but I'm saying nobody's claiming that you can determine the topology of Earth based off of that.
Yeah, I'm not claiming that either, in this argument at least. That's completely extraneous to the argument.
No, because it's talking about how objects move relative to your vantage point on the Earth.
No, the argument actually assumes a flat Earth and then derives a contradiction of that.
Right, so it's a straw man. Exactly as I pointed out, nobody's claiming that you can derive how the Earth is formed based off of how the sky is perceived.
Yeah, the argument doesn't do that though, so it's not a straw
Yes, it
man.
does. That's the whole argument. Go ahead and read the whole thing for the audience. I won't interrupt.
Sure, if an object is perceived as rotating counterclockwise from vantage point A, then for all vantage points B, if vantage point A is on the same side of the rotational plane as vantage point B, then the object will be perceived as rotating counterclockwise from vantage point B, as long as you're looking towards the rotational plane. Then, wait, let me just drink.
Yeah, what plane?
The plane the stars are rotating on.
Yeah, so we don't claim a plane, so it's not an internal critique.
You don't, wait, the
It's a
rotation.
straw man. You are straw manning us quite literally right now, and you're trying to wiggle out of it.
Wait, so do you think the objects in the sky are not rotating?
I told you I'm not making that claim, and nobody here has. Nobody said it's rotating on a plane.
Well, the plane just doesn't denote any specific geometric configuration. Just
A plane is a geometric configuration. Ding dong, try again.
right. Look, I don't need your rhetoric. So in that case, obviously, it doesn't denote anything three-dimensional, right? It's just stating that if something rotates, and this should be pretty logical. If something rotates, obviously it rotates along a specific plane.
Reality, or is that based off of a perceived plane?
I'm not sure what that's asking.
Right, because what we're talking about is whether or not Earth is in reality a topological plane.
Sure.
All right, so is the sky in reality a topological plane, or is this just a mathematical perception? And it says perception a bunch of times in your text.
No, it doesn't say perception.
Yeah.
It says that if you're perceiving something.
Perceive, yeah, it's perception.
Yeah.
So as I'm saying, like, you're straw manning, and you're also mischaracterizing what we're saying in the process, because we're not just overall, we're not defining the surface by how we're observing and perceiving the sky. So it's not an internal critique. This may work like on some flat earth forums on TikTok or whatever, but it doesn't work here because we don't make those claims.
Well, again, a rotation will always assume or entail some sort of rotational plane along which it rotates. It doesn't denote anything about what's actually there. It exists as a concept in order to sort of describe the rotation.
All right.
Hey, Yoder, what if I just make sort of an abductive case for the globe Earth?
Abduction of the three main forms is the worst one to use because you can't prove anything.
Right, well, the other ones would be induction and deduction. Obviously, a deductive account wouldn't make sense.
No, you can only prove by deduction, actually. I got to step back for a minute.
Yeah, sure. The argument would just be as strong as the premises, which would be supported through induction.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove that that's the only way to arrive at that conclusion.
Sure, yeah, but in science, we just sort of gauge what is the most plausible explanation via these abductive virtues.
Yeah, so you can't really prove anything.
Parsimony.
Great.
Well, it depends on what you mean by prove. Obviously, I can make a probability.
Yeah, like, well, you could start with the deductive syllogism and then test it. Right? Like a hypothesis.
Well, you can derive certain expectations from an hypothesis and then falsify them via modus tollens. But I'm not sure.
Yeah, modus tollens would be deduction.
Yeah, But the premises of the argument would be needed to justify their induction. Like, it doesn't really matter if you use deduction or induction, since it doesn't matter if the
Well,
logic.
deduction would make a stronger case.
Not really.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, since, well, it depends on the premises, right?
Absolutely.
The premises will need to be justified via induction, since they're synthetic facts, not analytic.
Why don't you go ahead and make a deductive syllogism for the globe? Can you?
Yeah, well, that would just involve abduction then. Right?
Can you
Something
do
like,
it? Can it be done?
Sure, yeah, it can be done.
Because we can make them for flat Earth and then prove it with evidence all day. I'm just wondering if you can do it with the globe.
Sure, of course that works. I can just do a modus ponens, like.
Great. So start off with that, and then provide the backing evidence for your premise.
I'm not sure why you want to accept sort of abductive case based on parsimony, ontological economy, stuff like that, right? Because globe Earth seems to unify different phenomena in the most efficient way. It seems to be the most parsimonious of all the explanations.
As far as you know today, or as far as you think today, maybe.
Sure.
Right, but it flies in the face of other evidence, especially evidence that's verifiable and, quite frankly, irrefutable to the contrary.
Well, I'm not sure.
I am sure. I am sure. And in fact, I don't know if DJ's around. He's got a great presentation of such evidence. DJ, you there, man? I got to step back for a minute and take care of some stuff.
I mean, I could go over it if he wants to. I mean, I don't have
he has to want to.
Yeah, I got a stack of work to do, but yeah, I mean, it's already in the side chat. If you want to take a quick look at the math first, and then I can kind of walk you over what the observation is testing specifically.
Sure. I'm just wondering. Yeah, I'm just curious. Also, what do you like? What if I just make an abductive count of the globe Earth? Sort of make an inference to the best explanation.
Well, then what if we present evidence that blows your premises to pieces?
Sure, then we could talk about that, but
yeah, we're going to skip over that part and do that right now. Why don't you take a look at the evidence?
Well, no, it would be the case that if I have evidence and you have evidence, some countervailing evidence, if for every phenomena you posit some different explanation, then your hypothesis would fail on.
Oh yeah, I can challenge you today to go find a measurement of the globe, and you won't be able to do it.
I'm not sure what you mean by measurement of the globe.
Well, then maybe you need to go figure out what that means.
I mean, the easiest prerequisite to test for the globe would be the water curving over distance. It would have to happen if the Earth were a globe. Okay, if you have gravity, if you have the claimed radius size, we can easily calculate how much that water should be curving over X distance based off the height of the observer. Okay, and we can go out and easily test for that curvature or the byproducts of the curvature that should be there. And that's been done over and over again. And the curvature is most definitely not there.
Sure.
If the curvature is not there, just quickly, if the curvature is not there, then all of the additional claims that require that prerequisite to be present are therefore invalid.
Well, not really. Just
okay.
Yeah, really.
Thesis, right. But also, I'm not sure if it's the case that you can accurately measure such things via. I think the methodology is like using a laser or something.
No, I didn't present anything to do with a laser. But this isn't a hyperspecific claim. This is just testing for the curvature that would have to be there, which is the hyperspecific claim that we're testing. Now, it's off by orders of magnitude, so there can be additional variables that can be taken into account, but it's not going to change the orders of magnitude error margin that's present in these observations.
Oh, well, then I'm not really sure what the methodology is if they're not using a laser or something to measure the curve or something like that.
Yeah. So it's things that would be physically obstructed behind geometric, like behind the physical curvature of the Earth. things
Oh,
that would
just-
have
yeah,
to be
okay.
obstructed. Yeah, like in this example here, we have a 21-mile body of water, or a certain section of the lake that's 21 miles from point A to point B. Over that distance, there would be 293 foot approximately of earth curvature. And this is basically shoreline to shoreline. Okay, so he's gonna zoom in across, and he's gonna be testing for the geometric horizon, which would be at 2.7 miles from the 5-foot observation height. So anything beyond 2.73 miles would start to become obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth, physically obstructed. And the shoreline on the far side of the lake would be obstructed by about 223 feet, which is kind of like a 22, 23-story building.
I see.
Yep.
All right, I'll watch that.
Yeah, they also do a laser test after they do a daytime observation and then a nighttime observation. But the laser test is just kind of like some icing on the cake, really. The observations themselves is the argument that I like to present.
Sure. But then it just seems to me that we have two different domains of countervailing evidence. Like we have, we have like satellite images, and then we have this, so we just form a sort of contradiction. I'm not really sure why.
So the two domains are actually verifiable versus unverifiable.
I'm not
Great
sure what you mean
job.
by
Yeah, like how do you independently verify proprietary tech?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You don't think satellites are proprietary?
Sure. Why would
Okay, so by nature they're unverifiable. So the two domains are what's verifiable versus what isn't.
Well, I'm not sure how they're unverifiable.
Because it's proprietary. Don't you think proprietary means you can't verify it?
I'm not sure how that follows.
Well, proprietary means you can't check. You're not supposed to.
Well, no, I don't. I don't think that's what proprietary means. Maybe you have some idiosyncratic account of what.
Like ever try to just walk up to a rocket launch facility and go verify what they're doing?
No, I've not tried that.
I would want to.
I'm not sure why you'd want to.
Well, to verify, right? Because the two domains are that which is verifiable versus that which isn't by how you define satellites versus an observation that anybody can do, like what DJ's showing you. So on one hand, you've got your evidence for the globe, which is unverifiable in this domain, and then DJ's evidence, which is verifiable in that domain.
Well, when you say unverifiable, are you just saying it's impossible to verify?
Proprietary.
Yeah, but again, I don't know how that denotes it being unverifiable. Maybe independently unverifiable, which I'm also not really sure of.
Oh yeah, I mean, I would imagine, I would want things to be verifiable and independently verifiable, especially. That'd be just great. Just like if you could go out in your car and go make the same observation that DJ's showing you.
Yeah, but I'm not really sure how that follows then that it's unverifiable.
Why you don't think you're not sure how that follows? Listen, trust me, bro. I got verifiable evidence that only I can verify.
Yeah, well, okay, I'm not sure what you. Okay, can you just explain real quick what you mean by verification?
Well, simply put, that it's reproducible.
Oh, okay.
Preferably independently, like we were just talking about.
Sure. Well, then it's certainly the case that it's reproducible because it has been reproduced.
Independently, huh?
Yeah, it's been
So
reproduced.
yeah, I can just go walk over to the rocket launch site and go independently verify and check, right?
I'm not sure, but it's been reproduced independently from.
Well, yeah. So you're not sure your evidence actually holds up to the same standard of scrutiny that DJ's is, huh?
No, it's definitely.
No, you're right. No,
verify, right? But
you're right. No, it doesn't. It definitely does not meet the same. In fact, DJ's standard of evidence is so reproducible, so very reproducible. Millions, literally millions and millions of people live in the vicinity where this can be done by anybody. No restrictions whatsoever.
I'm not sure how that's a virtue.
What, reproducibility, like in the scientific method?
No, reproducibility to that degree. I mean,
well, it's great. Like it's like open source, open access.
I mean, it's great, but
transparency, right? Don't we want transparent? Don't you want transparency? I do.
Yeah, that's something I care about.
Yeah. I can't go walk onto NASA's rocket launch facility and check to see that the satellite that they claim is orbiting is in that thing about to be launched.
Right. Yeah, but nonetheless, it's been independently verified, as in by different agencies independently of each other.
Okay. Yeah, show me.
Show you? Yeah, I can just like direct you
like
to
in the manner we're just talking. Show me where like the Russians went and inspected a NASA satellite launch.
Oh no, that's not what I mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just
so
mean
it's
that.
going to be very specific, right, for your argument to work. I gotcha. It's not universal in that case. Bummer.
I'm not sure what that means. No, it's been.
Well, I guess you're not making a universal claim then, so that's fine.
Look, if I'm not sure what that means or how that pertains to what I'm saying, but
Well,
I'm just saying that
cherry pick your instances that fit your argument.
By verifying, you just mean reproducible, and it has been reproduced independently of the different agencies.
Yeah, and you're just going to go define independently in a way that's very not independent at all. It's very not transparent.
Wait, is the NASA?
That seems a bit dishonest, doesn't that, folks?
Is the NASA independent of the Japanese Space Agency? Because I would say so.
I don't know. Is it? I know that I am independent of NASA.
Sure. I don't see how that answers my question.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if the Japanese Space Agency is independent of NASA or what that even would entail. Like, how would that independence be demonstrated?
How would that be demonstrated? Well, that there's no sort of
go prove a negative now. Great.
That there's no sort of
no sort of. So proving a negative now, that's not going to go well for you. Try something else.
Rigorous internal connection between two or something like that, right?
Yeah. See, this ain't working. Try something else.
I don't see a reason to assume that they're sort of connected and not independent.
That's your opinion, then.
Well, no, it's not just my opinion, right?
Yeah, that absolutely is your opinion. Because I could say I see every reason to think that they are working together.
Well, then what's the reason?
Well, we can show you videos of Japanese and Americans together in a space station.
So? I'm not referring to national...
Well, I mean, how independent are they of each other? They're working together.
Wait, are you just referring to a Japanese man and an American man in a space station?
Well, I mean, from their respective space agencies, where they're supposed to be independent of each other, I guess.
Oh yeah,
I don't know.
Denotes.
I don't know how you demonstrate that independence. Is my point. I can come up with plenty of cases where they look anything but independent of each other, and that's kind of what I'm trying to convey.
And your cases that they're not independent of each other is that there's a Japanese man and an American space vehicle or something.
Yeah, if that is true, then yeah, I mean that's not a case of independence, right? I mean that looks like they're completely working together.
I mean, I would say that that's independent of dependence and independent. Extraneous to dependence and independence, right? Because we're not talking about
justify it.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, how do you justify it?
How do I justify that they're independent?
How would I go verify their independence either? So, I mean, this is where it just gets really knotted up. It's like the fact of the matter is NASA's presenting proprietary tech, proprietary claims.
Yeah, I'm not sure that you've made your case that that denotes that it's unverifiable. If by verifiable, you just mean reproducible, and it certainly is, at least under like.
Well, just one aspect of verifiability, in my opinion, would be reproducibility.
Okay.
I mean, what we're sort of presenting here is reproducible by just about anyone. I mean, this is right here on the Earth, directly testing the thing in question. This would actually debunk the unverifiable images that you're talking about from the space agencies. This would be direct evidence against that, and you could go and do it yourself if you wanted to, like I did, just to check for yourself. But you're never going to be able to reproduce or go and check what they're giving you. You could just choose to trust.
Conditions extraordinary.
Yeah, you could choose to trust NASA and then choose to trust Japan and have blind faith in either of those, right? But this one that we're showing you can actually go and replicate this yourself. Or you could do it very easily as well.
I just don't understand how something being or something having the property of being replicatable easily is at least a non-trivial virtue.
Well, it's analogous to open sourcing software. The virtue lies in the transparency and the ease of reproduction.
I mean, it's telling that the only rebuttal that you have of this observation is by saying pictures from space. I mean, if that's all you've got, then anyone listening to this stream is going to see that, okay, this guy can't rebut what they're presenting. He's just gone straight to appealing to pictures from outer space. That's how it's going to seem to the audience listening to this.
Right. Well, I'm not really. That's not of my interest. But I mean, that's certainly not the only objection. I mean, there's different phenomena, different sort of extraneous phenomena that are each explained separate, in separate, with different explanations on flat Earth, which are all explained or unified under only a few common principles on the globe Earth. And so that would just be a theoretical virtue again.
Is that begging the question? I mean, we're trying to determine if Earth is a globe in the first instance.
Yeah, I'm not claiming that it is a globe. It's just the concept of a globe that would denote the sort of unification of different phenomena.
Okay, so religious explanations can do the same thing of different phenomena.
Oh Jesus, no, they can't.
They can actually, yeah. They often were.
Oh no, if you have some agential explanation, right? I don't see how that's of any interest because it's just so story, right? So the explanandum is just tailored to the explanans, which I don't see how that's explanatorily virtuous. Also, I mean,
I'm not claiming it is.
Right? Yeah. But a deity would just be compatible with every state of affairs, in theory, and that's the problem with these intentional explanations or agential explanations. That they're compatible with, that they have no real constraints, right?
So back in Mesopotamia during the Chaldeans, the astronomers back then were part of the priest class, and they understood the cycle of eclipses, and it was a big secret because they used the cycle of eclipses in order to make predictions about their occurrence and appear to be all knowledgeable, being able to predict something to the public that is in fact a post-diction all along. The cycle of eclipses, called the Saros cycle, Sar, coming from Babylonian, meaning lord or king, also derives from star. Sar, the Saros cycle, is a cycle of kings. They would do coronation events and welcome new kings and the birth of kings and so on whenever there was an eclipse with the Saros cycle.
Yeah.
So the public's religious experience became a foundation for their belief in this reality that eclipses and kings coincided with each other by divine order, when it was just a human fabrication from the beginning. So they had a unified explanation for all of this stuff. It was accepted for a long time. The Saros cycle, the funny thing is a Saros cycle, the post-diction cycle that we have is actually used by NASA today. With some irony in there.
What you just described just sounds to me like spurious unification, right? Which is to say that
yeah, isn't the globe like that though?
No, it would just boil down to saying that there's an agent who has the desire well, yeah, who has the desire to do X and rationalizes X. And then that's for every phenomena. That's not unification.
Yeah, well, there's a phenomena of a globe that nobody actually sees or can measure.
Well, now we're just swaying off topic.
No, this is right back on topic.
No, not really. So yeah, agential explanations don't unify phenomena.
Well, in this case, what's happening is the agent is man. And in the case of this cosmic religion called the Big Bang today, the agent is also universal mind, which they attribute man as being a part of too.
I don't really understand what you just said. Universal mind?
You ever listen to people who work at NASA talk about their cosmology?
No, I don't know anything about physics.
It's okay. Well, it's definitely not physics.
Right. I don't know.
They're literally invoking Kabbalistic emanations of Sefer Yetzirah. Not even joking. They're using that language.
I'm not sure what that means.
They have a cosmic religion, and it's not really identifiable because there's no singular titular godhead or some agent that acts as a force, some thoughtful person that provides it's behind all the phenomena that everyone experiences or thinks that they experience. It's a godless religion, essentially.
Well, I mean, that sounds pretty peculiar, but that's not what I'm referring to when I say that the globe Earth unifies different phenomena.
Yeah, like what? The curvature that nobody actually sees?
No, it'd be things like tides, different rotational directions of stars, Newtonian mechanics or something like that, which is all unified.
Well, okay, but it's really not, because things like eclipses are not able to be unified by the heliocentric explanation.
How so?
The Selenelian lunar eclipse presents the exact opposite geometry of what occurs in other instances of lunar eclipses. You have a sunrise and you have a sunrise and a moonset, or a moonrise and a sunset, where both the sun and the moon are above the horizon at the same time, and the moon is fully eclipsed. And what's worse is what is considered the globe's shadow enters the moon from the opposite direction of what the sun should be doing. And this type of eclipse is quite common.
Wait, what's the name of the eclipse?
The Selenelian lunar eclipse. NASA calls it the impossible eclipse, and they have a crazy cope where they describe, well, refraction makes it work. And then you look at the geometry, and it actually doesn't work, even with their explanation. So that's just one instance. Another instance are sunrise and sunset solar eclipses. Anytime you see a sunrise or sunset, and the moon is at peak new moon and full syzygy alignment, it geometrically does not align with where the placement of the sun, moon, and Earth are in the heliocentric solar system. So what you see is actually an impossible geometric alignment if Earth is in a heliocentric system. So these are just two examples. And also the tides don't coincide with lunar phases.
Why would they sort of coincide with them?
Well, that's the claim, is that the moon is yanking on their bodies of water on the Earth.
Oh yeah, but how would you derive the expectation that under certain lunar phases the water would behave differently?
Oh, that's what I've heard claimed. I mean, that the tides are dependent on the moon's position.
Oh yeah, but I mean,
I guess the phases are not quite that. But yeah, that the moon's location does not coincide with tidal interactions completely in all places of the Earth. There are quite a few exceptions. There's some places where there are three cases of peak tide throughout a 24-hour period, and most places it's 2.
Right. With the Selenelian lunar eclipse, why do you reject the explanation through atmospheric refraction?
Because first off, the shadow, if the sun is coming up and the moon is setting, the shadow will enter the moon from the top, not the bottom. And then as the sun and the moon become closer and closer into full alignment with each other above the horizon, the moon gets more and more eclipsed. The irony being is the sun becomes in more direct contact with the moon, the more the moon gets eclipsed, which is kind of crazy.
Well, but how's that exactly sort of evidence against this explanation of atmospheric refraction?
Well, this explanation doesn't describe the direction. The direction of the shadow over time. You don't get to see what's happening over time here. And also, how is it that the moon turns red if it's in full eclipse? You ever see a red shadow?
Yeah, like a blood moon.
Yeah, like you ever see a red shadow on Earth produced anywhere for any other reason? Or is this just a special plea?
It's the scattering of light, Yoda.
Scattering of light. Okay, so the sun and the moon are both in the sky. The moon is fully eclipsed now, and it goes from turning dark to now bright red. And it's supposedly sitting in the full shadow of the Earth. The diagram does not predict what happens in reality.
You can look at the diagram that I've sent, GIF.
Yeah, it doesn't comport with what we actually see, is what I'm telling you.
How does it not comport with what we see?
Because of the directions of the shadows.
Right. Do you have some
the phenomena that are observed over time?
Do you have some video or something?
Andy, I don't. I mean, we can direct you to our home server. We got tons of videos over there.
Okay. I've sent the video of lunar eclipse. In this video, we can see that the initial color is red, and it gets black as the eclipse ends.
Cool, red shadows, awesome. This ain't even a Stellanellian eclipse like what we're talking about, but still a problem.
Due to scattering of light, red color travel the most due to its longer wavelength.
So that means it's not in a shadow?
It is shadow, but it's also reflection as well.
Reflection?
Oh, no, not
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
It is shadow. Earth is casting its shadow, but light from the sun is getting.
So it's not a shadow.
What's the word for it? Refracted, I believe.
So it's not a shadow?
It is shadow and refraction as well. So there are two phenomena.
Shadow's an absence of light. How can it be both reflected light and a shadow at the same time?
Oh, okay. If you examine the GIF that I've sent of how lunar eclipse work.
You don't need to explain it to me. I understand the claim.
Okay, let me explain. So Earth is casting its shadow. That's why moon becomes dark, right? We can't see the moon, and at the same time, sun rays are incident on the topmost points of Earth, and then they are getting refracted as and as red rays on the moon. That's why we see the color.
So no shadow.
Shadow, but the colors at the same time.
So red shadow?
Shadow, but red color as well, due to refraction of the red light.
You know this is happening because?
So Yoda, I've sent 2 images. Can you see them in the side chat?
Yeah, so what you're describing there is refraction.
Yeah, refraction. Yeah.
But
So
you don't know that it's refraction, number one. Number two, I think the principal effect here is actually diffraction. But in either case, yeah.
Hmm.
In either case, then what's being presented is not a shadow.
Oh yeah. It could be diffraction as well.
Yeah, so how do we know? Like, which is it? Which one of one versus? Nobody knows. This is just a satisfying explanation to keep the globe alive. But the problem is during the Stellanellian eclipse, the shadow directions are the opposite of the motions of the celestial bodies.
By the way, Yoder, see the image that I've sent. It's the top view from Mount Everest. We can see the curvature.
No, that's BS geometrically. You know why?
Why?
Because I've done the math. I can show you the math.
Yeah, that's obviously, beyond obviously, just a lens distortion effect that's taking place right there.
Right. We need to get the camera's data, like what was the field of view, the lens type, focal length.
Yeah. Notice how the horizon's above the center of the frame.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's gonna cause the line to distort in a convex way when it's above the center of the frame. If you could find more footage from that exact footage right there that you showed, if he just panned the camera up a little bit and that horizon dropped below the center of the frame, it's going to be curving the wrong direction. So I'll show you some footage from the top of Mount Everest right here, where we can see the horizon is at the center of the frame. And he also does a 360-degree pan around, and you don't see any curvature. And this isn't proof of flat or globe, because from this height you wouldn't see any curvature anyway. But from the top of Mount Everest, yeah, we just see a flat horizon. Even from 4 times that height, if we send up a non-fisheye lens camera, we don't see any curvature. Like a weather balloon height, for example.
Yeah, according to the geometric claim of the globe, you'd see less than 0.07% of the globe's surface from that mountain peak. You think you can see curvature? 0.07%, less than that.
I see.
Yeah. So if we were to take this same, let's say that was it. I mean, your camera would have to be such that it's angling downward. And if you were to do a 360 shot, yeah. Right now, as it stands, if you were to like look behind you and take a picture, would it also be curving left to right like that? And how do you connect the ends to each other? If you were to turn left, is it also curving left to right? And if you turn right, is it also curving left to right? Is it just going to make humps? So yeah, the geometry doesn't work out. We understand cameras and optics, so no. Barrel distortion is a reality. I mean, you can, like basic camera software will do barrel distortion lens fixes for you. What you do is you upload the raw image, and the raw image contains metadata from the lens that was used to take the picture. And then the software queries a database, performs calculations, and then flattens and straightens out the image again.
Do you know about the North Star? North Star. So the thing with North Star.
Just quickly before you change to the North Star, I was just looking for some screenshots. I just wanted to share these just really quickly. Okay, so this is when I was flying over Alaska. I was filming out the window because I was shocked in how perfectly flat the horizon looked. So I decided to film it so I could show people. And then when I got home, I was like, damn, that's crazy. It doesn't look like what it looked like when I was looking through with my eyes. Okay, so here's a couple of screenshots from my video. So this is at about 40,000 feet above Alaska. And it looks like you can see a little bit of curvature.
Yes.
Yeah, and then what I noticed is that when I would pan the camera upward, and then the horizon would be lower than the center of the frame, this is what you could see. And when you would have the horizon right in the center of the frame, it would just be completely flat. So it's just a lens distortion. You need to take that into consideration, that's all.
Oh yeah. That's fair.
Cool.
Speaking of North Star, the thing is, if you go to North Pole, you can see the North Star if you go to Greenland, for example. But when you go to Antarctica, you don't see any North Star. So isn't that a proof of globe?
No, it's the way our perspective works. We have a limitation. Things will converge towards the horizon as you move further away from them. And once they get below a certain degree in your vision, you're not able to see them anymore because of the angle of view. You're looking through a ton of air, essentially, a ton of atmosphere when you're looking over that distance. That's why we can't see stars when they're just slightly above the horizon because of the thickness or the opaque air that we're looking through. And things converge. It's just basic perspective. For example, if you were standing on it, just say you had just hypothetically, say you had a giant football field and it was 100 kilometers across this giant football field, and you had a big light, like a big street lamp in the center of the field, and you were standing under it. As you move away, as you start backing away from the light, it's going to get lower and lower and lower in your field of view until eventually it's going to converge into the horizon. As you keep moving further and further away, you're not going to be able to see it anymore. It's just due to perspective and atmospheric extinction of light.
So DJ, can we say that Earth revolve around Sun or not?
No. You can say it, but you don't have any, even Einstein himself said there's no optical experiment that could prove that we're orbiting around the sun. Or the sun's orbiting around us or whatever.
Yeah, could you post it for me, please? Because I can't post.
There are two possibilities, right? Either we are orbiting around the sun, or sun is orbiting around us. So don't you think that? Because at the daytime we can see the sun, but at night we don't.
Right. Or if you go down just a couple of 100 meters into the ocean during the daytime, you can't see the sun either. It's pitch black. You can't see any light from the sun at all because it can't push forever through a medium. So if the sun was much more local than what we get told it is in the globe theory, then as the sun moves to a different section above the Earth, as the light pushes through the medium, through the atmosphere, right, it's going to lose intensity due to the inverse square law of light, firstly, and it's also going to be scattered, and it's going to be absorbed by the medium over distance. So light can't travel forever through a medium. Depending on the density of it will determine how far it will be able to push through.
What's twilight then?
I've sent a GIF in the side chat. What do you think about this model?
That's a straw man flat Earth model essentially. So that's kind of showing like a disk in space with a globe projection map as the flat Earth. It's what people kind of use to straw man our arguments in here, and there are definitely some flat earthers that kind of think that the flat Earth is something like this, which is a poor argument. There's a lot of bad flat Earth arguments out there. I will agree, and that could be one of them. But generally, this is used as like to strawman flat Earth. Yeah, we don't think that's what it is, and we absolutely don't think the Earth is like a disk floating in space, like a flat planet. Most people try to replace. Most people try to replace the globe in the heliocentric model with a flat planet, and that's not what we're claiming. That would be silly.
DJ, can I get you to post the picture, please, that I sent you? Because I can't.
But DJ, like,
what do you think about? Yeah, hold on a second, Richter. Yeah, what's that paradox?
Yeah, I was saying, what do you think about gravity?
Gravity? Yeah, so gravity is something that would cause the water to be curving on a globe. Okay, so you need a globe to have gravity. You need gravity to have a globe. If you're talking about mass attracting mass, for example, everything being pulled towards the center of the globe, it means that the water would have to be curving at a specific rate, depending on the size of the globe. It would have to be happening if gravity were true. And when we go out and test, over large bodies of water, it's absolutely not curving over distance.
But still, we can see gravity working in moon, for example, right? Moon is spherical. Even the sun is spherical.
Yeah, I don't know about the sun. I can't tell what the sun is. I will grant you that the moon looks like it's a sphere, but that doesn't mean that the Earth is also like the moon. Okay, that's just. I mean, I understand why you're claiming that, because we grew up being taught that we're in a big giant space vacuum, like the universe, and then you've got all of these spherical planets and suns, and that we're also one of them. So I completely get where you're coming from. But I don't think the Earth has any characteristics in common with the things that we see in the sky. I think there's something different to what the Earth is. You know, kind of like, just to give you a silly analogy, it's like looking at a tree and thinking, oh, why isn't this other thing also a tree? Well, because it's not a tree. It doesn't have any of the characteristics that the tree has. It's obviously not a tree when we test it. So I think you could think of the Earth more like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in, and then we have celestials in the sky. Sun, moon, stars, planets.
I see, but how I'm thinking is there's a space, right? And we can see objects in space, how they function. I can see moon with my own eyes. I can see the sun, and I can observe
we all see the same thing. Yeah, we all see. Well, you see a round light. Even NASA and whatnot, they refer to the sun as the disk of the sun, or the moon as the disk of the moon. That's kind of what we see from our perspective. We see a round light in the sky, essentially. And we've been fed a whole big story surrounding what we can see, and we've been told that outer space is a big giant vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 Torr deep space vacuum, and that these things are certain distances away, and that suns are burning balls of plasma gas, right, in the vacuum of space. And I deny that claim, because I would consider it textbook definition pseudoscience.
There's a logical gap, right? The logical gap is I look at the moon and conclude that Earth is a globe as a consequence of that observation.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get why you're doing it. It's not giving you a hard time for doing that because of the way that we were brought up. Thinking that we're on another round planet. That's like the moon or the other planets or something like that. You get taught about gravity, and gravity forms these things into balls and so on. But we're testing that. We're testing the core of those claims by testing for the curvature that would have to be there. It's the prerequisite or the requirement for the Earth to be a globe. You have to have X amount of curvature over X amount of distance.
I see.
I can give you an example in the side chat if you want to have a look at one.
Okay, I want to see that.
Yes, send it.
Yep, sure. Okay. All right, so this is all out of a high definition, full length video that goes for an hour and a half, where Dr. John Dee goes over all of the details. So I'm just showing you some small sections out of the video just to explain it. And at the end, I'll share the video if you want to watch it later on.
Yeah.
It's just uploading now. So this is just a clip. So what he does, he goes to the ocean on a nice clear and still day where there's no waves, no wind, and very nice clear conditions. And he sets his camera up on a tripod. It's a super zoom camera, a Nikon P900 camera. Has amazing zoom capability. And he's zooming out from 1 meter height to a windmill platform. Sorry, a windmill that's out in the ocean, a windmill farm. Okay, so just focus on the windmill on the right-hand side. That's the furthest one away. Okay, that's 11.2 miles away. Do you want me to? I can probably do it in metric if you used a metric system.
Yeah, I use the metric system, kilometers.
Yeah, okay. So he places the camera at 1 meter height, and that windmill is about 18 kilometers away. So now we can do some basic math. Yeah, what's your question, Ali? Okay,
Yeah.
so the windmill
What
tower should
happened?
be obstructed. What's that?
Yeah, go on. I was just asking
Okay.
them what happened.
All right, so let's just, I'll post a screenshot from an Earth curvature calc. Actually, I don't have it in metric. I only have it in imperial. Okay, so basically the horizon should be 3.4 kilometers away. Okay, so we know what the horizon is. So I'm just going to post a little diagram so we can be very clear on what the horizon would have to be if the Earth's a globe. Okay, and I'll just read it out. So it's in the side chat now. Okay, so a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet. So basically, it gives you a picture of it there, and you notice how you can't see any water beyond the horizon. You shouldn't be able to see any water. That's the maximum distance you can see the water up to if you're doing an observation over water. Now, we can also calculate how much the windmill tower should be obstructed by behind the horizon. So you should only be able to see a portion of the windmill tower sticking up from behind the horizon, and the bottom 52 feet, which is about 16 meters, should be hidden behind the horizon. So what I'm going to show you now, just quickly, is a close-up. Right, this is just a close-up of the windmill towers that he's looking at, just so you can see what they look like close up. So that's just uploading now. And what you'll see is that we can see the entire windmill platform. Sorry, I keep saying platform. The entire windmill tower. Well, it is kind of a platform, I guess. Anyway, when it's low tide, we can see the black portion at the bottom where the paint's corroded off. because the salt water goes up and down there.
Yes,
Okay, so have a look at the zoom footage again. When we zoom in, we don't see any obstruction of the windmill towers. In fact, we can see the water going beyond the windmills. We can even see a boat off in the background that's going past. So if the Earth's a globe, anything that goes beyond that geometric horizon must physically be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. So the bottom 16 meters of the windmill should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, and that horizon line should be at 3.4 miles. Sorry, 3.4 kilometers, approximately.
I see.
Yeah.
There's another experiment like laser light experiment, which also proves this, confirm it.
Yeah. There's actually this guy, Dr. John D. He's a PhD. He's got a PhD, and he's a professional when it comes to optics.
I see.
So he also does laser tests. He used different spectrums of lasers, and he shoots lasers over huge distances. So on his YouTube channel, he also has a ton of different laser test videos. We've got dozens of laser test videos that we could show you as well, which is a similar principle. Basically, you're setting up the laser at a certain height, and then you have a target at the same height on the other side of the body of water, and they're attempting to hit the target with the laser. And if the Earth were a globe, then the laser should be way, way up in the air and shouldn't hit the target. But the lasers hit the targets consistently.
Then why we don't have any?
Share those videos.
Why-
Share his YouTube channel. I'll watch it later on.
Yeah, I
Because
will. Just a second.
Okay. Hey DJ, I have a question. Why we don't
Yeah,
have
go on.
any endpoint of this Earth?
Well,
Then
we're
why-
not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, and I have no idea where the endpoint would be. And I would say that nobody has ever just kept going south to see what happens that we can verify. So if you keep going south and the Earth is a globe, then you should come back to, eventually you should come back to where you started. You should come back around the other side of the globe, and come back to where you started. On a flat Earth, if you kept going south, that wouldn't happen. Obviously, you're not going to come back to where you started again. But nobody's ever done that. Nobody's ever just kept going south, which is interesting,
Earth is not
considering.
small.
Yeah, I didn't say Earth's small. I said no one's ever kept going south. Okay, so if there's an end at some point, we're not able to get to it. And there's also certain restrictions that make it very difficult to freely travel and explore in the south. Right? Once you get to 60 degrees south, there's actually a treaty called the Antarctic Treaty that prevents you traveling past there without a strict permit. A very expensive and strict permit that has a whole bunch of very difficult conditions that go along with the permit.
Not true.
But still, there's a lot of people.
Not true.
who live there.
Not true. He says, okay, who name one person since the Antarctic Treaty that freely traveled beyond 60 degrees south?
Jade Hairmaster.
Okay, he didn't have a. Okay, post your evidence.
You said name one person.
Actually, there was a guy recently that did do it. He was a Chinese guy who was flying his plane around the world, basically, to raise money for cancer research. A Chinese pilot, a young guy. And he decided to fly to Antarctica and land there without a permit. And he got thrown in jail.
That's the same thing. Also in the Arctic Ocean, not in just Antarctic.
Well, not really. You can travel to the north. Okay, they don't have the same type of restrictions, even though it is monitored. but they don't have the same type of restrictions as they do in the South. So in the 50s, they came up with the Antarctic Treaty, and yeah, you're not allowed to travel beyond 60 degrees south without a permit, without permission.
Who's not allowing you?
Who's not allowing you? Yeah, so all of the countries basically that signed the Antarctic Treaty, which is it's over 50-something countries that have signed it now. Yeah, who's not allowing you? It's I can find you the permit if you want to have a look, right? So on my server, Pickled Minds, there's a whole section called Antarctic Treaty. Refracted Space Ghost just put it in the side chat. So there's a whole channel dedicated to the Antarctic Treaty. If you want to go and read all about it, you can do that.
Okay.
Or the treaty itself is only 6 pages long. It's not difficult reading either.
See the geopolitics. There's America, China, Russia. They are big enemies for each other. But if the Earth is not globe, then why they didn't talk about it?
Well, if Russia and
always be
I mean, doesn't Russia and the United States share a space station? And they like when the astronauts apparently got stranded on the space station, and then the Russians said that they're going to be the ones that go and rescue them. So when it comes to space travel and certain things, they seem to be friends. Okay, so it really depends on how you're looking at it.
Not even China and Russia. India recently launched a mission on Moon, Chandrayaan-3. They also like have a video on camera that Earth is globe. So
yeah, but have you
think
looked at the India footage? Have you looked at the footage that they gave you from there? You know, India's one greatest recent achievement. Have you looked at the footage? I
Yeah,
mean, the footage. Look, I'm going to post the footage in the side chat. Like the footage looks even more ridiculous than NASA's footage of the moon landings. Okay, at the end of the day, you're just going to have to trust them anyway. You're not going to be able to go and check if they did what they said they did. But this footage, right? This is basically the only footage that they released of the moon, right? The rest of the footage was just CGI, like admitted to be CGI. And this little bit of footage is just silly. It doesn't show anything. It doesn't look realistic. Could easily be shot in a studio, but we can't validate it either way.
I don't think that is real.
It's all faith-based stuff. When it comes to things that are too high for you to validate, you're just going to have to believe or not believe. Okay, after spending years looking into the fakery of the NASA moon landings, even if I believed the Earth was a globe, I would still be calling fake on NASA going to the moon. And the Indian footage, I mean, most of the Indian people that come in here also agree that the footage looks very fake and that they probably faked it.
That means the whole world is celebrating a fake news.
Yeah, I don't know if the whole world is still celebrating I mean, I don't think most of the people that come in here, even if they believe the Earth's a globe, they call bullshit on the India and NASA. Well, not most people, but quite a lot of people call bullshit on the footage. People that have looked into it. I mean, I can post you some NASA footage now. I could post you some NASA footage that NASA claims to be real footage. It looks so ridiculously fake that I don't know how anyone can take it seriously. But at the end of the day, we can just go and test the surface of the Earth over and over again to try to confirm if there's curvature or not. rather than having to believe in pictures from space, we can just go and test if they actually match up with reality.
But DJ, bro, why do you think that governments are lying to us? And every single government is lying to us.
Yeah, I mean, are they lying though? What are you lying about? What in particular? Going to space or lying about the globe?
Yeah, the Earth, the
Lying
globe.
about
Like
I don't think most people that work for the government or the education system or scientific industries, I don't think that they're lying. I think that they are just repeating the information that they learnt at school. They're just memorizing the textbooks and repeating it to people. They're not going out and actually checking. They're not going to college and they're not saying, "Oh, professor, how do we really know that the Earth is a globe?" That's not a question that they're asking. They were taught that it's a globe their whole life. They've never questioned it for the most part, right? They've not gone and tested it.
Let's say that India landed on the south pole of the moon and NASA appreciated it. So why both the India Space Organization and NASA, why they both are lying?
Well, why would they not? I mean, if they're both lying and it further confirms that people can go to the moon, it's going to add more legitimacy to whether NASA went to the moon. Someone else did it too. It's going to say, okay, well, that's more evidence that we went to the moon because look, somebody else has also done it.
So, do you believe on Elon Musk? Do you think that he was also a lying person?
Yeah, I think I don't think he's lying about the Earth being a globe, but I wouldn't know if he's lying about that. But he's definitely lying about things like sending a Tesla car into space, for example.
But
remember when he said he sent the Tesla car into space? And even he said it looks fake.
Yeah, it's
So
okay,
DJ,
but
DJ?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes. Hold on a second.
can
Off the
I-
Richter. Just want to answer his question. Yeah. What were you going to say?
yeah, I'm not gonna talk about countries or like that. But I wanna know that if the Earth is flat, then why we don't have any end point of this Earth? Like,
Well, maybe there is an end point. We just can't get. We just don't have anyone that's been able to go there and confirm this. We're not claiming to know that. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. The globe side are claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're testing that claim. And when we test it, it doesn't match up with what we're being told. Remember, flat's not a shape, right? A globe is a shape, but a flat is just a descriptive term to describe, in this context, a surface area that's not curving over distance. Like bumpy, smooth, flat, rigid, it's just a descriptive term. So what we're talking about is the surface of the water, which covers most of the known surface area of the Earth, not curving over distance. And by default, if you have a large surface area that's not curving, it's flat by default.
But it's not. Can I get you to post that picture, please, DJ, that I sent to you because I can't post.
Sure.
Thank you very much. And that Chinese guy that got arrested, he got arrested for filing incorrect flight plans by the Chilean government.
Yeah, because he went to the part of Antarctica that's owned by the Chilean government.
It's the incorrect flight plans. He's what he got arrested for.
Incorrect flight plans. So okay. So he went to Antarctica and he got arrested for incorrect flight plans.
Not for landing on Antarctica.
Okay. But that's what he did, and that's what got him arrested.
Getting into trouble and being forced to land on Antarctica was what drew it to attention that he had filed incorrect flight plans. If he didn't get in trouble and he didn't need to land in Antarctica, no one would have been any the wiser.
Okay. So who's gone to Antarctica and not got in trouble without a permit?
About 10,000. I think it's about, no, I think 2022, there's 106,000 people, I think, visited Antarctica as tourists.
Yeah, they all had permission through the jurisdiction of the tour company or travel company that they were going there with, whether it be a flight company that does the drive-by tours from Australia, okay, to a particular section of Antarctica that's owned by Australia or designated to Australia, and then the other ones going from Chile or whatever, okay, they have permits, right? They have deals with the government where they need to have permission. We're talking about an independent person going there, not with a tour group, not with an organized tour group that's government run.
You said you couldn't. It's not government run, it's private enterprise. You said you couldn't go there unless you had extremely difficult to get permits. So the story's changed.
No, it isn't.
So you can go with the tour
you need to get a you need to go through a designated.
Don't need any permits.
Yeah, that's not free exploration, though, is it? I said freely explore. Yeah, so that none of them are freely exploring Antarctica, are they? They're going to designated zones on tours. It's not free exploration. You can't just jump on a boat yourself and just go to Antarctica past 60 degrees south without permission.
Can you go to the Ukraine without getting permission? Can you go? Can I land in America without permission?
No, you can just get get permission. You can easily get permission to go to the Ukraine. I could drive there right now, probably, and get across the border with just a basic tourist visa.
Paperwork, yeah, passport.
Yeah, so it's probably $50 or if not free, and you just fill out a form and then you can go. It's not the same deal when it comes to freely going to Antarctica. For example, there was a U.S. Navy SEAL that just wanted to carry to tow a little sled across a little section of Antarctica for an endurance challenge. And he had to raise over $1 million to pay for all of the conditions that went along with his permit just to be able to drag a sled across a small section of Antarctica. He had to pay hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to have safety teams on standby. And he had to he makes videos on Instagram explaining all of the crazy costs, right? Because he had to raise the money independently, which he did do, and he did go there. But it cost him over $1 million just to land there and drag a little sled across a certain section because of all of the restrictions that were basically requirements to be able to get the permit to do what he was doing. It's not as simple as just getting a visa and going to Thailand or something like that.
I understand that.
It's a false analogy.
Which country's just going to leave you to die? None of them. They're going to have to come and get you if you get into trouble.
Yeah, that doesn't change the fact that it's expensive and difficult and that there's restrictions to the permit. Yeah, all of those things. Okay, so you can give reasoning for it. I'm not saying there's not reasoning behind it.
Anyway, there's 4 in the morning. You still haven't posted that picture. I've got to go to bed. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Yeah, hold on a second. I got the picture ready to post here.
Okay.
All right, so explain the picture. It's uploading now.
So that's Brisbane Airport. Just to show there's no window distortion, no lens distortion. Straight lines are straight lines. And
all right.
And then out the window of the plane. Taken by me, 36,000 foot.
Okay. All right. You take it with your mobile phone or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the focal length on the lens of your mobile phone? 18 millimeters, probably, something like that.
What's the difference? There's no distortion on the ground one, and there's curvature in the right one.
Yeah, so there's no distinct lines to be able to check for the curvature in the top one because we have topology, we have planes and buildings and terrain and that kind of thing. We don't have a horizon. We don't have a horizon for comparison in the bottom image. In the top image, okay, you're using a phone camera, which obviously has barrel distortion. Okay, it's like a wide angle. It's like a wide angle shot.
Why can't we see it in the left photo? Why can't we see it in the left photo?
You don't have a line in the left photo. You don't have a horizon line. You have a local horizon, which is obviously topography. What lines? What
have a
lines?
look at the picture.
It's like a big roundabout, a green roundabout. We've got curving lines. We've got terrain and planes and buildings in the background. What line are you talking about? What horizontal line? What horizontal line? So you're denying lens distortion right now, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, I am, because there's no distortion.
Yeah, I am. Great clip. Thanks for that little soundbite. Yeah.
Well, everyone else can see the photo, man. They can make up their minds. Anyway, thanks for having me on, everyone.
Yeah, so I'm going to show some counter footage right now from 40,000 feet, where I was flying above Alaska. Okay, so I'll just post some images in the side chat. So obviously when we have a low focal length lens, we have lens distortion. Anyone can look this up. Just go on any AI or any optics website and you can just double check. Okay, so as you pan the camera around, you're going to see distortion of lines in the distance. Happens every single time. All right, so here's two pictures, horizons above the center of the frame and horizons below the center of the frame, 40,000 feet. All right, we see a convex horizon in the top one and a concave horizon in the bottom one, proving that it's just lens distortion. The Glober's arguments are getting weaker by the day.
Right. So he's saying that the proof of gravity containing gas pressure in a vacuum is the atmosphere, which is begging the question. Right. Yep. We know that that's what the claim is. Now, can you demonstrate that? How can you produce an isolated example where you can show us that gravity is a force that is reversing the trajectory of gas molecules with their expansion into a vacuum? I can provide many examples of a vacuum and soda cans bursting when the vacuum is pulled inside the container against your claimed force of gravity.
Yep. It's curtains for the globe, Walmart bag. There's nowhere to go. And now you have an opportunity. For you, there is a place to go. You can unmute yourself and you can speak to us because you're not going to use the side chat for your baseless claims anymore. But you can come in here and talk to us. We'd be happy to hear you and have a conversation with you. Don't be scared. Don't be afraid.
Don't clench.
Well, let the record show that Walmart Bag refuses to engage in conversation with flat earthers, will only make baseless claims in the side chat, And now they're gone.
Isn't that crazy? This is all they do, time and time again. They just throw a bunch of shit in our chat room and then run at the first sign of trouble.
Yep. That is becoming more common. The side chat has become a haunt for, baseless claims and people that now are refusing to come into the VC. So Love Drama yesterday was banned for like 7 days, and I'm wondering if this is another sock account. I guess we'll never know because we never hear their voice, but whatever.
I love how they bring up the barometric formula as evidence of gravity-containing gas. When the barometric formula, little g in that formula, is only describing a statistical distribution of that gas. And there are many potential reasons for that statistical distribution. One of them is that exactly the container itself that we're living in. We are close to a wall of the container. We're actually walking on it. Where else is gas supposed to expand when it's generated against the wall? It's not going to. It's going to find room to expand and thin out as it moves away from the wall. There's more volume on top of a mountain for gas to move than there is at your feet. So first you have a gradation of available space. You want to talk about a gradient? There's a gradient of available space. And you get more space the higher you go, the further away from the container of our pressurized system that you're walking on. That's one. Number two, there's a pretty consistent temperature gradient as well, isn't there? Number three, there's a consistent gradient showing where the formation of gas is at the surface relative to where gas is not formed so much in the air. So you have the presence of more gas forming at the surface in the first instance where there's less volume for it to expand into versus on top of a mountain away from the source of gas production where it's cooler than it was at the surface and where there's more space. I already said where there's more space for it. Yeah, there's more space for it to expand into. So it's further away from the source of generation, further away from a barrier, and the temperature's less. Like, come on, this is what we observe in reality. Is that not sufficient to explain this?
Yeah, DJ was talking about that the other day. The temperature difference, and so we always kind of understand that pressure and temperature are associated. And I'm trying to think to myself, which one came first, the chicken or the egg? Is it colder because there's less? You made an interesting point. When there's terrain or higher altitudes, typically the terrain is much more non-uniform, right? So there's valleys and peaks and whatnot. So there is more available area, I guess, for the gas to expand into. That's an interesting point. But I'm trying to figure out, why is it we say the word thinner or less pressure, and I'm trying to understand, can we actually get a density reading that is consistent, or is the density, cold air is more compact, isn't that correct? Is it more dense?
Yeah. Yep,
right.
It is, and that causes displacement, yeah.
Right. So cold air is more dense, but it is not as excited. So it doesn't have as much kinetic energy. It's not going to create as much pressure.
Right.
So
it's lazier.
It's lazier. So I would like to know what the ultimate density of the air is comparatively. So if it's warmer down lower, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Why is it warmer lower, or why is there more pressure lower? Is it because of the surface area absorbing the heat from the sun and therefore making the gas more excited? To me, it's like all this balancing act. Is it more dense, or is it just more excited? Is the density the same, but different states of temperature or different states of energy potential? It's all kind of, I'm trying to figure this out.
Yeah, I think it's really complex, honestly, and nobody has actually figured it out. Nobody's actually been able to figure out and create like a comprehensive model of the atmosphere of the Earth, globe or flat.
Right.
Yeah, and it's a delicate balancing act, and it's a dynamic system at the same time. So there's just so much going on. You've got the diurnal heating and cooling of the sun. You've got weather generation and high pressure and low pressure systems moving around each other. And it's also rest in peace for the globers. Is that if I were to take a sample of the air that's at the surface and compare it to a sample of the air on top of Mount McKinley, I'm going to have less of it, but it's going to be the same ratio, the same mixture. So this is a demonstration of how gas does not stratify by molecular weight, because the claim is that the mass of the gas is attracted to the mass of the Earth. Well, then how come heavier particles don't seem to exhibit any preferred attraction over lighter particles? Why is it we don't see pools of radon on the surface of the Earth, pools of carbon dioxide suffocating us? And why is it that the mixture is pretty even, an even ratio comparatively? And we also have examples in cave systems that have been isolated completely from the outside world. And people take a sample of what's inside and study it. And you don't have gas stratification by molecular weight happening within a contained environment deep in an underground cave either.
Yeah.
So it's just really interesting. It's really interesting.
So when you go up a mountain, you have less oxygen, right? Like if you go up to the top of Mount Everest, obviously there's a lot less oxygen, but there's just a lot less of everything, but it's the same amount of each of the gases. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Just less of all of them, but still the same mixture.
Exactly. Like, you're going to find as a percentage, the prevalence of like the nitrogen to oxygen to all the others is going to be the same.
Right. What about helium?
That I'm sucking in helium.
Yeah. Is there? Okay, that's a great point actually, and I like the point that you were making, or that you make quite often, about Avogadro's law as well.
Yeah. Gas pressure is not modeled as a consequence of gravity. Now, in hydrodynamics and fluid dynamics, they do use gravity. That's like where you get the barometric pressure from. But gravity is not a force. It's a statistical distribution. It's describing the observation itself. It's not providing a presumed cause, because you can't manipulate the G. So what we have in systems is, at least with the barometric formula in our system, we have more gases at the surface where they're produced in the first instance. Shocker. And we have less of it where it's not produced. And why isn't it equalizing? Well, it's also a dynamic system. You've got a big temperature gradient. So you've got a source gradient, you've got a temperature gradient, and you've got a volumetric gradient. There's more available space. So there's like the concept of entropy is related to like the mean free path of gas molecule expansion. If you have more space for gases to move into versus less space, you're obviously going to create a system where you have a flow state from one to the other. You're going to try and have an equalization, and the pressure is going to be different throughout the process of it attempting to equalize, but it's never equalizing. And our system does not allow for the gas to reach a state of equalization. Now, what they'll claim is that gravity produced this gradient, and this gradient, 14 psi, thinning out as you go up, is stable. But how is this? This is measured in aggregate, right? Like this is not even measured in aggregate. It's statistically derived in aggregate. At the smaller level, you've got a constant pressure changing all the time. Pressure changing throughout the day.
What's their explanation for this? Right? Let's say what is it? Sea plankton creates 80% or something like that of the oxygen in the air. Okay, so let's just focus on one little oxygen molecule.
Okay.
Yeah.
It comes up out of the ocean or whatever, right? How does it make it up to like 30,000 feet with gravity involved?
Right.
according to
So
the
why?
Globus?
Yeah, it's at its most energetic. Well, they'll say it's at its most energetic state when it's produced, but it's not like what slows down the gas molecule is temperature, is a cooling. So there's going to be less of it. There's going to be less friction for it to bump into, and it's moving away from a heated surface into a cooler area. You know what's happening is the gas. I would envision the gas molecule that was released by the plankton is slowing down and becoming more malaise, and it's cooling.
Here's what I want to know. I understand that we have a dynamic system and that there are pressure differences, but since it's tied to temperature, it's all kind of the same. We also have temperature differences everywhere, and they're constantly moving around, right? It's a big soup that's getting stirred essentially by the sun, the heating of the day and then the cooling of the night, right? So there's these cycles and it moves around and you have wind. We've got all that. Just because we have less oxygen at higher altitudes, does that necessarily mean that the actual density or the potential for the density of the air itself to be any different than it is down low? Having less of one particular gas molecule doesn't necessarily mean that the amount of gas at that altitude is any less dense. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm reminded of a study I read. I really want to go dig it up. I'm sure any of you want to be intrepid Googlers, go find it. It was talking about how if you were to give gas a huge, crazy huge space, volume for it to move in, that the gas starts to behave in ways that we don't expect, that you do get a clumping of higher pressure and lower pressure. It has to do with the mean free paths, with the available space the gas wants to move in for some reason. And I think maybe the speculation is there might be intermolecular forces at play that keeps it together. But they showed a box and they showed gas that did not fully expand into the box, and it created kind of like what looked like a nebula, to be honest.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, like the gas just gave up. I mean, just kind of slowed down and stopped and said, I'm just going to stay here.
I'd like to see that. Is that in a video or something like that?
I don't know about a video. It was in a paper I was reading on this. I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird. That's kind of like, because classical kinetic molecular theory says that the gas molecules will expand and just infinitely expand unless the conditions change. Gas is almost like light or something. It's kind of weird, like propagates. So like it doesn't lose energy on its own. Something has to cause it to lose energy. But given like a freaking huge volume, something happens. Something changes. So
that's just mind-boggling.
I don't understand it
in itself how it doesn't lose energy.
Yeah, that's yeah.
It's crazy. What's some of these claims I haven't looked into? Superfluids. I need to spend some time digging deep into superfluids. But some of the things they say about superfluids, about like if you put it into motion, it will just forever stay in motion.
That's right.
Like what the hell?
That's right. And superfluids defy gravity. They will start climbing up the walls of the container like a fluid will not obey the barometric pressure formula. The liquid, I should say. The liquid does not obey the barometric pressure formula. That's kind of nuts. You put it in a container and it will start climbing up the walls of the container against the force of gravity trying to escape. And so little g, I mean, I have no problem really with little g. It's just a description. It's like one of these billions of other constants that keep showing up again and again in physics. It's almost like when you do accounting work, you're trying to balance out like the debits and the credits. And if you can't quite make it work, can't quite make it balance, you plug the number. You plug it with a number and you make it balance. And that plug becomes a constant. Because you keep trying to balance again and again and the same number keeps showing up as a plug. And then you give it a name. Because it tends to show up all the time. Every time you do this operation, try to balance the equation out, you got a missing hole. You're like, okay, well, there must be a constant in here. Boom. Yeah, I wouldn't profess to be an expert at all on gas behavior. It's spooky. It's one of these topics that just keeps getting deeper, like almost every topic. Like there's always going to be somebody out there who's going to know a little bit more than you do about it. Guaranteed. I mean, if you think about it, gravity is going to be claimed to compress gas. What does that mean? That you heat up a gas and it wants to expand outward in all directions. Okay, and let's say it's expanding away from the floor because it's not going to go through the floor. So you're going to find the prevalence going up. And the claim is that gravity alone causes a force that yanks on that molecule and pulls it back down. The gas is trying to move away from everything to equalize because these gas molecules are vibrating and shooting off in every direction. They need space. They need space for the energy to distribute. And gravity is negating that. Gravity's saying, no, F you. You're not allowed to expand. I'm going to hold you down to the earth. And this would cause a friction, a constant compression, and a reheating up of the gas. And then if this has been going on for billions of years, how come Earth hasn't turned into a freaking plasma ball yet? I mean, in order for the Globers to make sense, they kind of need to have an origin story for all of this too. And of course they don't have one. They got all these different ideas and they got their outer space magic. Gravity in its current form, the way it's understood publicly and popularly is just an explanation to support the outer space myth. I mean, why is there an apparent gradient? Well, you know what? The structure of our world allows it to be this way. You've got more space to move the further away from the surface you move. Derp. Yeah, but why do dense things go down? I don't know. Why do less dense things separate from dense things by going up?
What do you think about the two primary directions of just only up and only down? That's the only two primary directions.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. The way I kind of conceived of this is things of different densities arrange themselves in a vertical stack, and things that are of the same density arrange themselves horizontally.
Yeah.
You know, and this may just be one of these fundamental things about our world that it is what it is, like the right-hand rule that keeps showing up everywhere.
So I will give my personal opinion, right, about this. But as far as I can tell, and someone is, you can correct me if you think I'm wrong and show me why I'm wrong. I'm happy to hear it. But because we observe these two primary directions, right, up and down, when it comes to, you know, matter and if it's allowed to freely move within its particular medium, it's going to do one or the other. And because we only observe this, you know, I think we probably screwed up by saying it's really an experiment to change the density of a medium and watch something go up, like, you know, with the salt water and the egg, It's like, okay, now we've confirmed that you can get this reaction by changing the medium. We already know the item within the thicker medium is going to go up if it's less dense, and vice versa. So we observe this. It's a bit like a natural law to me. It has to just be part of the design in the place that we live, and it's very practical and predictable, and we use it. But I don't know if you can really ascribe a cause. It's almost like it's programmed in. It's a law to me. Now, if someone has a difference of opinion or has something to show me that would refute that, then I'm happy to hear it. But to me, you know, when they talk about the laws of gravity, I think they're just talking about the laws of relative density. That's all I can think of.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? To add to that, there's something spooky going on with molecular bonds. I have this nagging suspicion that the presence of bonds between particles is in molecules is somehow contributing to this behavior, this phenomenon. Because gas molecules absolutely do not abide by what we understand gravity to be in the popular sense. But suddenly you add bonds, right, in a liquid or in a solid, and now you've got this behavior. I have to go. I have a meeting. I should probably go. I need to sign into it. So I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, you don't have to appeal to gravity. Just air molecules have weight. That's why.
Yeah. So I know you don't like to. Yeah, but that's goes hand in hand with gravity on a globe.
Right, but I'm saying we don't have to argue about the cause of weight. We could just talk about the weight of the molecules, and that's why the pressure of a container is higher at the bottom than the top.
Define weight.
I don't think.
What do you mean? You know what weight is? It's like how much weight objects have.
Yeah, what is weight?
Weight is the force that pulls something towards the bottom, towards...
Oh, is that how it's defined? Weight is a force that pulls things down.
Right.
Yeah, okay. So weight is now pulling things. It's not gravity?
I'm saying that I think gravity causes weight, but
I don't give a shit what you think, Matthew.
Okay, then goodbye.
Bye. I found that Matthew's only tactic is to tell us about what he thinks. I'm not here to hear about what you opine or think or want to believe. Substantiate your claim with something.
Yeah, he's like a record on repeat when it comes to every single one of these conversations. He said, like, I've had that exact conversation with him like at least a dozen times, and he says the same thing every single time. And he refuses to talk about gravity.
We believe.
He just has the same talking points for the last like 5 years straight. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's old and tired. If he brings, sometimes he's jovial and comes in and just wants to talk about things that aren't related to the topic, but he's chill, that's fine. Whatever. But if you're going to come in and just start telling us about your opinion or your own subjective position on something without any evidence, I'm not really interested.
Yeah, usually what I challenge him with is to provide an actual experiment that's been done where we have a static system that accounts for all of the variables and has a higher pressure at the bottom than the top of the static system that has accounted for all of the possible variables that could cause that to happen. And there isn't one that exists.
Right. What they're still doing is they're saying high pressure down low, low pressure up high, see gravity. No. It doesn't work that way.
I still want to know how's the oxygen getting up to the top, how's it getting up to 30,000 feet?
Right.
With the gravity. How's that happen? And what, so it's just like some of them can break through the gravity, can they, and get up there?
Yeah, the gravity wall.
Yeah. It's like
Indio in the house?
Indio. Sup, Indio.
What's up? How's my mic?
Mike's pretty good.
Sounds good.
A little quiet.
Hold on.
You know, I have a question. I always see that old man in people's profile pictures in their flat Earth community. Who is that?
He's a character from Kill Bill.
Yeah, Pai
Mei.
Is he a flat earther or something?
Probably.
No, it's a movie. Ever heard of Kill Bill?
No, I know what Kill Bill is. I just recognize a pattern. That's all. My apologies.
I mean, he's a what is it? What do they call it? Taoist priest or something? Shinto priest. They're not Shinto. Taoist.
How's it going, Seisu?
I mean, China was flat Earth, so yeah, he's probably a flat earther.
What's up?
So how you doing? Have you ever seen the movie Guess Who?
Nope.
It's a good movie. It has Bernie Mac in it.
It'd probably be funny. It's got Bernie Mac.
Rest in peace, though, for real.
Rest in peace. What brings you in positivity?
I like conspiracies.
Okay. Which ones do you like?
Ooh, I know you're live on YouTube. I don't want to get nothing flagged,
The
but
one he's in.
I like researching like aliens, UFOlogy, CIA, psychological warfare, all that good stuff. That's
Okay.
what I mean.
Okay. Do you think that the flat Earth is a conspiracy?
I feel like some of it could contribute, like the controlled opposition and stuff, like the Flat Earth Society. That's definitely like a psyop of some kind.
Possibly. The thing about flat Earth is people use that term conspiracy, but I think sometimes they're kind of missing what the word actually means. So to conspire, right, is to have one or at least two individuals, secretly planning to do something, right, without anybody else's knowledge. Now, it doesn't have to be nefarious. It can be like two people conspiring to plan a surprise birthday party, right, for a group of people. So it doesn't have to be bad, although we typically associate it that way because we think, keeping secrets is in general a bad thing to do, especially if it's truth that is important, to hide a truth or something like that. But I don't know if flat falls under that category. Now, people could conspire to devise a plan about a lie, and that would be the globe, because the Earth itself cannot be hidden. It can't be secret. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, for sure. I do. I came here to learn about. So someone once told me that the final Antarctica experiment is created by a shill, and I would like to discuss that experiment.
I don't know if Will Duffy is a shill of any kind. Those are things that are hard to prove. You know what I mean? Like, he could just be some, pastor from a church that has a desire to expose some kind of, in his mind, flat Earth conspiracy, and have some good funding behind him, and be totally above board. Like, I don't know if he's a shill, if he's showing up to infiltrate anything. I have no idea. There's a lot of people that don't like the flat Earth, and I wouldn't call them shills.
But yeah, we could call him other things though, like a slimy sophist, or something like that, like a greasy businessman that has a track history of ripping people off and a whole stack of lawsuits and things like that are ongoing. And then when he debates the topic, he's extremely fallacious, and he's kind of shitty at debating the topic in general, to be honest. And I think he probably did this to make money, but I can't prove exactly what his motive is. But yeah, he kind of sucks. The final experiment, didn't do anything. It brought more people into looking into the topic, if anything. And it shut down some shitty flat Earth arguments that were out there as well. And we were able to get rid of Jaren, and now the globe side has Jaren, which is great.
Yeah,
that's just the kick. We've been cleaning up that idiot's mess for years. And
oh my gosh,
yeah, we don't. I mean, we'll still have to do it, but at least he can't say any more dumb things that we have to clean up.
I'm interested about the Earth curve math being wrong. I want to see some some sources about that, because I do believe I've actually heard that before, that the Earth's curve doesn't, like, the mathematics behind that doesn't add up.
Oh yeah. Yep, never matches up, and not even close. It's not like a little bit off. It's completely off. Like, if you have, like, most people don't realize how much curvature there actually is over a relatively short distance. Like, I have a 21-mile observation. If we calculate on a globe how much curvature there should be over a 21-mile body of water, it's 293 feet, which is kind of like a 29-story building, like a big skyscraper worth. Okay, and we can zoom in across a 21-mile lake, and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. We see zero obstruction. And these kind of results are consistent. Like, with the observation I'm talking about, they did it during the day, and they could see the shoreline on the other side. Then they waited till it got dark, and then they did it again because there's lights on the shoreline, or near the shoreline on the other side, so they could see it even clearer at nighttime. Both times it was clear. And then they shot high-powered lasers across the lake and could hit their targets. So when we go out and we do...
Do you have, like, a video of, like, this experiment? I'm actually really interested in that.
Yeah, I got some... There's a whole video, which I'll post, but I've got some, like, clips and stuff here. So
honestly, I'm not too, like, knowledgeable about stuff like this, because, I understand where you guys come from, because I used to research a lot about 9/11 and the physics being broken. And a lot of people would be like, "Oh, this is silly, this is, like, stupid, and this and that." So I understand, like I've been in here a couple of times. Sometimes I take the joke a little too far, but, like, honestly, there has to be some science.
Yeah, so... Well, this is the thing. I mean, there's certain characteristics that have to be present if the Earth is a globe, and one of them is that the water has to be curving. So even to have gravity, okay, they say that everything's being pulled towards the center of the globe. Okay, and that means that the water would have to be curving at a certain rate. So they tell us the exact size of the globe, and we can calculate exactly how much curvature there would have to be over this distance, and it has to be there if the Earth's a globe, because you can't have the globe without gravity, and you can't have gravity without the globe. So if the water's not curving, right, that would debunk gravity, and that would debunk the globe radius at the same time. Kind of goes hand in hand, really.
Hold on, my apologies. I'll be back. My cat's fucking knocking shit over. Hold on.
Yeah, you're right, man.
Yeah, Matt was making the dumb gravity gas pressure nonsense. Is that what he was doing?
Yeah, he says that his argument every single time is that if you're in a room, there's always going to be higher pressure at the bottom of the room than at the top of the room. And that proves that gas has weight and is being pulled towards the Earth by gravity.
Oh, okay. So, I want to get one of these guys to tell me how come gravity isn't in the phase diagram for liquid, solid, and gas. Because shouldn't it be in there? Shouldn't it be dial up gravity? It would turn a gas into liquid and then into a solid?
Yeah, you would think so.
Have to. So, basically, if we turn down the gravity, all the oceans are turned to steam. But if they turn to steam with less gravity, well, that would be a higher energetic state. So where did that energy, how come losing gravity created more energy? It's actually against, so, like, wouldn't that be against thermodynamics? Because gas is in a higher energetic state than a liquid. But then the crushing pressure is what's turning it into the liquid in the first place. That's like thermodynamically backwards.
Hello.
Hope everyone's doing well today.
Doing well, thanks, Bennett. Hope you're doing good.
Have you ever met a communist flat earther?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, I was just curious because I believe like the first people in space. Well, if you believe in space, the first people in space were like communists. I believe like cosmonauts. I think one of them died or something.
There's a cosmonaut that said recently in an interview, I forget exactly when he said it, but he said if anyone says that they've been to space, they're lying to you. Blatantly said it.
You have It kind of reminds me of. There's this one guy that tried to make Buzz Aldrin swear on the Bible that the moon landing was real. But the main interesting fact was when Buzz Aldrin and his son went back inside, they accidentally had their mic on, and then his son was like, "Should we call the CIA on him?" That's funny. It reminds me of that.
You're mixing up. That was Astronauts Gone Wild, and you're mixing it up a little bit. The CIA thing, I think that was Collins, and Buzz Aldrin's a different astronaut who sucker punched Bart Sibrel. Now, here's the funny thing: Bart Sibrel, the guy that made that video, he just did a debate with an astronaut, an Apollo astronaut. It's on a channel called Danny Jones. You should watch it. I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah,
you should just watch it to see how bricked this astronaut is when confronted with like the evidence that they didn't go. He's just like stuck on stupid, stuck on repeat.
That's one thing
it's
I'll
pretty
give you
crazy.
Because I seen an archive. I think it was Buzz Aldrin.
This
you know
just
that view?
happened like 2 weeks ago. This debate.
Do you remember? Have you ever seen this footage of the moon landing where they're showing like the Earth through a window, but then you could hear like someone on the radio. They're like, "Okay, get ready to say this and that," but then they expose that it was just a reflection.
Yeah, it was a partial Earth, and they stuck a piece of paper up to make it look like a crescent. It's like if you still believe that dudes went to the moon after listening to this guy, God help you.
So what was?
Yeah.
How did you get down this space is fake rabbit hole?
Okay, hold on 1 second.
No problem.
No means yes, guy. Dude, everything you just posted, if the moon landing was fake, thousands of independent engineers, countries, radio astronomers would have had to fake it consistently for 50 years. That is utter horseshit. Okay? It's nonsense. Anyway, what were you saying? Positive only? Positivity only?
I low-key forgot. I was eating the kiwi. My bad. Hold on, I'm about to watch this video you sent.
It's a debate. So I mean, Bart Sibrel, that video you were talking about. This guy, the bald guy on the right, he's the one that made that video, "Astronauts Gone Wild," and tried to get astronauts to swear on the Bible.
That's funny because they're Freemasons. So
Yeah,
it's weird that they did
okay. Yeah, no means yes. Mockery is not evidence, just like claims are not evidence. Your claim is baseless bullshit. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Wait, what about the people that saw the supposedly they're like the Apollo rocket? Like, is there any footage of like where it went, or did it like arc? I seen that rockets arc; they don't really go up.
I mean, there's a couple Soviet scientists who said there's no way, based upon the trajectory and how fast it was going, it could have reached anywhere. They said it couldn't even reach space. That's on a website called Aulis.com. It's AU. You point out your claims are baseless because they're not based upon any fact. There's no facts in there. You're just saying it.
Do you think the KGB and CIA could have collaborated on like faking space and this whole like space race rivalry?
Yeah, we already know they did. We got the documents.
Oh, you got CIA documents?
They said it when they created NASA. The creation of NASA, the documents. Hold on, let me find them real quick. I think I saved them.
Yeah, to me, the most striking thing is the photographs.
Save them again? Freaking.
I was gonna say I'm looking up the death of this cosmonaut. Hold on, let me see. Vladimir Komarov.
How they felt is irrelevant. The matter is whether the evidence you haven't no means yes. You haven't presented any evidence. If the moon landing, blah 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 blah, you made a conjecture of what should have to happen. You haven't presented any evidence that that's actually true. Okay, now present the evidence that all these things, these conditions would have to happen. Present evidence of it, not just something out of your head, which you imagine to be true.
Yeah, to me, the documentary American Moon, that's the mic drop.
No Mike, yeah, I'm sure these guys, no broke Mike gang, unite.
I'm about to look. I'm watching it. Should we watch American Moon?
This guy, okay, so there's documents. Did you know that? Let's just go in reverse. So about a month and a half ago now, Trump issued an executive order making NASA's primary function an intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security. That's their primary function now, not space. That's an executive order that was signed, I don't know, a month and a half ago.
You ever play Call of Duty Zombies? I feel like you would like it because it talks about
Nazi
like
zombies.
Yeah,
love Nazi
actually, that's
zombies,
based off Rostov.
I love Nazi zombies, bro.
Yeah,
I can solo Der Reese. That's the second one. I can get to like level 30 solo, which is freaking crazy madness.
I've also heard that like when you look
at it got too weird. It's not simple enough anymore. I just like shooting zombies. I don't want to freaking. And the power-ups are cool, but like it became like a puzzle game. I don't freaking dig that shit.
I feel like zombies turned into like an MMO RPG almost.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It became like a puzzle game. Freaking, you gotta like level up and shit. Like, what the fuck's that? They should have just kept it simple. Where it's just straight up reflex, dude. That's you know what I mean saying? It was just like the beginning, it was just straight up reflex. How fast can you kill zombies? That's it. Anyway, Yoder's not here right now, but Yoder, like, there's a bunch of documentation from NASA's formation that they said that the whole purpose of creating NASA was to create the illusion of technological superiority so no one would oppose the United States.
I think am I roboting?
Not really.
Yeah, a lot of the videos from back then, that looked, I guess, realistic to the population back then, just obvious fakery when viewing them now.
Oh, especially like the old ones, like the Mercury and Gemini. They're literally stop motion animation. It's pathetic.
Yeah, we had a guy in here yesterday that was 50-50 on the moon landings. And after showing him about 5 or 10 clips of claimed real footage, he was 0% after believing the moon landings happened after that. He was pissed. He couldn't believe how ridiculous the footage looked. He was like just gobsmacked.
Yeah, when I first, my oldest son is 24 now, but when he's like, I don't know, he's like 14 or 15, I showed him the takeoff, the Apollo 15 takeoff. I'm like, hey, check this out. I didn't tell him what it was. He had no idea. He'd never seen it before. He didn't grow up watching TV and crap like that. So he's like, man, that's some cheap special effects. I'm like, no, dude, that's the moon takeoff, man. That's the actual footage from taking off from the moon. He couldn't believe it, dude. He hasn't believed in that shit since then. I ruined his childhood. He didn't even get to believe the moon landing for 10 minutes.
That's hilarious. But I showed the same footage to Josh Ingersoll, and he was just defending it like crazy. It was hilarious. He's like, what? Like, what is wrong with it? It looks great.
There's an official story about how they remote controlled it. That the camera was remote controlled from Houston, and that they trained. And yeah, there's an actual document of a guy that I don't remember if he was like giving a conference talk or something like that. And talk about, yeah, we trained to remote control it. And this talk was done in the 90s, right? So we had to train for the 2-second delay, right? So they synchronized like their filming, right? Because you know how the camera pans up perfectly centered.
Yeah.
Everything's all perfectly centered, and it was so great. We got it perfectly. We trained so hard. It's such a bullshit story.
It's ridiculous. Is that what they say? They say that they're doing with the Mars rover and the Mars little helicopter thing. Is it the same thing?
Yeah,
they're just remote controlling it.
Yeah. The remote controlling it with like, I don't know, was this like a 16-minute delay or something? When you space nerds, what's the delay? What's the delay of the speed away from Mars? Come on, NASA fanboys, you should know. This was on the test. Yeah, like Apollo cameramen, like they like Hollywood should go to NASA and train because they're the greatest cameramen that have ever lived. Ever. By far. Like no one's even close. They can take it perfect film shots where everything is centered and it's all perfect without knowing the exposure, with no light meter, with no viewfinder, strapped to their chest with big fat gloves where they can barely push the frickin' button, and they take thousands of perfect photographs. Something like one of the Apollo detectives guys said that it would be something like a photograph like every 15 seconds the entire time they were there. It's like some astronomical amount of photography. And like less than 1/10 of 1% of the photographs are shit. The greatest photographers in the history of, I mean, I don't know what to say. They are on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I mean, maybe that's why they're there for cinematography.
Yeah.
Well, what's crazy to me is I've had photographer friends that will defend the photographs and believe the story. I'm just like, bro, there's no way you can believe that those are legitimate photographs. Like, not in a studio.
Well, have they used your friends? Do they use film? Have they used film photography?
I think the argument was the shots of the moon to the Earth, and talking about how the different lenses or aperture. I don't remember, but but you know how it looks really small sometimes and really big other times.
Yeah. I know that argument that zoom in, zoom out, right? The field of view changes it, but that only matters when the object is close. Okay, that matters. So if you had, like, say, a physical globe, and it was across the room 10 feet, yeah, that would matter. But when the object is far relative to the size of the camera, that doesn't matter, because at all distances it's a pinhole. Zooming in and out isn't gonna. You're not seeing around the sides of it. It's totally different. See, this is what they don't understand. They're used to taking pictures of terrestrial objects. They're not talking about taking a picture of something that's 100,000 miles away, right? Like their brain doesn't even comprehend that the geometry is completely different. Everything is parallel. There is no zooming the camera in and out doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you were doing a portrait shot of someone on one side of a football field and the basketball was on the ground way on the other side. Like, no matter what zoom you did wouldn't affect that.
Yeah, it's like if you took a picture of a mountain 100 miles away, right? You're like when the globe shots, right? So one will be like where North America takes up the entire globe, and then let's zoomed out, you can see that the Atlantic and Pacific in North America is small. If you took a mountain 100 miles away and took a photograph and zoomed in and out, you wouldn't just see the center of the mountain and not the edges, and then if zoomed out, you see the edges and with the center as well. Like, it doesn't work like that. It's because that mountain's so far away compared to you zooming in and out, right? You move the camera zoom, 4 inches relative to 100 miles. That's infinitesimal. It didn't even move. But if it's across the room, 4 inches matters, right? It's actually at that scale, it makes a difference. But at the scale of hundreds of thousands of miles, it doesn't mean anything. It hasn't even moved.
So you're saying that they calculated the photos, and all the photos they have means like someone had to be snapping a picture every 15 seconds. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, they took something like 5,000 photographs or something.
That's crazy.
Well, because they only spent like a limited. We know, like, according to them, they spent, I don't know what the total number of hours on the moon is. 8. How do you take 5,000 photographs in fucking 8 hours? And I'm talking about across all the missions, right? So that, like, they only spent like a few hours on the moon. It's not like that they were there for a long time. They just I think on the first one, like 3,000 photographs in like freaking 3 hours or something. 1,000 photographs an hour. Freaking dude, you have freaking blisters on your fingers from pushing a button that much.
Yeah, man. The American Moon documentary for me is like, if anyone who wants to really investigate, I mean, I love it just because you have these world-class photographers innocently being approached with these photos, and they're like, oh wait, yeah, this is multiple light sources.
Yeah, I would suggest, if just, anyone, just there's a YouTube channel called Apollo Detectives. They have so much on there. Like, it's endless, man. Like, I mean, there's so much. These people have like really, really, really done their homework.
Well, and what I think is it's a great soft entry point for people that are pretty entrenched in heliocentrism. It's if you can't get them there, it's going to almost be impossible to get to flat Earth. Even though, I mean, flat Earth is obvious because it's measurable, but I think you're just dealing with a lot of psychological barrier.
Yeah, the moon landing is how I got into this because I don't know, it was probably like, about 11 years ago, 12 years ago, back when YouTube, you could find anything. So I was researching 9/11, stuff like pre-flood lore, about the Nephilim and stuff like that. And then I came across the moon landing, and then at that time, the suggestions were flat Earth observations while I was looking at fake moon landing stuff. And then I saw those long distance observations, and that made me really uncomfortable, right? So I transitioned from like, okay, so the moon landings look like they're fake. And then all of a sudden I was hit with this flat Earth stuff, and I was like, whoa, I don't want to go that far, But that's how I got into it.
Yeah, I started there as well. Yep, 9/11 moon landings, and alternate views of history. And then I think, I saw a little clip for Eric DeBay's 200 proofs, and that created the and then the dinosaurs, all of that debate.
Yeah, one time YouTube would take you as far down the rabbit hole you want to go. And now it's highly controlled. It's a bummer.
Yeah, now it's pretty much Discord or Telegram.
Yeah. Censorship on TikTok, I don't think, is still too bad. Now, I don't have TikTok, but as far as I understand, the flat Earth is allowed to reign free over there.
TikTok flat earthers are morons, dude.
I would agree with that. They're not doing us any favors, and that's probably why it's allowed to reign free or roam free over there, because they're not putting out any good content. No good flat Earth proofs of any kind, as far as I can tell. It's mostly, back to you can see obviously that NASA is faking this, that, or the other. Now, I'm not saying that's not useful, but that's just where you cut your teeth. You're going to have to give somebody some substance after that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people want to believe and start going into faith-based speculation, and it's interesting and it gets the clicks and the views, but yeah, more people need to know the basics.
Yeah. And the basics are all that are really required. How was the Earth treated, measured, used? After that, it's kind of over, I mean, I can't believe it's so simple, although things that are true typically are simple. And in this case, it's really just, is there any curvature? No? Okay, well, it's not a ball. And that's it. Simple. You got to pull people out of the weeds, where they've been so hypnotized to think backwards, to think circularly, that it's hard to drag them out of that pattern. But the sunset, it's like, bro, the story about the sunset is just a story,
Yeah, if they could empty everything out of their minds and start from zero, honestly. And it's hard. Maybe 1% of people come in here or less, are willing to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Are they willing, right? Like, some people are just way too dug into their belief system or their paradigm or even their social, I want to say social security, but that's the best way to describe it. In their social arena, their secure state within their herd, that they go, well, even if what you're saying is true, I'm not really willing to entertain it because it's too costly. I can't leave, my social group. I can't be ostracized. I can't be condemned. And it's really uncomfortable to have to change paradigms. I don't want to have to learn all new stuff if everything that I have is essentially useless. So laziness, wins the day. I'll just stay here, comfy enough. What's it going to change? I always say that. Is this going to change whether or not I have to wake up in the morning and go to work? Well, no. But if that's what decides it for you, then fine, go on.
Yeah, I get that. I get that a lot from a family member. Yeah, it's like, what difference does it make? It doesn't matter, and this and that. I'm like, well, truth, matters. And I wouldn't want to live under a false impression of reality.
Right.
But I think for some people, it's a psychological harness to believe in it because it's so connected to their childhood, and it's too disruptive to change.
Yeah, yesterday there was a guy in here. His name was Marian, and he began to call me toxic, even though he was wasting everybody's time. So I gave him an earful. But his little profile picture is, the Death Star from Star Wars. So there's a lot of people out there that are hardcore Star Wars fans, to the degree where they're going to conventions and they have the Lego sets, with the Millennium Falcon or whatever on, they have all the stuff and they're just into it. Like it's basically idolatry. And so if you come along and you tell them that the idea that their idol is based upon is fraudulent, they're not going to like that very much. They would rather keep that paradigm because it's what they're into and what they ultimately worship, that they're not going to let that go. It's like, okay, you do you then, but don't be mad at me, right? Like if you're upset, that's your problem. It's not me. You asked, I told you, now you're upset. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean to like all of that stuff, I think you could still be a flat earther and enjoy a space movie, although it's probably not as entertaining. But it's something where for me the concept of now we're entering into greater mystery when you come to flat earth realization, and to me that's even more exciting because wow, it's even more amazing than we could ever imagine.
Right. So the celestials cause a huge problem even for the flat earther, right? Because we can use celestial objects and the earth is flat to navigate, right? And yet you can't use a trigonometric function to figure out the ultimate height of the star. It doesn't work. But it still works to get from one place to another. Now anyone try to figure that out, right? Where I actually can't know the height of this celestial object if I try to use trigonometry. It doesn't work out. There's not a linear relationship between the actual height and the surface, but the distance to the GP of that particular celestial body is still, for the most part, pretty accurate. So what is the star? Is it physical or is it not? Is it in an apparent location, which it has to be at this point? And you go, okay, well, so it's not an object that we could probably go and touch, at least not where it would be trigonometrically. Why does the moon do all the weird things that the moon does? What truly is an eclipse? It's very bizarre. So now we're stuck back at square one trying to figure this stuff out, and we don't have any access to the celestials. So we're stuck just wondering, twinkle, twinkle.
Yeah, man, it's a big mystery, and we've got to surrender to it, and it's okay to surrender and not know, rather than we got to figure it all out.
Yeah, people they have a lot of comfort in thinking that they know the truth about something, and that would be the best answer for somebody to ask, why, how is this going to change my everyday? Well, if you think that you know the truth about where you live, being a ball and everything floating around in space, and that's comforting to you to have those answers, then ultimately you're admitting that you find comfort in having facts or perceived facts. So wouldn't you rather know the actual truth and the thing that you thought was true now being a lie? Would you rather disregard that and find the comfort in knowing that you do live on a flat earth, but you're maybe not going to know every answer? What's wrong with that? You'll be okay.
Yeah, to me, it creates unlimited possibilities that simply require, I guess the way we're set up socially to change at some point, like being able to explore and stuff like that. It may take many generations. I don't know.
Sure.
But yeah, man, I listen here every day. Just I'm usually always driving, and I don't want to look at my phone and be distracted. But yeah, I listen to you all the time, and all the other main characters in here. And man, it would be so great to have a panel of 7 or 10 of the main folks in here, on a live television show with 7 or 10 astronauts. And to me, that's why I love this channel, is you get that Socratic debate in the back and forth. And just my hope is one day we can finally get this to more people.
Yeah, you were roboting a little bit there, but I heard most of it. Well, yeah, would it be nice to have a panel in an environment where it wasn't going to be gummed up, with the network or whatever? If this was put out there to the mainstream, and the facts were just presented, and the measurements were allowed to be shown and accepted for what they are. I agree with you. I'd like to see that, but to me, it's kind of a pie in the sky dream, because it doesn't seem like anyone's going to give it a true platform, or at least a mainstream platform, to people who know what they're talking about. They'll bring it on all the YouTube yahoos, like allegedly Dave, the pea drinker, and they'll platform them. They'll even platform guys like doggone it, drawing a blank. Shoot. Anyway.
Yeah, you're 100% right on that one.
Yeah. They'll platform Dave Weiss. Those types of folks are fine to platform, but you're not going to get somebody who's just going to make a very concise, logical, and evidenceable, presentation. They're not going to do that, whoever they are. But because I'm watching, whoever is getting platformed is usually the more obscure TikTok type, So the yahoos, the conspiratards, they're going to get platformed. That does them a favor by going, well, this guy's ideas are all over the place, and if I research this dude, I'm going to find about 500 videos on YouTube refuting the one thing that he continues to, present as a model, the AE projection. And we'll just tear that to shreds, and then we'll forget about the flat Earth for the rest of our lives, because it's just silly. That's a problem. That AE thing is a real problem, and the people that continue to use it, in my analysis, my estimation, are bad actors. That's my opinion. But we need to get rid of the AE thing. And I thought Duffy had done that. Duffy got rid of the AE thing. Great, stop using it. Why are you still using it?
Yeah, well, they're
for
now
me,
all of those people are just saying, like, they're forced to say it was all done in a studio or something like that now, which is,
what if the
to me,
tool's not wrong,
it
but
seems
the way the
ridiculous.
tool is being used is wrong?
Which tool? Or what did you say? Poll or tool? What did you say? I didn't hear you.
TOOL. The AE map. Because obviously it's not ever going to be, because you can't, right? Unless you literally go and scan the whole world and then build a 3D model of it. You're not going to get accurate representation. But for the purposes of navigation and such, which was what it was designed for in the first place. But
it is what it is.
So there's two things, right? Its purpose is being misapplied by many people within these spheres. And then number two, it's completely ignoring the rest of cosmology, because just because you've got the surface right doesn't mean you have the rest of it, right? So how the sun operates and how it interacts with the AE map, should we grant that it, verifiable or whatever, right?
Well,
so even if you argue that and you ignore the fact that it's been pulled out of its specific context, you're ignoring the fact that whether you like it or not, whether you understand it or not, we have a contained atmos, right? So therefore, we have to consider that that's going to have at least some impact on how we observe the sun. So it's not so much that people are like touting it incorrectly. Or that touting it in and of itself is incorrect. It's that they're not totally analyzing it properly. Because if you removed yourself from the simplicity, though I grant you there is sense in not claiming something that you can't demonstrate, but if you remove yourself from the simplicity of not acknowledging the dome and the fact that there probably could be more than one dome, and that's going to influence the way you observe the sun when you are on the plane, and you bring that into how you use the AE map, you can come up with a more comprehensive use of the AE map to make it more accurate. That, I think, is the real deal with this thing, rather than simply, the AE map and that's it, or the AE map sucks and we'll throw it out. You have to have some degree of wisdom when you deal with these discussions, especially when you're dealing with things that are categorically out of our reach. So there's only so far we can go with definite knowledge on what we can demonstrate. Now we can logically conclude other things, but we can't show you, right? I can logically conclude that you're a mug or you're not a mug, but I can't definitely show that unless I get the opportunity. If you get the analogy. Anyway, I'm done.
Right. If you use it the way it's intended to be used, it's a globe projection. It's a spherical coordinate system projection, essentially as a variable scale. And the flat earthers that are using it aren't taking that into account at all. They're misusing it. And then they're saying this is how the sun and the moon work on it. And in that little model that they've made up, which they call the flat earth model, right, you wouldn't be able to have a 24-hour sun. And then they're left having to say, well, it was all done in a studio. How come I don't see any fog coming out of their breath? Blah, blah, blah. And coping, essentially, in my opinion.
Right. I mean, if you ask me for my opinion, because I know you guys like to stick to strict empiricism, but hey, life is not entirely empirical, now is it? But if you ask me for my opinion, I think the issue is people disregard the scriptures. Because if you just allowed yourself to assume for a moment that the scriptures are actually accurate, then this wouldn't be too hard to contemplate. Because according to scriptures, and not just the canonical ones, but the ones that people have chosen to ignore, I'm talking about Bible, Christian scriptures, just in case it's lost. There's seven firmaments. The sun and the moon are in the third firmament, and between that, you have a layer of water on top of the first. How is that not going to cause some very interesting, what would you call it, apparent effects on the light at the extremities? The extremities, by the way, that we're clearly not designed to live in. That when we go there, we're going outside of the focal range of the stars and stuff like that serve our purposes. I don't think it takes a genius to realize that when you go that far, you're like, well, if you're looking up and expecting it to operate in your favor, you're not thinking straight, because you've gone to the edge of the boundary. That's not your designation. Go back to where you belong, and everything operates correctly. So hopefully that makes sense. I know there's like implications and whatever there, but you should be able to put the pieces together, whether you agree with the totality or not.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I like to speculate about it. I do look into that kind of thing, and I'm just going off empiricism and what the AE map actually is. But I get where you're coming from completely. Yeah. And I was going to share a video with you because I was actually looking into something similar the other day in relation to why in the Bible it says the circle of the earth. And it's kind of in relation to what they call Pangea as well, continental drift and that kind of thing. It's completely speculation, but this is it's a mind-blowing video. Everyone I've shared it with is like, whoa, that's crazy. Makes a lot of sense. It's a guy named Jason Jack. He's a surgeon who's also a flat earther, and he does little season eschatology. He makes a lot of videos about that topic, and mixes that with researching old maps and that kind of thing. He's got some great content. So I'll share the video that I watched the other day in the side chat about continental drift. And this is just a speculation that he has, and he puts it together in relation with old maps and the Bible and all that kind of thing. Once again, purely speculation, but it's extremely interesting.
So what do you guys think? What's your opinion about what's out there? Around us,
I got cows and shit like that around me.
You think it's just terrain, endless forever?
Nope, we have air pressure, so it doesn't go on forever unless there's a million of these places like us, and we're all underneath the same thing or in the same place. That's the only way it could go on forever in your mind.
Because I see this life as I think it's the creator's experiment. So I think it's something to do with this place that we call Earth. So I'm not sure. So that's why I don't tend to believe it goes on forever.
I say it's like a horse race, and then once the race is over, they clean up the track and they straighten it all out. That's why they flood this place a bunch of times, because there's like something going on and they're betting on it.
Oh, what about the rising sea level?
That's not true.
The Black
Sea, not true,
for example.
Yeah, it's not true.
Yeah, how are you going to prove? You have to prove that, and you haven't even proven that to yourself. So you're just believing here. Now we don't accept that what they tell us. Difficult to validate.
There is proof of a massive flood. It's not accepted, but there is proof.
Everybody accepts there's a flood. They're digging buildings out still. How could there not have been a flood?
I'm going to send you a video about this flood.
Yeah, you're talking about rising sea level, you said. I don't accept that, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we don't have that, that's for sure.
I mean, I don't know what to ask you, actually. Look in the chat, this is about the flood thing. Very interesting, I promise you. But this is not to do with rising sea level. I feel like I want to ask you something, but I don't know what.
Have you seen all the pictures where they show the sea level at a certain location in like the early 1900s and then recently? And it looks exactly the same. There's a lot of comparison photos like that.
But there are also some places that seem like they're sinking a little bit as well.
Excuse me for eating. Today at work was out of the ordinary day, let's say. So now I'm coping with some KFC, which I never do, but
Where are you? Where are you in the world? Europe, Middle East?
Yeah, Europe.
Europe. Okay.
Yeah. Don't eat fast food, by the way. It's very bad. Trust me.
You can't say anything if you're eating KFC about health advice.
Well,
I think there's been a time where I ate KFC and then felt really good about myself afterward. I don't know if that's ever happened.
Yeah, that's
so that tastes so freaking good, but then the aftermath.
But I never eat KFC. This was an exception.
Yeah, no, I get you.
I used to eat a lot of fast food, and I lost a lot of weight, and that's why I know I had some issues. But
Mark J just posted a cool image, which I'm gonna pinch.
Yeah, I see. No, it's like the Black Sea. If you look at it, you can see it had an original shape where it was deeper. You can clearly see.
It's not an ocean, is it?
It's not an ocean, but it's connected.
Okay, no, it's not. It's not an ocean, is it?
No.
Right.
Do you believe in asteroids? That some asteroids hit the Earth sometimes.
No.
Not in the mainstream explanation for what they are and where they come from and that kind of thing. Definitely.
Yeah, and then you got your comets and your meteorites. I've never touched one of those. No,
whatever they're called, I don't know.
I have no acceptance of any of that stuff at all at this point. None, zero. And it doesn't prove the shape of the Earth, by the way.
Just rocks falling from the sky. I've seen one video of that.
No, I don't accept that rocks are falling from the sky. I don't accept that at all. I think they're man-made events. That's my feeling. I don't believe that the Creator created the Earth.
Saw that movie. There's no such thing as sky rocks falling.
Yeah, it's just no.
Okay, what
way,
about that video, the Russian video? Where the guy?
Yeah, it's a Russian. I know the one you're talking about. Again, it's just fakery. That's what that is. It's fraudulent. Or they could have put up a weapon and it exploded. That's all that was. It's just very clever. Hollywood.
Exactly, Jin. Well, yeah, not even that necessarily. I can't remember the exact details, but it was found out later on that they were testing some kind of new type of weapon or something like that, something along those lines.
Yeah,
just around the time that happened.
In the Tunguska, where it landed, it does look like a nuclear bomb. But,
or just a bomb of some kind or something like that.
Not nuclear, but some kind of
bomb.
Know
what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, but, and it had that blast. That's why it leveled the land where they fired it off at. Simple, man.
Yeah, but I'm asking because I'm convinced there was what's the word? Huge cataclysm. There was a huge flood that they keep talking about in many cultures, and I'm trying to understand what caused it. And there is evidence of that in Africa and in Middle East. But so I don't know if there was like a comet or something that hit in the Mediterranean Sea.
No, it was done on purpose.
It was something else that it could have been.
No, it was done on purpose. Yeah, it was done on purpose. And they did, and it happened so quickly. That's how lots of things turned into stone that were actually alive.
Back then, how intentionally? With what?
Yeah, you keep the mud temperature the same as the air temperature for about a year, and everything underneath it'll start turning into stone because they'll just start turning the minerals. They'll start turning into stone.
Okay, but what about the flood, the water flood? I mean, sorry, but how does this connect with that?
I don't think anyone knows for sure.
Then it's unflooded, and then everybody starts digging out those buildings again. Then they move into them and say, look, it was founded in 1853.
Okay, another thing that I think might have happened is when the the Gibraltar Strait, when Spain, what we call Spain, right, and north of Morocco split, because they used to be together because continent split. When they split, the water from the Atlantic Ocean started going inside Mediterranean Sea, which Mediterranean Sea used to be a lot smaller in the area where it's visibly deeper and darker on the map. So when this water started coming in, I think this is what caused this massive flooding in north of Africa and Middle East. That's why they talk about in the Bible, also in Islam and other stories, other cultures. I think that's probably what happened.
Well, okay, so if you have cultures all over the earth describing the same event, then it cannot be local. It is the entire earth that was flooded. And that's what we have as evidence that the flood was worldwide. So what causes that? I don't know. The texts give stories about it. It's up to you whether or not you think they're plausible. But I mean, as far as the Bible is concerned, it says the fountains of the great deep burst forth and the windows of heaven opened, meaning that you had water coming in from both the bottom and the top, filling up the contained environment. And then the waters receded, meaning at some point somebody must have pulled the plug, it drained out, and now we have the sea level that we have today.
Interesting. The places where I hear being talked about the most is from Islam and Christianity, from these areas where I think this event took place. But because it happened here and it was so devastating, I'm sure the story would have spread throughout the world. Because
I'm not talking about the story. I'm talking about the evidence. The evidence is that the entire earth was covered with a lot of water, and that a lot of silt and a lot of material and a lot of sand and a lot of trenches were dug, a lot of rain fell, and it was a lot of water, and that's everywhere, all over the earth.
Interesting. I have seen a video where there were what are they called? These shells, I think they're called, from the ocean, from snails, from snails on top of a mountain.
Yes, and I've seen this with my own eyes. So I've been at an elevation of somewhere around 8,000 feet, and up on the top of a mountain, I found these seashells for myself.
It could just be that these rocks from the mountain were at sea level a long time ago. But
well, if the sea level was higher, that's fine, but that means that water was at least at 8,000 feet.
No, I mean that the mountain was smaller to the point where there was
so the mountain like okay, yeah, that's a possibility. I mean, I'm not going to say that's not possible, but either way, that mountain was covered with water at some point.
But then there are some these seashells, snail shells, whatever. Some of them are inside rocks. So if it takes so much for a mountain to rise up, then I guess by that time these shells, I guess they wouldn't just remain on the surface. They would just like fall, going, all over the place, under the rocks, stuff like that. I'm not sure.
So yeah, maybe you're right.
Yeah, I was elk hunting in Colorado and I found these seashells. So it's interesting, could the mountain itself have been at a lower elevation at one time? Sure, that's possible. But no matter what, it was covered with water. So whether the water was 8,000 feet high or the mountain was 8,000 feet lower or whatever you want to call it, this is a worldwide event.
Have you seen the place where they think that they found Noah's Ark?
Yeah, in the mountains of Ararat, whatever, which I think today is like a modern day Constantinople or Istanbul, or kind of in that area, or Nepal, kind of. So
no, it's in Turkey, I think, or Syria or Turkey.
Okay. Well, whatever they think they found, it'd be fascinating to see what it is they think they found.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, it's in Turkey, Mount Ararat. But in the beginning, and always, for me, this seemed weird and ridiculous. But I just heard that apparently they scanned the area, and the scan looks like it has some type of iron and materials inside it.
Well, that's probably not Noah's Ark then, because Noah was only working with wood, as far as we know.
But honestly, to me, this doesn't look like Noah's Ark. I mean, it just looks like rocks, honestly.
Yeah.
So it's probably just rocks.
Probably a ship. Probably a petrified ship. Yeah. Could be. Not an ark. It could be a petrified ship.
You're saying that wood can become petrified? I didn't know about that.
Everything can become petrified.
From what?
I told you how you do it. Go look up how to petrify something, and you'll see. You put it in mud for, I think it's 86 degrees, and air temperature above it needs to be 86 degrees, and it needs to be that way for, 6 months. And that's how they turned a tank into stone. There was a tank that got stuck in the mud. I forget where year. Anyway, they went back to get it. It was just a rock in the shape of a tank.
Oh yeah, petrified wood. I heard of that.
Yeah, that's what the NASA astronauts gifted as the moon rock to the Netherlands. It turned out to be petrified wood.
And the guy said it's not it's not the rock from the moon, right?
That's right.
And then they were like, "Oh, okay, never mind this guy then. Don't listen to him." No, I mean, I'm open to believe that the Earth is flat. It could be flat. Just the fact that people are interested in this subject, to me already tells me there's a huge possibility. But I'm open to believe that the Earth is flat. But I've always, not always, but since before, even before this being interested in this subject, I've already found out that the moon landing was fake.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of people that believe that the Earth's a globe know that the moon landing was fake, right? It's not necessarily a flat Earth proof or anything like that. But when we go out and actually test for curvature and don't find any over huge distances, then the Earth can't possibly be a globe. That's what's been done. It's been validated that there's no curvature over large bodies of water, like 40 kilometer distances, for example, that would have to have over 400 foot of curvature. Right? There's no curvature at all.
I have a screenshot here. I think I deleted it. It was from Facebook Reel from that guy, I don't know, Sterling, whatever his name is. And he posted some pictures where you could like see a curve. There's like a line of these tall electricity towers going above the sea or ocean. And you could see like them like forming like a curvature.
Yeah,
these towers.
That's just an atmospheric effect that can happen sometimes. Okay, we've got footage on different days of that same place with the same power lines where we can zoom in all the way across and see that they're completely flat, and we can actually see the buildings 30 miles away on the other side of the lake. It's called Lake Pontchartrain. Okay, that what we're seeing in that picture is called an inferior mirage. It causes things to look like they're doing exactly what you're seeing in that image. It's just a rare atmospheric effect that can happen, and we can replicate the same thing on a flat floor inside a house. Okay, I could show you a demonstration where you see the exact same thing.
Please show me.
Yeah, I'll pull it up right now. Actually, just give me a second. I'll be like, 30 seconds. I'll have it ready. So what he does in this one, it's just done inside on his flat floor in his house. And he puts some blocks. He lines up some blocks across the floor. Just a second. All right, here it is. So he lines up some blocks across the floor, and he puts the camera down close to the surface of the floor. Okay, and then all he does is manipulate the temperatures in the room, the temperature and the humidity. And then all of a sudden, it looks like the row of blocks starts to curve, just like you see in that Lake Pontchartrain image. Right.
Did you post something?
Yeah, I'm just about to paste it now.
Okay.
Just a second. Okay, so this person does hundreds of these at-home tests. Right. It's called a YouTube channel called Sky Free. Really good channel. Okay, and what you'll see is that he set up some blocks across the floor. And on the other side of the floor as well, he puts a red light as well. Okay, so before he manipulates the temperature in the room, you can see the red light. And then once he manipulates the temperature, you'll see the red light actually looks like it disappears behind an apparent horizon that just gets created from him manipulating the temperature gradient in the room. It looks the same as what we see in the Pontchartrain image. Now, also, if you have a closer look at that Lake Pontchartrain image where it looks like they're curving, you'll see obvious signs of miraging, right? You can see a mirroring effect, and I'll show you an example of that right now, like a close-up. And also, there wouldn't be that much curvature like that even if the Earth were a globe, right? That would mean that it would be like a tiny Earth.
That's a good argument, actually.
Yeah. You would never see curvature like that. Like that would just be like a little tiny mini globe. Look, here's another example someone did just on their flat floor with cans, just showing it's the same type of effect. And here's another image that shows a inferior mirage over a flat bridge. And it looks exactly the same as what we see in the Lake Pontchartrain.
Right, okay.
Okay, the next one that I'm posting, this is a side view of the same thing. The same lake, the same thing. Now, when we look at it from the side, when we can't have that miraging effect from the side. So we look at it from the side and we see a perfectly straight line.
Louisiana, yeah.
Yep, so here, the side view one just kills it completely. But here's another one, okay? So here's a close-up. It's like zoomed in, and you can see the mirroring effect. It's a miraging effect. Now I'll show you the same thing happening on a flat bridge.
Andres just posted one as well where it shows like on a normal day where you don't have that mirage taking place, we can see just straight across like normal. And then the one I posted underneath, what you'll notice is when the camera gets pushed down closer to the ground, right, it's looking through like a gradient of heat. And you have a look at the left railing on the bridge. As he puts the camera down lower to the ground, you'll see that the left railing on the bridge goes from looking straight.
It's about heat?
Yeah, it's about like the way that the light travels back to the optic. So when you have really hot air down lower and cooler air above it, the light will always deviate towards the cooler air because cooler air is more dense. Okay, so it will deviate a little bit towards the cooler air because it has a higher refractive index, and it's going to make things in the distance look like they're sinking down, like they're displaced downward.
This sounds more relaxing. That if the Earth is flat, it just sounds more relaxing.
Yeah, it's definitely a globe spinning at millions of miles per hour in all these different directions through space, or a nice stationary Earth. Much more relaxing, indeed. Great point.
And it sounds more realistic, actually.
Yeah, it matches exactly. Like what they've done is they've replaced everyone's common sense with a bunch of nonsense. Like we experience that water, a large body of water needs to have a container and that it's flat on the surface when it's at rest. Whereas they've convinced people that it just looks flat, but really it's curving. And they tell people that...
Actually, just now, right at this second, it's the first time I understand this point about the water. That, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't just stay like that, like stick. But then I don't know.
Well, this is what we can do, and this is what we have done. We can go test for the curvature. Now, if you have let's say we have a 10-mile lake. Okay, it's 10 miles across the lake, and I'm standing on one side of the lake, and you're standing on the other side of the lake, right? This is just a hypothetical. Okay, I shouldn't be able to zoom in across that lake and see you on the other side, because if we calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance, there's about 22 meters of curvature over that distance if the Earth were a globe. Okay, that's 66 feet is about 22 meters approximately, something like that. So I shouldn't be able to zoom in. Say I'm 6 foot tall, you're 6 foot tall. I zoom in across the lake. I shouldn't be able to see you unless you were over 66 foot tall. Like let's say you were 70 foot tall. I would just be able to see your head or something like that, like a little, right? That's like more than a 6-story building.
The island?
Well, no island, just a lake, like a 10-mile lake, just with water. I'm on one side of the lake. You're 10 miles away on the other side of the lake, just standing on the shoreline. And the only thing that's in between us is water.
Do you know about this guy from Hawaii? This flat earther.
I've seen some observations from Hawaii where he can see things that he shouldn't be able to see if the Earth were a globe from a long distance.
Yeah, he films the Oahu Island. You know that video?
Yeah, I've seen the video, yep. I think Jin CBR1 shares that video.
I don't know if he was zooming in. I don't remember. If I haven't seen his other videos. But he should make a video, because that's the perfect location. He should buy a better camera and make a video zooming in. Just curious to see. I'm curious to see what kind of, like how like I just want to see something at sea level on the other island, like a human or something, or a store or something like that,
Yeah, I'll show you. I can show you one right now.
Sure.
Right, I'll show you a good observation that's done over the ocean. Okay, so just a second. Okay, so the person that's doing this observation is a very smart guy. His name's Dr. John Dee, and he has a PhD in spectrometry. Okay, it's got another name as well, spectrophotometry or something like that. Anyway, he went out originally to try to debunk flat Earth by doing long-distance observations and laser tests.
I love those.
And he actually became a flat earther in the process because he was able to see huge distances. Now, this is one of his tests that he did. So just a second, I'll just bring it up. Yeah, definitely. Because he's a professional when it comes to optics and things like that. So anyway.
I'm a truther, man. I'm a truther. That's the thing about me.
Yeah, I mean, that's what our channel's all about, is just, truth. Showing people, hey, have a look at this information and use your own logic and common sense and analyze it critically and come to your own conclusions. Okay, so here is an observation. Okay, so he set his camera up on the shoreline at the beach. Right, this is in the United Kingdom on a very, very nice, clear and calm day. And he sets his camera up at 1 meter high on a tripod.
How far away are these things?
Okay, so these things are windmills, like a windmill farm. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm.
Mm-hmm.
And the closest windmill is 8 miles away. And the furthest one on the right-hand side is 11.2 miles away.
What is this thing in the back? Looks like a building or
That's a ship. It's a boat. Yeah, there's a boat out there. And he tracks the boat as well on the shipping radar, on the ship tracking radar. And that boat's about 14 miles away, 12 point something nautical miles. So that's about just over 14 miles away. But anyway, concentrate on
that ship is 40 miles away?
14 miles away. So I'll show you some information about the ship. Yeah, we can focus on the ship, actually. It's 12.1 nautical miles, which is 13.9 miles. And it's actually called the Shetland Trader. So he looked up the ship. So I'll just post a few screenshots of the marine tracking, just so you can see the path of the ship and where it was. Okay, so the height of the ship above the water is approximately 7.2 meters. Here's some screenshots.
Can you repeat the last thing? Sorry.
Yeah, so the height of the ship, the deck of the ship, is 7.2 meters above the surface of the water.
How many meters?
7.2.
So the top of the ship is 72 meters.
7.2.
7.2 meters, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look at how much it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so here's a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. Right, so I'll just explain what it says on the Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so it says eye height, 1 meter. So that's the height from the camera. Okay, and the target distance is 22.3 kilometers, which is 13.9 miles.
Just 10 kilometers, please.
Yeah, okay. All right, cool. So the camera height's 1 meter high.
Yeah.
The boat's 22 kilometers away.
So that the camera is 1 meter plus the height of the person, or just that one?
No. Just he's got it on a tripod. Yeah, he's got it on a tripod, and it's 1 meter above
so 1 meter from sea level. Okay.
That's right. Can you see the screenshot that I put in the side chat? It says Earth curvature calculator. Yeah. So on the right-hand side is the measurements on the calculation with metric.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it says the target hidden height should be 27 meters. Okay, so that boat would have to be 28 meters tall, and then you would just be able to see the top 1 meter of the boat sticking out from behind the horizon.
How tall is the entire boat?
The entire boat is about 7.6. Can you see the graphic? Right, there's a picture of the boat there. I'll just post a couple of pictures of the boat. Some more information about the boat. Yeah, this is the boat. It's called the Shetland Trader.
23 feet.
Yeah, it's got it in meters as well.
So 27 meters is this is the height.
That's how much. No, 27 meters is how much that boat should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right, so you shouldn't be able to see the you shouldn't be able to see the boat at all. If the boat was like 30 meters high, then you would just be able to see the little top of the boat, right? Like the top couple of meters of the boat sticking out over the horizon. But we can see the whole boat, basically. It's a little bit blurry, but we can see the whole boat.
Yeah, what about this reflection thing this guy is saying?
Refraction. Yeah, we can. So, yeah, refraction. Okay, so we have an extremely clear day, and we have minimal refraction on that day because we can see everything perfectly clear. So we know we don't have any crazy effects going on. Okay, so
what is this refraction thing?
Refraction is when the light deviates a little bit when you have a temperature gradient.
And it just conveniently makes things look like it's
yeah. So when you've got like people that try to debate against flat Earth, they'll just kind of say refraction makes the Earth look flat, basically.
Because someone said the same thing for the Oahu Island, which is 90 miles away.
Yeah, it's the only thing they can say. So they think that they've got like a magic word that they can say, which most of them don't really understand much about. Okay, and they think that because they say the word refraction, therefore they say that the light's bending, and that's what just makes the Earth look flat in all of these observations. Like anyone can go and do these observations. Okay, and every time you do them, you can see so much further than you would be able to see on a globe. And some of these people that try to debate against flat Earth, like for a hobby or whatever they're doing it for, they don't have an explanation for it, so they have to come up with something. So they'll say that the way that the light's bending is just making all of the water look flat. They'll say, this is what they're saying. Really, that boat isn't there. Okay, really, that boat's hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, and it's not visible. It's geometrically obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. But because of refraction, it just makes everything look completely flat, and all of a sudden you can see the boat. So if you were to like shoot that boat with a sniper rifle or something like that, right? They say that the bullet wouldn't even hit the boat; it would go straight through it because it's not really there. They say it's just an illusion that we can see the boat. It's the dumbest thing. It really is.
Oh yeah, by the way. Oh yeah. I was gonna look up how far away can snipers shoot. But yeah,
that was just a hypothetical. That was just a hypothetical. It's like 4 miles is the longest shot. It wasn't a literal statement. It was just an imaginary. Like if you
but it maybe
shot it with a missile. Let's say you used a cannon or something that could shoot that far, a ballistic missile. They say that it would just go straight through the boat because that boat's not really there. They say really that boat's hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, but this is the problem. Okay.
They say that the bullet is going above the curvature if you also shoot that far. Or like a rocket. If someone shot a rocket, they're going to say that the rocket goes.
This is what they're saying. This is just just a hypothetical example. Let's say somehow you were able to shoot a laser or something, whatever, a missile, a laser at the boat that we can clearly see. They're saying that boat's not really there. It's just an illusion. Really, that boat's not there at all. It's just refracted up, and it's not really there. It's just an illusion.
So what about an actual laser experiment? I heard there was one or something.
Yeah, sure. So
do you have some proof of that?
Yeah, we've got tons of laser experiments that have been done, but I'll show you
me the furthest one.
Yeah, I'll show you one of the furthest ones right now. So just give me a second, or give me like 15 seconds. I just got to pull up the information about it. So I'll tell you a little bit about it while I'm just finding this. Okay, so this is a group called FE Corps, and it stands for Field Engineers Corps. It's a bunch of field engineers from Europe, and they got together and they spent about 1,000 hours and about $30,000 building an extremely high-tech, high-powered laser beam. Okay, extremely high-powered laser. Mm-hmm. So, and they did a test. Well, they did a whole range of tests, but the longest test they did was 40 kilometers over a lake in Europe. All right, so just a second. I'll just pull up the test. Okay, so what they did was they set the laser up at 1.5 meters height above the surface of the lake. And then they had a target 40 kilometers away on the other side of the lake that was also 1.5 meters height. Okay, now if the Earth's a globe, you shouldn't be able to shoot that laser across the lake and hit the target, because there would be a huge amount of Earth curvature over that distance. All right, just a second, I'll just pull up the test. Okay, so they recorded all of this. So we've got a 1-hour video where they go over all 5 of the laser tests they did.
How far away is the target?
40 kilometers away.
Okay.
Just a second.
And they're saying that how fast they're saying you should stop seeing something on the other side after the curvature. How short? Just 4 miles or when?
Well, what they're doing is they're setting up the laser level. So that means that if you picture a ball, okay, picture a globe, and then the laser sitting on top of the globe, and the laser's level, like it's horizontal, and it's going to shoot the laser beam straight out. Okay, so the ground underneath, right?
After how many miles the globals are saying this should happen? How many miles?
Okay, so this is how it should work. If you had a target that was about 90 meters high, and on the other side of the lake, 90 meters high, then the laser would hit the target 90 meters up in the air if the Earth was a globe. Because
so
there should be about
at the tallest point.
No, so if okay, hold on a second. I've got some diagrams and stuff, so I've just pulled up the test here. So it's easier if I explain it with.
No, like if you have a target, that's 1 meter tall.
Yep.
After how many miles do you stop seeing this target completely? If it was a globe, according to what they're saying.
Oh, okay. It's 1.5 meters high, so you would stop seeing it at about 2.5 miles, about 3.5 kilometers away, something like that.
Only 3 kilometers, you stop seeing it completely?
Yeah, that's where the horizon would be. That's where, and you wouldn't be able to see anything beyond the horizon. Yep.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
So if you're 6 foot tall, this is what they say. If you're 6 foot tall,
knows this is not true. Anybody knows this is not true.
Yeah, it's exactly. It just exists in mathematical form, right? In reality, it doesn't work because we can shoot a laser over 40 kilometers and hit the target.
Okay, that's
all right. So here's the test. Yeah, got it here. All right, I'll just post it. It's probably something you can go over in more detail later on because it's an hour-long video. And there's also a Google Drive link, and they have a 180-page PDF document where they go over all of the details for the test. But they hit the target on all 5 of the tests. Okay,
I remember this video, but I haven't watched it.
Yeah. So there's 90 meters of missing curvature. I'll just put some diagrams just so you can. The diagrams have the numbers written down.
Tell me in this video where I should click to see the test or the light hitting a target. What mean?
Well, they do 5 different tests, so it depends which test you want to look at. I recommend probably
all of them.
Watching the whole. I probably recommend watching all of them. But it's this is one of the more technical tests because this is a team of engineers and they get into extreme technical detail about everything because they want to cover all bases, if you know what I mean. There's other laser tests that are more simple to follow along with if it's the first one that you're going to be looking at.
Well, they're explaining a lot of stuff, but I want to see the result because obviously not gonna watch 1 hour right now.
Yeah, the result is that they hit their target at 1.5 meter height, 40 kilometers away. If the Earth were a globe, that target should have been hidden behind 90 meters.
But why does it bend like that at minute 13:25? At 13:25, it rotates up in the air. Why? What is this?
Let me have a look.
13:24. Oh, I see. It's like a reflection.
I think that they're trying to I think they're testing the equipment and that kind of thing, making sure they're leveling it properly.
No, it's something to do with the water. Look at the other stuff in the picture. All the lights are like a mirror. I don't know. It's like a, I don't know, water reflection, I guess, or something.
Yeah, what he's showing there is.
They're pointing in the water.
The laser is being pointed at an inferior mirage, and when it hits the mirage, the laser is deflected upwards, and you see a reflection of the laser.
Oh yeah, I can see now in the night picture. Yeah, I can see now. Okay. So this here at 13:25. 13:31. This is the result right here. This is when they're hitting the target.
No, this is a 50-minute video. The test at 13 minutes was them just doing a test, setting it up, and the conditions for the test weren't good that day because there was an inferior mirage.
Okay.
So they continue the thing, and that's why it takes 50 minutes because it's they documented the whole process.
You guys really want me to watch the whole video, huh?
You don't have to do it right now. You can do it some other time.
So yeah, this is kind of what it comes down to. There's tons and tons of these laser tests that people have done in all different weather conditions, different locations, all over the Earth. Okay, and they're hitting their target consistently, where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature blocking the laser from hitting the target in all of these, but the laser's always hitting the target. Then when we're doing the observations, we shouldn't be able to see what we're seeing in the distance because it should be hidden behind the horizon. It should be blocked by the curvature of the Earth, but it isn't. Okay, and the globe earthers don't have any tests that show the opposite of that.
Yeah, it's also not what we want. You said earlier before DJ or whatever. I don't remember who was talking before that. Do we want you to watch this video? No, I don't want or need you to do anything. This is about what do you want? Will this video land for you? Will these observations and these tests work? If not, just tell us up front. Say, hey guys, it doesn't matter what's shown in this video. It won't change my mind either way. It's not evidence. It's completely irrelevant. So we know to move on to another observation, another measurement, another practical demonstration. Rather than just like barking up the wrong tree to get that squirrel, let's just move on because there's something else might land.
So Elio, I've got one more really good long distance observation, which also has a laser test in it, if you want me to present it quickly. This is probably one of my favorite ones.
Just give me a second. I'm watching the moment where they say they hit the target.
Yeah, sure, I'll go for it, man.
But I'm not understanding what they're showing here.
Yeah, that's why you'd have to sit down and watch the whole thing from start to finish, so you know what point they're up to, and they so they can explain what they're doing step by step.
There should just be one person at the end filming the impact. You know?
There is. But it is one of the more technical laser tests, so it's one of those ones that you have to sort of sit down and pay a lot of attention to the whole video, because it's like step by step. And they're doing 5 different laser tests in the video, so you got to make sure you're understanding which one they're doing at which point. That's why I was suggesting a different one. I probably should have shown you a different one. I can show you a different one that's much easier to follow along with. It's way less technical. They're just shooting a laser over a 21-mile lake and hitting the target. Simple as that.
Let's see.
Right. They also do a really good observation as well. Okay, so have a look in the side chat. It's just uploading. Okay, so this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Okay, and what he's doing is he's zooming across a 21-mile section of the lake. Sorry, 33-kilometer section of the lake. Okay, Logical Observations just posted the full video to it. But don't worry about clicking that just yet, because I'll just show you some screenshots out of the video. Some clips out of it, because it's much easier than watching the whole video. But save the video for later. Okay, this is the camera that he was using here. It's a Nikon P1000. It's one of the most powerful zoom cameras that you can get. Can you see the picture of the camera? Elio.
Picture of the camera, yeah.
Yeah, you can see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so that camera is set up at 5-foot height, which is 1.5 meters height.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and he's going to be zooming across to the other side of the lake. Okay, so here's a picture from like Google Maps, just showing you where he's standing and showing you where he's going to be looking across to. So you can see a yellow line. That camera is right at the top of that yellow line, and he's going to be zooming in to see if he can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, he's got a buddy over on the other side of the lake that's taking some footage, so we can see what it looks like where he's going to be zooming into. Okay, so this is what it looks like 21 miles away over on the other side of the lake. Can you see the picture of the shoreline there?
This is the picture zoomed in?
No. This is his friend that's on the other side of the lake where he's going to be zooming into. I just want to show you what it looks like on the other side of the lake. So when he zooms in, you can see what it looks like over there. Okay, take note of the big giant beach on the other side, and then we can see a big giant white tower in the background. Just take note of that, because...
This tower, yeah?
Yep. Okay, so now I'm going to show you the zoom footage. All right, so here's a screenshot of the tower and the beach shoreline from the camera that I posted the picture of. Okay, so this is from 21 miles away, and he did it during the daytime, and then he did it again during the nighttime, because quite often the globe earthers will say, oh, you need to repeat these at nighttime where there's less refraction. Okay, so he repeated it at nighttime, and once again you can see that it looks exactly the same. In fact, it's even maybe a little bit more distinct because we've got the lights as a reference. Okay, so just a moment.
And that's how many kilometers?
33.
Wow.
34 kilometers away. So over that distance, there should be 293 foot
I'm gonna
of
save
curvature.
this video.
Yeah, it's a really good video. So over that distance, there should be 100 meters of curvature.
Bro.
All right, now have a look at these pictures. All right, so here's a close-up of the beach and the tower again. Just a second, it's just uploading. Sorry, my internet sucks. Okay, so this is just a close-up of the beach and the shoreline and the tower. Now, this next image is the zoom footage, just a screenshot from the zoom footage. So what you'll notice is that we can see everything pretty much just the same. We can see the bottom of the tower. We can see the shoreline below the bottom of the tower. We can even see the lights reflecting off the surface of the water.
What about the previous image, the one doing the daytime? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, the daytime one? That's just a close-up. That's just a close-up.
Okay.
Yeah, just so you can see what it looks like from close-up. Okay, so over
From
that
the guy
distance,
who was there.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And so that beach should be hidden behind 80 meters, just over 80 meters of curvature.
And this last one in the nighttime?
Yeah, that's from where that camera's set up, 33 kilometers away.
33 kilometers.
Yep.
And what are these things at the bottom? These are houses or what?
Yeah, it's like a mining.
Buildings.
Yeah, it's like a little mining.
They're at sea level, yeah.
You know what I mean? No. This isn't at sea level. This is over the Great Salt Lake in Utah.
I mean, yeah, it's.
Oh, it's look.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the tower?
No, the buildings. They are.
Oh, yeah. It's not really buildings. It's kind of like.
They're not on a hill or something.
No, I'll show you exactly what it looks like. I got some more pictures of it here.
No, like I'm saying, like they are down, so it's good.
Yeah, here's a few more pictures.
Yeah.
All right. So this is just some random pictures I found on Google, just so you can see. Oh, Overfences just put the Earth curvature calculator screenshot in the side chat. Eye height level over fences. Oh, eye height level. Yeah, you got that right. So the horizon, right? This is what it's really about. So the horizon should be at 4.3 miles away. Sorry, kilometers. That should be the maximum distance that you can see the water. Anything beyond it should just be visible beyond the horizon. You know, if something's hidden behind the horizon, you would just see the horizon, which is the line where the sky and the ground meets. And then the tower, the beach, everything else, the beach should be completely hidden, and you should just be able to see some of the tower sticking out over the top of the horizon. Now, this is how far away the horizon should be. Right? I did a diagram, and I drew the black line across it. Okay, so that's at 4.37 kilometers, which is 2.7 miles. Okay, that's where the horizon should be. So that's the maximum distance.
What's this thing at in the far left? That's where the buildings are. What?
Of which image are you talking about? Sorry.
This last one.
Oh, the last one.
I don't understand what this line is supposed to mean. I understand what the
black
horizon
line
is, but
the black line. Yeah, so that's where the horizon should be. Okay, so when he's looking out, so hold on a second. I'll just post another.
Oh, I mean, where is he in this picture? Taking.
Oh, he's at the bottom of the yellow line. That's where the camera's set up.
Taking a picture towards
the
in the
towards the other side of of the lake. Here we go. Look, this is just to show you.
At the top of the image.
Yeah. Have a look at this one. This one will explain it just fine.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
So he's shooting right across that distance. But the horizon, if the Earth's a globe, the horizon should be at 4.3 kilometers away, which is where the black line is.
I mean, even if it was a globe, it's ridiculous that that's where they're saying that the horizon should be. I feel like even if Earth was a globe, the horizon should be like somewhere like, I don't know, 100 kilometers or something.
Most people think that. Yeah, most people don't realize how much curvature there should be over a pretty small distance. Usually when we say that there's 22 meters of curvature over just 10 miles, which is 16 kilometers, sorry. 22 meters of curvature over 16 kilometers, they're like, that can't be right. And then they go look it up and it's like, yep, you can go look it up.
That's what happened to me. That's what happened to me.
Yeah, it happens to everyone. It happened to me too. I was like, that doesn't sound right, you know,
it sounds
because
like low effort, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Low effort.
No, the horizon is it's never at that distance, ever. Like, I've never seen one observation in the last 8 years of looking into this where the horizon's even close to that. We can always see the horizon like at least 5 times or 10 times further away or more than, you know, in this observation, you can't even see a horizon at all over the whole 21-mile lake. It's just flat water over the lake.
Well, I never thought I was going to become a flat earther.
Yeah, me neither. None of us did, bro. Every single one of us thought it was ridiculous.
When it comes to 9/11 or moon landing, from the beginning I said, yeah, this is probably fake. But with flat earth, it's been years and years of, I thought it's ridiculous. But here we are. But you know, this camera, from this experience, is it like one of the most sophisticated cameras, you know?
It's a Nikon P1000. It's a Nikon P1000. They cost about $1,000, $1,200. And they have 125x optical zoom, which is far beyond what any other consumer grade camera will have. So it can zoom in like really, really, really far.
They should put this camera over the Oahu Island in Hawaii.
Yeah, well we have observations from all sorts of different places. We've got hundreds of these observations. And some people, what they do is they upgrade the camera and they fit it with infrared. So that means that it cuts through all of the haze and refraction and things like that, so you can see even further. So people are doing footage with the infrared cameras and they're able to see even further than without it. And people are taking these types of cameras up on planes and they're able to see things that are 1,000 miles away that should be hidden by miles of curvature. There's a guy called Jay Tolan. He takes about $15,000 worth of camera gear up on a plane and he does observations and he can see things that you shouldn't be able to see by such a huge amount. It's crazy. And he uses like infrared.
Now I regret that I didn't pay attention when I flew with the airplane. I didn't pay attention to look over the window to notice.
Or it's fly from an airplane too.
Because I remember it goes inside the clouds and then it flies over the clouds. So before it touches the clouds, I should have paid attention to see what it looks like.
Yeah, actually, I mean, I've done a ton of flights and you just see a completely flat horizon from any trip that I've ever been on. I've flown over Alaska at 40,000 feet and You just see a completely flat horizon. Now, that's not proof that the Earth's flat, because apparently, even if it was a globe, you wouldn't see curvature from that height anyway. It just further backs up that we all experience the Earth as a flat plane, right? Even people that believe it's a globe still experience it as flat and stationary. They just believe that it's a globe because that's what they got told while they were growing up. And then they've been shown pictures by NASA and things like that. And they see it in the movies and TV shows and all that sort of thing. So they just kind of have a belief system that the Earth's a globe. It's kind of like a tradition. It gets passed down.
So who's doing this? Is it like an occult or one world government, something?
Well, I think it's kind of like a tradition. It's kind of like information that's passed on as true. And most people are not going out and doing the testing. Most people are just taking it for granted that it's already confirmed. It's already been confirmed in the past sometime that the Earth's a globe. But once you start digging into how the Earth actually is proposed to have been, like that it's a globe, you'll start finding it is actually cult leaders, like mystic cult leaders like Pythagoras. Okay, I don't know if you've heard of the cult of Pythagoras, but he's the first person that's credited with saying that the Earth's a globe, right? And he didn't go out and measure the Earth or do any calculations or anything like that. They worshipped spheres. They thought the spheres were the most divine shape and that the Earth must be a sphere because of that reason. So
what about all this so-called science? I mean,
yeah, there isn't any.
Looks like it's
math. It's calculations. It's calculations that are based on assumptions. Like if you go onto Google right now and you type in who measured the Earth, who first measured the Earth to be a globe, it's going to come up with an ancient Greek guy that they can't even prove existed at all. And there's no writings left at all of him. They'll say that what he did, Eratosthenes, is he calculated the circumference of the Earth by measuring a shadow angle. Okay, he pre-assumed that the Earth's a globe, and then he made a few other assumptions, and he did some calculations based off those assumptions, and he just calculated that the Earth's a globe. And he's the one that's credited with calculating the circumference value of 40,000 kilometers for the globe. But it's a myth, right?
Let me add to it, because it's logically fallacious. It's circular reasoning. Like you said, they pre-assume the Earth is a ball, that the shadows would look like this on a ball, and then the shadows look like this, therefore the Earth is a ball. We still do this today. We have children going through doing this fallacious exercise over and over again. However, the Chinese also did this during the Ming Dynasty, but they started with the assumption if the Earth is flat and the sunlight acts like this, the shadows would look like this. We see the shadows look like this, therefore the Earth is flat. Circular reasoning doesn't become logical regardless of who uses it for whatever purpose.
Wait, this video is interesting. Let's see.
So guys, like basically you think like in the Cold War, the space-like war was like fake. It was like just a big
yeah, it was propaganda put on by NASA, and ironically 3 months ago Trump named them a spy agency instead of a space agency. Now they have a new classification as an intelligence agency. Now they're a spy agency. What do you think of that? So all the way back then, they were putting out the propaganda, and everybody fell for it. See?
If you look into Project Paperclip, you'll see that America recruited Nazis after the fall of Germany, and most of them went to NASA, and the rest to the CIA. The Russians also got their share of Nazis, and those Nazis ended up heading up their fake space program.
I mean, that's what intelligences are. They are just spies. They've always been that way, even in medieval times.
That's what you get. That's what you get for your information nowadays. So you can listen to them, or you can listen to yourself and know the Earth is flat. And since you know it's flat, you'll be able to tell when anybody's lying to you in the future.
But I'm just saying that the country where the intelligence are, their own country calls them intelligence, but for the other countries, they're actually spies or assassins or saboteurs. But my point is they've always been that way. That's what, yeah. That's what ninjas were. Ninjas were basically just what the CIA is today. Or saboteurs. Every country calls them something else, but it's the same concept.
Yeah, well, I come from Vikings. We didn't have that shit.
Vikings. I'm sure Vikings may have some spies or assassins.
No. Like weak men, no likey. And I come from a country as well that we don't have an army nor a spy agency.
You guys believe that the Earth like have an edge?
Wait, what countries
got extra quiet today,
soldiers?
Yeah, I'm probably not speaking directly into the mic. I'm sorry.
What country doesn't have
I'm from
an
Iceland.
army, bro? Oh, Iceland. Oh, I mean Ireland. Yeah.
Just quickly to respond to the guy that asked about the edge. Yeah, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming an edge. And we absolutely don't claim that the Earth is a flat planet floating around in the heliocentric idea of outer space. Okay, so we're not making claims to whether there would be an edge or not, or anything like that. What we're talking about is when we measure the actual surface of the Earth, and there's no curvature over very vast distances, in where there would have to be curvature if the Earth were a globe. Yeah. It's not like flat is not a shape. It's a descriptive term for a surface, especially in this context. So they tell us that over 70% of the globe is covered in water. Okay, but when we measure the surface of the water over large distances, there's no curvature. And that's repeated over and over again in all different locations, completely validating that there's no curvature present. So if there's no curvature, then you can't have a globe.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we've got a ton of tests, laser tests, infrared footage, long distance observations, mirror tests, all sorts of different tests that we're showing people. It's like, hey, check out this information, have a look at the tests. And the good thing is people can go and replicate these tests themselves, so they don't have to have faith or trust or anything like that. It can be something that can be obtained as actual knowledge, like a measurement. You can know for sure that there's no curvature.
I'm grateful for this discussion tonight. I've heard very interesting things. Thank you, bro.
Oh, no worries, man. I appreciate having someone here like that.
It's 3 in 2 days, by the way, DJ.
Was that?
No, a lot of people are like in the position that you're in. When they're shown this information, a lot of people are waking up to the truth, basically.
I mean, for me, like I said, doesn't bother me. Nothing what people think. I mean, it's I have no problem with accepting that it's flat, so don't really care. Like, the thing is, people are just afraid and scared. So I'm not like that, because I'm actually passionate by truth, especially hidden truth. Conspiracy theories.
Most people really care what other people think, and that's actually the tactic, or one of the best tactics that they've used against Flat Earth, is not to try to address our actual arguments, but try to make it that it's socially unpopular to believe in this, and that Flat Earthers are just tinfoil hat wearing morons Okay, so people won't even want to get involved in it because they're scared of being ridiculed.
Yeah, that's what I mean by scared. Yeah, that's
so it's a smart form of propaganda that they actually use to try to keep things like this away from people.
That's why I say that people are afraid.
Yeah,
I'm not afraid. Like all the people can laugh at me and say I'm a flat earther. It really doesn't bother me, you know. It's just zero effect on me.
It's changing a lot. It's changed a lot. Quite often, people are much more like people have heard about it. A lot of people are much more accepting of it, and people that you wouldn't even know are flat earthers, you'll find out, oh shit, I didn't realize he was a flat earther, and then you mention it, they're like, oh yeah, I know all about that. I've looked into it, but a lot of people don't talk about it, with their friends and family.
Yeah, I think the biggest mistakes people do when they realize this is they get sometimes overzealous with it, and they start trying to push it too hard, and that can push people away. But anything can do that. You get too into veganism, you get too into carnivore, you get too into workout, you get too into chess. Doesn't matter what it is. If you're super passionate about something, and if you don't know how to rein in that passion a little bit so that other people feel comfortable, you can push them away. And
too much
can kind of inspire passion in people because there's a lot of stuff to discover. The world opened up, and there's a lot of unknowns that are interesting to look at.
But I've always been what's the word?
Truth seeker?
Maybe outsider, truth seeker for sure, but maybe outsider, the black sheep, you know, like I've always been different than others, not just for the sake of it, but I've noticed, like, you know, when people, I don't know what example to give you. You know, when there's a joke and everyone laughs, but you feel like you want to put a different type of reaction, right, to that joke, like with an emoji reaction, for example. I've always been that way because I like to express myself truly, the way I truly am. I've always been different, and
yeah, sounds like you don't easily go with the flow and like to find your own path.
Yeah.
That's a valuable person to have in society, because otherwise, if everybody were following the same path, everybody would be like a lemming running off a cliff.
I know all the change starts from one person. I am that person. I believe it. I'm not afraid to say, hey guys, this is wrong. And I have done it in real life. In a large social group, I have done it. You know, not afraid to do that. Because I really don't care if people say I'm wrong or I'm weird or crazy. I have no problem. I've been used to that my entire life. It's who I am. You see, this is the type of people who learn about these things, at least at this stage, when it's not mainstream. This subject, for example.
Most people that mock and ridicule flat Earth and defend the globe, they really don't they don't know anything about the globe anyway. They don't know any of the basics, and they don't know the flat Earth arguments. They, in their heads, have pictured a flat disk floating in space, and they think flat earthers are a bunch of crazy people, like I explained before, thinking crazy things that's just propaganda, like Australia doesn't exist and things like that. They think flat earthers actually claim these crazy things, which they don't. And quite often when they come in here to try to debate with us, they get a rude shock because we can expose really quickly that they don't really know anything about the globe, and they don't know anything about our arguments either. So they kind of have no ammunition, and they don't realize that until they've already come in and engaged with us. So then usually they'll turn to like mocking and ridicule, or they'll just run away, fight or flight basically. But yeah, it happens every day in here.
Yeah, time. Excuse me. Time solves everything, and I would say that time is a powerful thing because, for example, like people have believed that the Earth it's a globe their entire life, and when they hear that some people believe it's flat, this concept is so ridiculous that they find it ridiculous. They find it ridiculous, and so they start to believe these people must be crazy. How can they believe such a ridiculous thing, such a concept that's so hard to imagine, And so that's why they start laughing and stuff like that. I think it's ridiculous. That happened to me as well. But then, after the funny stuff goes away, and it's been 5 years, 7 years since you heard about these things, and then you're like, okay, but these people are still talking. They keep talking about it. They're still going. Okay. So okay, let's hear what they have to say. Like you can laugh about it, but then if people are still talking about it, after a long time, you're like, okay, let's see what they have to say. Like you see people insisting. They're like, hold on. Is there actually something there?
Yeah, it's funny that they do have trouble imagining it, even though it's exactly what they experience every day of their life. Quite often when they come in, they'll say, oh, we're too small to see the curvature of the Earth because the Earth's so big. And then we'll say, oh, so you experience it as flat then? And they'll be like, oh, no. I'm like, but you just said that you're too small to see the curvature of the Earth. So therefore you experience it in your basic reality as flat. And they cannot, their ego or their subconscious or something like that will not let them, even say that it could be flat. Even though they just admitted that by saying that, oh, we're so small and it's so big, so we experience it as flat. And you say, so you experience it as flat. They're like, well, no. It's kind of crazy. And same with the motion of the Earth. Okay, so we'll say, do you experience the Earth as your base reality as motionless? They'll be like, yes, because it's so big and we're so small, we can't feel the motion. So you experience a motionless Earth. No. It's kind of crazy. Like nearly everyone's kind of like that. Everything that we're claiming is exactly what everyone just experiences, right? Water needs a container. It's flat on the surface. The Earth, we experience it as stationary. These kind of things. It's just
they tell you their true experiences, and then you're saying, oh, so that means this thing, and then they're saying, oh, that must imply another globe. So of course, then they become defensive because of fear.
Yeah, definitely. Here's another crazy one. We'll say we see the sun move across the sky. The sun moves across the sky. On a globe, when you're watching a sunset, this is what they're telling you is actually happening. They're saying that sun's not even moving from your perspective, and you're spinning backwards away from the sun, faster than the speed of sound, faster than a 9mm bullet. Right? And it just makes it appear like the sun's setting. Whereas the flat earther will just say, yeah, the sun's moving across the sky. They've put everything backwards. Everything that is common sense, they've told you cannot trust your senses. You need to trust what we're telling you. And all your senses are wrong.
Yeah. And I mean, this is... according to the... Give me a second. According to the globe model, they're saying that there is this gravitational field, or what's it called? This atmosphere, right? And the Earth is spinning fast.
Yep.
And going fast, but somehow the trees and everything are not flying away, or the wind is not pushing them super hard. And the thing is because of this atmosphere, which is like a protection field. But if that was the case, I would expect to see some type of like, like millions of clouds, like levels of clouds or level of some type of stuff, not necessarily clouds or something, some type of like roof stuff that would make it seem like there was this atmosphere protection against the wind, the speed of the planet is going in the universe. But if it's flat and the sun is just clear and the clouds are just chilling, right? That makes more sense. Because the planet is not traveling
some days
super hard. That makes more sense now.
Exactly. It's just we have wind because of pressure systems, because we have temperature differences, and it causes pressure systems. And sometimes we'll have wind going easterly. The next day you might wake up and then the wind's going westerly, and then you might have a southwesterly, and it's just depending on what's happening with the pressure systems. Meanwhile, we can balance rocks. Have you seen those people that balance rocks? They're balancing, like, making the craziest rock sculptures by balancing all these rocks on top of each other really high. And meanwhile, they tell us that the globe is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. It's orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. It's chasing the sun at 480,000 miles per hour. And that whole system.
How did they even measure these things?
It's all theoretical, conceptual. That's what it is. It's a theoretical concept, a mathematical concept, whatever you want to call it. It exists in like mathematical formulas and things like that, not in reality. There's a ton of assumptions baked in to what they're telling us.
Yeah.
It all starts with the R value, the radius value. It's baked into all of the math behind the globe, and that's the radius value. That's what we can. That's the easiest thing for us to go out and test in reality, because it means that the curvature would have to be there, right? These long distance observations and laser tests, they also debunk gravity, as gravity is explained in the globe model. Okay, because the gravity dictates that that everything is being pulled towards the center of the globe, towards the center of mass. That means that the water would have to be curving at a specific rate for gravity to exist. If the water's not curving, that means that gravity isn't possible. Because if gravity is real, it has to be curving at that specific rate. It must be. So everything's going to come back to those prerequisites or those pre-requirements for the Earth to be a globe, which is the curvature. It's the bendy water that they show us in the NASA pictures.
Interesting.
Yeah, it just so happens that the one thing that would actually confirm all their claims is impossible. It doesn't exist and returns a nil result. And they just conveniently have all these excuses why that is, right? Giant paper mache made, and you just can poke holes, it just falls apart.
Would be flat. Are you a Christian, DJ?
I'm not really religious. I don't really follow any particular religions. I do research into Christianity and that kind of thing. My wife's a Christian and my mom's a Christian. But yeah, I'm looking into it. I'm learning about things. That's not something that I really use when I'm talking about like this topic. I'd rather empiricism.
You seem very open-minded.
DJ, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, are there any other planets?
Yeah, Earth's, like when you say other planets, you're assuming that the Earth is a planet, and
yeah. So
what we're talking,
like, is Earth the only one surface like that is flat, or are there any other planets that are also flat, or
like
we believe in other planets at all?
Yeah. So this is, let me explain it, because most people, when they hear about flat Earth, their whole life they've been taught this globe model where you have a big giant vacuum of space, and then you've got all of these big round planets and suns and things like that, and that we're on one of those planets. And when they hear about flat Earth, they try to replace the globe planet with a flat disk or something like that. That's not what we claim. We can't try to insert the flat Earth inside the globe model, right? You could probably think of the Earth more like the floor, and then we've got celestial bodies in the sky that we've been fed a big giant story about our whole life, about this light that you can see up here. This is Mars, and it's X distance away, and it's in a vacuum, and it's made out of this and that. And then this other one is Uranus, and on Uranus it rains diamonds and blah, blah, blah. Like, they'll tell us a big story about all of the lights that we can see in the sky that move in cycles. Okay, but we can't really confirm any of that. It exists more as a model. Okay,
what about
but we all see
telescopes?
Yeah, we can zoom in on them, and what we see, even through the best quality telescopes, let's use Mars as an example, we see a little blurry red round-looking circle in the sky, but we can't really confirm exactly what medium it's in, what size it is, what it's made out of, etc. We've been fed a story about it, but we can't really confirm the specifics about it. It's going to be something that you're going to have to speculate or make a bunch of assumptions about. So we don't try to explain things that we can't empirically validate. This is the logic that I would use. I would say that if you can measure your floor flat, right, it doesn't matter what's going on above your floor. It's not going to make the floor start to curve. So if we're more about testing the actual surface of the Earth, and then whatever's going on up in the sky that we can't actually empirically get to test, we try not to speculate about it. I mean, it's fun to speculate, but we don't know for sure.
Okay. Then,
but you could pretend. Question. I mean, you could, in the heliocentric worldview, where they tell you that it isn't possible for things to be flat. That kind of runs in contradiction with their own model, because they say anything is possible. Like, you've got Asgard out there. You got Star Commander. Thor. You got Middle Earth. All these globalist fan fiction. Terry Pratchett, Discworld. You got Dark City, the movie graphic novel. So for you to say, hey, my understanding of the heliocentric model is that all things must be balls, that's a very poor read and misunderstanding of what they're trying to present.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. The question is, why do they need it? Why do they need the whole complete lie about the globe and about the round form of the Earth? Why do they need that? What is the purpose of the lies?
I don't think most people are lying, to be honest. I think it's more tradition at this point, or something that's taught at university as fact that doesn't have any empirical evidence behind the foundations of it. Most people that are teaching you that the Earth's a globe, like scientists, professors, that kind of thing, they're just regurgitating the information that they've memorized from the textbooks that they had to memorize at university to get their degrees. And most of them have probably never even questioned that core mathematics and whatnot behind the globe.
Mm-hmm. But the thing is that there were people in space, right? So they're aligned. Everyone who've been in space, they're aligned, right?
So they're lying about that.
No, I knew that the moon landing was fake before I even started learning about flat Earth. It's clearly fake.
Yeah, you kind of know they're lying because they said so. They told you
the guy, Bert Sibrel. Bert Sibrel, this is the best guy about the moon landing and all these things.
Bart Sibrel, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Bart Sibrel, an interesting character because he doesn't really like flat earthers. So it's a good source to use because he's not a flat earther. He thinks flat earthers are CIA without exception. He thinks a modern flat earth movement is brought to by the CIA.
Yeah, he thinks that because every people he's met. How can I say this?
But I mean, we don't need to go into it.
He's frustrated because
hold on.
He wants to be taken seriously. We
don't go into that because you don't need flat Earth to discuss how Richard Nixon in the 1960s faked that stuff. That can be fully contained within the globe worldview.
So he believes the Earth is a globe, so he's frustrated because people believe he's a flat earther. That's his frustration.
Right. It's like Ken Hovind. He wants to be taken seriously about his stance on evolution and all those things, right? And then that's why he poo-poos flat Earth as well.
Yeah, there's also a chance he may have been fed poor flat Earth arguments by someone as well, and just got his whole perception of it completely skewed from the start.
Yeah, and that's why he concludes that therefore it must be CIA to mess with him or something.
Well, he might have interacted with some guy who gave him the impression, and that's what he's basing it on. But he's stereotype judging everyone as that. But
yeah,
I mean,
anyway,
I can understand.
He hasn't looked into it.
I can understand. He has a lot of good argumentation and has built a lot of work on debunking the moon landings, and you kind of don't want to taint your legacy if you've done so much work if flat Earth turns out to be wrong. So, like, I understand him not wanting to spend too much work on that and going off onto a tangent into this aspect, and I respect him being in his own field, if you will, of research. I don't want to force anybody to accept the truth. They will just come to it when he finally sees information from a source he'll accept.
Well, that's the thing. All these people that are talking about other conspiracy theories, or people who are talking about anarchy, because I'm into that. All these people, because the subjects they are talking about are already hard to digest, or hard to accept, or seem controversial, they don't need this flat earth stuff. It's gonna make it even more difficult to get the word across for them. You know, so that's the reason why.
I mean, why not push the boundaries though? Well, why stop at that, right?
Me, for example, I would push the boundaries, but Cyber is, I mean, I guess he's trying to make a living out of this, and it's just, in the eyes of the people, this will make him seem ridiculous and stuff like that, because that's people's perception.
That's what I said. He wants to be taken seriously, and generally there's a stigma attached to flat Earth, which involves us just being crazy conspiracy theory. That's just outlandish, right?
He's trying to get the moon landing hoax understood by the general public, and he doesn't want any kind of negative bias to prevent them from being able to see his evidence. So he's trying to present it in the best way possible. Kind of like how we kind of like to just talk about flat Earth, so we can present the arguments and just the arguments, and people won't get hung up over their bias of like, I am vegan, or I'm a carnivore, or I'm this, or I'm that. We just want to talk about flat Earth.
Yeah.
Well, we experience something similar within our community, right, where we have people wanting to talk about ice walls and, you know, the outer ponds and that sort of thing, right, and domes and, you know, a specific cosmological model, right, and you know, and we're disattached from that to a large degree, right, and we kind of don't want that stigma attached to us about what we're talking about pure geometry. Right, and what can be empirically demonstrated, right?
Yeah, that's why I don't.
It's a similar thing.
Yeah, that's why I don't like blame Bart Sibrel for not going into flat Earth. Like, it would be cool if he went into it because he does good research. But I'm fine with him doing the research that we can use.
Yeah, and I think about him is because he's talking about moon landing. The thing is, already when people are saying that the moon landing was fake, other people just automatically assume you're a flat earther. So that's why he had to say, he had like this strong reaction.
Well, they shouldn't do that because people were talking about the moon landing being fake the day it happened. People were rolling their eyes like, this is Richard Nixon. God, what's next? What, like, really, dude? So they don't need flat. This is it's kind of like a red herring, because I first found out about it by questioning the Apollo program. I was on the server that had, well, this is years ago, as a Facebook page about the moon mission being fake, and they started calling me a flat earther, like a flurman, a flat earth vermin, if you question the Apollo program. And eventually, after hanging out on the page long enough, I realized they were a bunch of neo-Nazis. They wanted to dehumanize anybody who was shit-talking the Apollo program, because in their worldview, they saw the Apollo program as a righteous vindication of World War II Germany. So when you come there and say, hey, I think the Apollo program's fake, what they actually hear is something completely different. That you're like shit-talking like their perfect world, their utopia.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what people hear when you start talking about we didn't go to the moon. They're not hearing, like when you say the Earth is flat or we didn't go to the moon. What they're hearing you say is God didn't bless America with a moon mission. That America was, make America great again. That high watermark of American exceptionalism, the Apollo program, that never happened. America was never great. That's what they're actually hearing. They're not listening to the data about where's the telemetry data, where's the blueprints for the lunar rover, all that stuff, all the evidence about how the Apollo program was faked. They're not hearing any of it. It's going right over their head. They just hear you say over and over again that God didn't bless America. That God, America is not the shining beacon on the hill. America is not 60 years ahead of all other nations.
It's more than America. Really it's the whole world. It's all of humanity took a giant leap for mankind. And that's why it's so personal to all of them, because we're the most advanced right now. We could go to outer space. Don't take that dream away from me.
Yeah. My question is, what is all this money that NASA's taking? Where are they doing all this money?
Yeah, you saw the Apollo program virtually ushered in the Minuteman missile, the intercontinental ballistic missile. That's what it was. The whole kin caboodle was a weapons program, which this because Eisenhower, the guy who signed it into law, NASA signed NASA into law, he says, hey, I tried to stop, I'm paraphrasing, I tried to stop the military-industrial complex. I failed. Now it's on you guys to do it. You have to stop the military-industrial complex. I failed. Then his vice president, Richard Nixon, runs for president. And for one of the first times only in all of U.S. history, a vice president doesn't endorse his own, or his president doesn't endorse his own vice president. So thank God, Nixon loses to Kennedy. And it prevents what was going to happen. But then Kennedy's assassinated. And Richard Nixon wins anyway. And then you get the Apollo program. And then you get weapons of mass destruction on a global scale. That's where that money went. That money went directly into developing intercontinental ballistic missiles. You know this too because all the countries that boast space programs, all 7 of them, all have exactly the same military capability. Intercontinental missiles. There isn't not one single, it's 1-for-1 correlation. So they're all in on it. They go, well, hey, you can't tell your populace that your space program's fake because I'll tell your populace that it's fake too. They're all in on it. They know that they want this spending, they want this military spending, they want to hide it from their populace, and they all kind of do a wink and a nod behind closed doors and pretend like they're boldly exploring space for the betterment of humanity, and they're not.
Well, it's weird because I remain with the impression that Bart Cyber believed that China's and Russia's, or both, space programs are actually real, unlike the US, or something like that.
Yeah, I really don't know.
He believes.
I stopped watching Bart Sabel when he started weaponizing the YouTube reporting system. It would go through, flat Earth channels and just mass report for copyright infringement. At that point, I checked out. If you're going to weaponize victimhood like that and pretend like, it's nothing. The guy's worthless.
That's not
useless at that point. Like he became the enemy. He thought the CIA would love to shut down flat Earth, and there he is doing CIA's work for them, while claiming we're the ones who are CIA. The guy lost the plot. It's quite embarrassing, but really it goes to show you that we don't need to talk about the moon mission. Let the globalists hash it out. They can sit there and argue about who got to the moon first and whose Sky Daddy blessed which space program. Here in this channel, we talk about the Earth, the surface of the Earth. All the rest of that stuff is peripheral content that really kind of leads to nowhere, like a bridge to nowhere. Because if they faked it or if they didn't fake it, it doesn't change the fact that the Earth is measured, observable, and practically used as flat. Government today could come out and say, we faked it. And give reasons why. Say we're stuck in a Cold War, we had to develop weapons, and all of it. Complete like Bill Clinton's book, like in his memoir about one of the things he came the president, and he looked at all the data and the information for the Apollo program, and he was stunned by the lack of content there showing that there was an Apollo program at all. And he said he had a kooky neighbor that, I can't remember the neighbor's name, but he used to talk about that the moon mission was fake, and he's like, what a kook. And he's like, wow, but now as president and having full access to all the classified information, he didn't see anything there that really convinced him it ever happened at all.
Interesting. I'm very curious. I know this is besides the subject, but just yes or no, do you think the 9/11 was a controlled demolition or not?
Yeah, that's another peripheral topic. You don't need flat Earth for that topic. The conspiracy type stuff. There's going to be people there's going to be people who think all kinds of things about it. And it doesn't match. It won't match. You could go down the list of flat earthers and it'll probably match the same swath of anybody. Like if you were to say and just go through a swath of all people, of people in the globe side, or just a general population, and just say, hey, I got some questions about 9/11. That's
no. That's not what I mean. I was just curious if you are.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That I'm telling you that it's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant to the topic. It'd be the same thing asking me like, "Hey, do you believe pineapple belongs on pizza?" And I could give you the answer, but it would be the same probative value.
No. I just wanted to, because I sense this feeling that you guys are like me.
Yeah, I would say there's probably nobody like you. You're like unique in the world, or one of a kind.
It's true. But I guess I was just curious about your guys' way of thinking. If you came to the same conclusions, how similar we are, basically.
Yeah, you got people on the globe side who also think that it was a conspiracy theory. So you don't need that topic. This topic, yeah. So it doesn't match. It's one of those things where it won't work. It'd be like, hey, how many people here speak English or something like that? It wouldn't go anywhere. It just doesn't work. That question, that line of questioning doesn't go anywhere. It's like it's either a bridge to nowhere or an abrupt dead end that you have to turn around and go back the way you came. It's like I wonder how many flat earthers use Discord or something like that. Like, you know, like what's cat and dog people, or what, complete non sequiturs that don't matter one way or the other. But the only reason why it matters when we start talking about demographics is some odd reason the astronaut corps is 100% Christian conservative, without exception. Every single one of them. So you talk about, well, shouldn't there be some sort of mix or balance? Like, shouldn't the astronaut corps somewhat match the general demographics of America? Well, no, not at all. What they do, they call it the right stuff. Christian conservatism, in their worldview, NASA's worldview, is how you become the best of the best, the cream of the crop. That's step one. Are you a Christian conservative? If not, well, you don't have the right stuff to be. Your dreams of becoming an astronaut are over before they even started. Now, that's a good probative question. Why? Why is that the case? See, they like to pretend like, oh, flat earthers are all these bigoted, hypocritical, homophobic, whatever Neanderthals. Really? Have you seen the federal government? Have you seen NASA? And you think we're the bigoted, exclusive people? That's really the only way you want to look at this, is you want to find something that's not like the other. So when you look at a flat earther, they're going to be about equal to the general population in all senses, except they kind of know about heliocentric and geocentric and have looked into it. Most people don't. They don't even care. Jay Leno used to do a thing called jaywalking, where he would walk up and ask random people on the street just questions, just basic questions. In one of them, he did like a heliocentric model questionnaire, like how many planets in the solar system. People said everything but 9, like 28, 3, 40, 60. They asked people, what galaxy is Earth in? People would have no idea. What's a galaxy? An S-phone galaxy.
People say like, Mars.
Yeah, the one was the guy. I gave him a hint. I'll give you a hint. It's a candy bar, and the dude said Mars, like a Mars bar. And he's like, well, no. Well, Baby Ruth? Like, he started listing every candy bar but the Milky Way. Yeah, it's like, they had, I could find the video. They had a Jeopardy thing about, like a real estate agent, real estate solar system. And they just brought up really basic questions. Like simple, like questions where like, this planet is known for its big red storm. Or something like that. But it's okay because you can hang out and it's some 70 different moons. People are like, Mars. They go, nope, no one's got a guess. And everyone's like, nah, I got nothing. And then it's like, one of them's like, this planet is icy cold. Make sure you bundle up. And it's funny to say its name. And the dude's like, Earth. Or whatever. I don't remember the exact verbiage. But they went through 5. These are supposed to be double Jeopardy. Like, people smart as shit. And they couldn't get even basic sort of comedy heliocentric questions right. And like the guy who won a bunch, I can't think of his name right now, like Pat something or whatever, with J, Jenkins, Pat Jenkins or whatever his name was. He was the one who was hosting it, and he was giggling as they're getting these questions wrong. And at the end, he's like, "I guess astronomy isn't your guys' strong suit," and they all started giggling. I guess not. So that's the demographic you'd be looking for, is how come the general population has no clue that Earth is the third rock from the sun? That there's 8 or 9 planets, depending on how you classify Pluto. They can't even name the planets in order. They can't tell you how many continents there are, how many oceans there are, what the size of Earth is, what the axial tilt is claimed. They don't know what causes a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse. They don't know what causes moon phases. None of it. They know absolutely nothing about it, but they'll come in here and tell you photographs from space prove the Earth is not a flat. And you ask them, well, sure, well, who took the photo? What year was it? They don't know that either. Like they're arguing from absolute complete ignorance because they saw a YouTube video that said flat earthers are dumb. That's it. That's the whole story. And they get questions in here about like, why would they lie? Is the moon flat too? So we got enough content. Basically, I know it's kind of a ramble. I went on for a little bit there. I got a little long-winded. But the main point is we don't need to go into peripheral topics. There's more than enough content to just stay on Earth, on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, it's surprising even just how many people think that Katy Perry floated around because she'd escaped the gravitational pull of the Earth.
Yeah, man. They think that they go up and then they pop through like a shield, and then all of a sudden they're in space and they're floating around.
Yeah, I talked to this dude, atheist, who identifies as a Satanist for some reason. Got pissed at me for whatever reason, and started telling me about how things float in space because it's zero gravity. So I'm like, that's interesting. Because I was told they're following the curvature of time and space, but Earth keeps moving out of the way. And he's like, oh yeah, that's just some dumb flat Earth speech. So I start pulling up citations. Multiple back-to-back citations about how under modern understanding of physics, that they're following the trajectory of time and space, link him videos. Then his response was to just start porn bombing my DMs.
Guys, do you think my voice or the way I speak is annoying?
Yeah, it's an irrelevant question too. That's so subjective that it doesn't matter. So people would say yes and people would say no, and it wouldn't matter.
Maybe there's something I can change, or maybe
no, you don't need to
my
change
accent
anything.
is super annoying. I don't know.
No, you don't need to change anything at all. You're perfectly you.
Okay, thank you.
If somebody has a problem with your voice, good, bad, or otherwise, that's 100% inside themselves. You can't change or affect that. If they try to blame you for that, then they're emotionally dysregulated. You can't be responsible for someone's subjective take about what your voice sounds like. If you want my answer is no, absolutely not.
Interesting things I've learned today. I'm gonna be telling this information to other people as well.
Yeah, my take on that is have them approach you. I've noticed, like in the days of yore, like 2018 time frame, I used to talk to a lot of people, like IRL, and it really went. You never know where someone's at. So what I'd do is like I'd wear like a flat Earth T-shirt. I would have like like a bumper sticker on my car that says "Research Flat Earth." Let them approach you. So then they're ready for the conversation, instead of you just saying, "Hey, have you heard the Earth is flat?" Because you don't know where someone might be in headspace, and some people react very weirdly to this information. Like they might just crack, like completely crack. It's so, like they might really have a lot of ego driven into the world being a globe for some reason. They a lot of people don't explain or take questions on it. My take is that some of them have this idea that their life is so horrible that they think that sooner or later they're going to travel to space and everything's going to get solved. So they could just be right on the edge, and you say, hey, have you heard the Earth measures flat because of laser tests? They won't hear a single word. They'll just hear you say, I'm here to kill your dreams of a better life. And that's what they'll respond to.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that use caution, use a lot of wisdom and caution. And, it's kind of hard to like drop this topic on people's laps because they're not ready for it. That line from The Matrix. Some of them are so hopelessly plugged in, so hopelessly dependent on the system that they will fight to defend the same system that enslaves them. I mean, see the way people react violently over a parking spot for, like holy crap. You see a Little League game arguing over some teenage umpire, maybe calling a ball a strike or, calling a ball fall. I mean, just think that's how they act. Because they're on this high caloric, low nutrient diet. Their brain really isn't functioning well. And that's another thing from Richard Nixon, that sugar added to food, the high fructose corn syrup. So you don't know. So I know I'm harping on this, but be cautious. Because you have no idea where somebody's at. And this topic can be very triggering.
Oh, sorry, hot Mikey.
What you got to do is find a way to flat smack someone. So, like, my uncle is into the fluoride. So I showed him a video of the astronaut telling kids to swallow their toothpaste. That's all it took. It wasn't like I needed to talk about, NASA bloopers and ISS. Just show them like a random kiddo asking an astronaut on the live stream, how do you brush your teeth in space? And the astronauts talk about swallow your toothpaste. That's all it took.
Oh wait, they said that.
Oh yeah, totally, dude. Another one I flat smacked because they thought that astronauts are the cream of the crop, the best of the best. Like, astronauts are so advanced, multiple, like interdisciplinary doctorate degrees. Like when God made them, God broke the mold. They're one of a kind. And I showed them a video of Don Pettit playing with eggs on the ISS, talking about Angry Birds and all kinds of dumb shit. And it wasn't NASA's YouTube video. It was like someone else had clipped it. Then like my family member said, well, that's a gag. That's not a real astronaut. That's complete garbage. Why would you show me something that's obviously some sort of dumb flat earth skit? So then I'm like, okay, well, sure. Well, here's I pulled up Don Pettit on NASA's website, and I'm like, here you go. Here, this is the same guy. They shifted the goalpost. Okay, well, sure. That looks like him. It's a celebrity impersonator. And I'm like, what the hell? So you're saying that flat earthers can make skits using celebrity impersonators. And they're like, yeah. So by the grace of God, the video is posted on NASA's own website. You could still to this day just go to NASA's official YouTube page, type in Angry Birds in Space, and there's Don Pettit acting like a complete other moron. And that's all it took. Once he saw this supposedly cream of the crop, the spokesman for the astronauts, supposedly the best of the best astronauts, the longest lasting, the longest serving astronaut who's done multiple commands, all of it. When he saw him talk like the guy can barely tie his shoes, that's all it took.
Yeah, so the evidence matters, but also the state of mind of the person receiving the evidence matters also, because if the state of mind is that this is ridiculous and they want to make fun of it, then it's not the right moment to show any evidence.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all across the plane. Candace Owens lost her marbles. Holy crap. Did you see her latest video? For the audience listening, she basically thinks Charlie Kirk was a time-traveling soldier from the multiverse. He saw the future, as it is claimed. And somehow his death altered the timeline of history for the future of man. Like, that kind of level crazy. It's crazier than Flat Earth, am I right? The latest in space news, brought to you by Crit. Looks like there's a satellite deorbit that's happening, and a clock that's counting down. What was it, in 3 days? We could expect to see some fireworks in the sky. Is that right? I didn't read into the article, so I'm unsure if this is some kind of scheduled deorbit or if this is due to some geomagnetic activity, solar weather activity. When I first started to take a hard look at Flat Earth, we were already locked down in the economy. And it was so easy to do because conspiracy theories were already flying everywhere, every which way, about everything you could imagine. Flat Earth seemed to be just another one of those conspiracy theories. And I was bored, and I'd heard about it before, and I said, you know what, I'm going to go take a look at this. And when you were feasting on Flat Earth back then, you had this whole table of nonsense to pick from. It was associated with just about every other conspiracy theory imaginable. Because that's, after all, what it was for most people back then, including me. It was tied into the moon landings. It was even tied into the freaking Titanic. Hindenburg, mud floods. It was all seemingly connected. And Flat Earth seemed to be like a linchpin that was holding the entire web of conspiracies together. I really did think that at one point. And over time, as my interest deepened in the subject, started to realize that Flat Earth really stands alone. While there are related topics to it, it really does stand alone. And it's not a conspiracy theory. Flat Earth and conspiracy theories belong in separate buckets entirely. There's no crossover. The reason why I say that is because nobody can hide the world from you. Nobody can hide how you experience and measure the world from you. Nobody has done that. It's impossible. You can't hide the natural world. You can't conceal natural discoveries like this. So people come in and say, if the Earth is flat, doesn't that mean everybody has to be in on it? On the big scam, on the big concealment of the nature of Earth? And the answer is no. People aren't in on it any more than a religious leader who sincerely believes he's the second coming of Christ is in on it. People have a sincere belief that the Earth is a globe. They teach their kids that the Earth is a globe. You learn about the globe in classrooms. The globe is cool. The globe's in popular media. It's everywhere. You're entreated to a globe when you sit down and watch a movie. This isn't being done by any conscious effort to deceive you. This is just a cultural symbol at this point. What it comes down to is we're deceiving ourselves. You live on a flat world, you experience it flat, but when you turn on your navigation device, you're presented a globe. And so you believe that you're on that. You believe that you're on the map. And I think the only people that might come close to knowing that the Earth is flat, despite their best efforts to work with a globe, are these people that work in space programs. And not everybody. I'm talking a very select few. There are probably a few people in the space programs. There are probably a few people working for U.S. Geological Survey, people that are involved in charting and maps, cartography. I'm sure there are some people that figured it out. And they have every reason to keep their mouth shut. They're probably surrounded at work all day, every day, by people who believe in the globe and haven't figured it out yet themselves. You know, there's probably a crisis of conscience happening amongst people like this and these occupying these positions. But the human mind is ever adaptable. Given enough time, they'll learn to deal with the conflict. Back when you first researched Flat Earth and you thought that this was the key that unlocked all these mysteries, you felt like that you'd just been endowed with a certain knowledge, certain power that gave you special insight into everything and anything in the world around you. And this is why we got so many Flat Earth content developers who hold themselves out as gurus, as guides, as sages, heroes, knowers. But if it's conspiracy theory ideation that brought you into this and you haven't left that mindset, you haven't switched over to the empirical mindset that's required to observe reality, measure and deduce it as it is, you're still stuck on feeding off of this nonsense train, you're probably not going to advance. You're probably not going to pick up and casually read mainstream physics and chemistry textbooks. You're probably not going to read literature pertaining to surveying and geology, because you're going to think that all of this scientism is bad and you're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say that's the end of it. Because you might think that flat Earth, your observable empirical reality, operates under a completely set of different physical principles than the actual laws of nature on which flat Earth is understood. You might be open to an idea of some mysticism, and along with that, some asceticism. You're going to think that there's a lot more to this, and in fact, there may be, but the fact of the matter is, flat Earth is a physical existence. It is objective, and it will continue on after you're dead. And most of these discoveries and what are called scientific fields today are completely legitimate. I'd go so far as to say that 99% of things that humans figured out and developed up until about the 1920s is pretty good, pretty well intact. But in the community, there's an aversion. The perception is that mainstream scientific claims cannot be trusted. And this claim is done without individually and objectively evaluating those claims. It's all thrown out. Just nope, can't trust it. It's all scientism. I think a more careful examination is required. And you know what? Maybe math and science isn't for you. Maybe you're just not really too interested in this, and that's fine. Doesn't mean you can't speak about flat Earth or you can't defend your point of view on flat Earth. You can still go do that. You're just going to go about it in a different way. And there are plenty of people in this community who are extremely artistically inclined, visually inclined. And I think that's a very important trait to have. Being able to see the world and think about the world consistently, congruently with each other is really the whole point of what we're here for, is to help people to process their environment, their visual environment, so that they're no longer shoving their sensory input through a filter of perception that somebody else constructed for them to believe in. I think artists do a really good job at doing this, at separating the left and the right hemispheres and understanding when the left side of the brain takes over versus the right side of the brain takes over, as they're drawing and depicting things, as they're conjuring images in their mind or looking at the real world and drawing from still life. The well-practiced artist is really good at objectifying things properly. And I think that's a very valuable talent to have in this field. And you can talk about flat Earth in these ways too. You don't have to talk about Newton versus Einstein versus Maxwell versus whatever the hell. Like, you can just discuss the beauty of the natural world around you and how you see. Learning to draw with perspective. I mean, my goodness, how many people do we talk to that come in through these halls, and we try to describe in plain, simple terms how you see, and they have a problem with visual perception of perspective. You say, yeah, everything in your field of view appears to converge at a vanishing point. There's a vanishing line of a horizon separating Earth and sky. But things converge to a point, and that point is no bigger than 0.02 degrees on average for many people. Anything smaller than that cannot be resolvable. It doesn't mean you can't see the light, but this is why we can't see forever. And you can add on top of that all the conditions of the natural world, the air that you're breathing, nitrogen and oxygen and other things, water molecules, dust, dirt, particulates, pollution, dynamic systems of pressure mediation, high to low.
Yeah, I was listening a little bit ago, like with the conspiracy theories really on the globe side. They've done things to silence minorities, silence dissent. They turn the topic about people, try to shift it that there's something wrong with the flat earther rather than the topic itself.
There's always that uncomfortable notion in their minds that the flat earther could be right. Our modern world is technologically advanced beyond recognition from every era that we have in recorded history, bearing no resemblance at all. And just like how dependent we are on electricity in modern infrastructure, if the power were to go out for 2 weeks where you live, all the food gets spoiled in these supermarkets, no more deliveries. Medicines that require refrigeration spoil. Your toilet stops flushing. Your water stops pumping. What do you do? Could be wintertime. It could get to 0 degrees or below outside very quickly at night. What do you do? Do you live in a neighborhood? Everybody else is in the same condition. What do you do? Who do you trust? People 100 years ago were in a much better position to handle this than we are today, that's for sure. As you go back further and further, people are better and better equipped to handle this baseline.
Yeah, the book written about it was called I can't remember, like 7 Meals to Anarchy. They're saying now it's like half a meal, like maybe not even.
Yeah.
They said people back.
If you live in Europe, yeah.
Oh yeah, people back then had some kind of steady way. They had their canned, preservatives. They had their a garden. They had well water. There's little things here and there. So I think the book was called 7 Meals, but yeah, now it's like not even. I mean, people are so hopelessly dependent on the system, a system that doesn't care about them, right. And the system could just as easily revoke all privileges without any appeal, and they would rather go online and screech about what flat earthers say in our own spaces, not bothering anyone else. See, my take is that they are trying to find some control. They're totally being controlled from the moment they wake up, the moment they open their eyes, to the moment they close them. So they think, if I can, exfluorinate, I have some control in the world.
Another theme is emerging. The primary theme being people confusing the map for the territory. People are confusing too. System users from system builders, right? So, hey, flat earther, what about all the pilots? What about all the astronomers? What about all the Windows users? Don't they know how to code an operating system? Does a pilot necessarily know how the map was developed?
How's everyone doing this morning?
Pretty good, man. Just driving around town.
Keeping it real.
Man. You see any curvature?
No.
I stopped looking.
That's fair.
Apparently you have to go all the way to outer space to see it. And no one's done so for over 60 years. In the 1960s, some people did something because God picked America to win the space race, because apparently God loves capitalism. And then the space age abruptly ends in 1972, and never again. But going to Mars is no problem, apparently, if you believe their story. So we'll see how that shakes out.
We'll see here pretty soon. They're supposed to circle around the moon or something. Orbit around. I'm starting to think that they didn't think NASA was going to go this far. I think it was all just propped up, and then eventually it was just a lie after a lie after a lie, and they can't go back now. I don't think it was meant to be this big. The globe theory.
I'm with you there. Dude, I've been thinking the same thing for years now. Yep. They've just doubled down. They had no way to back out of this. And the only way out of it is to just slam on the gas pedal. We're stuck with this until America dissolves or something.
Yep. I think they're fucked.
So in that regard, right, the UK was pretty smart. They never endeavored to put people on the moon. Russia pretended to want to put people on the moon, but they were careful. They were smart too, to an extent. It's almost like they trolled us, like the Russians trolled Americans to go the extra mile. And we took the bait and we ran with it. And we're like, oh shit.
Yeah, bro, there's no going back. They've already lied and said that they went to the moon. I mean, you had the president involved at that time as well. So there's no going back. We all know, well, some of us know that we didn't go to the moon, but It's
the moon topic. You don't need flat Earth for that. That's probably one of the best things about that. Like the moon mission, that right there was called out at the time. When it happened, people are like, "This is some of the biggest bullshit I've ever seen." Who's gonna fall for that? I mean, atheists.
I know people personally.
Yeah, atheists took it to court. Took them to court. Said, "Hey, how about you prove some of this stuff?" And they refused to give proof. They just kept playing legal trickery rather than present the proof in the court of law. So when people look at this, they're like, "Hey, how about what happened then? When did it switch? When did about half of Russians and 30% of millennials or whatever start thinking?" It was always that way. It's always been about 30% who absolutely believed it because of political reasons, about another 30% who really didn't know for sure, didn't care, and about 40% who were absolutely not. That is the most fakest, dumb shit they've ever tried to pull yet.
What amazes me is there are people who do not believe in the moon landing. They think it's all BS, along with other things, but they can't grasp flat Earth when we have proof. It's amazing to me because they're like, why would they lie to us? I mean, we clearly see they lied about this. Doesn't matter how big or small.
That's that Bart Sabel. Well, that Bart Sabel, one of the guys who's very active on YouTube, making astronauts gone wild. Something funny happened on the moon. He hates flat earthers, really hates flat earthers. Says that flat earthers are CIA without exception. Every single one of them, all flat earthers are CIA. So yeah, it's really interesting when you see people like that, because what he'll do is a flat earther will use some of his content. He'll report the channel for violations, copyright. Then if the clip doesn't get taken down, then he'll say, "Haha, CIA." If the clip does get taken down, he'll say, "Haha, CIA."
Once you go flat, man, you never go back. I don't ever see myself believing in the globe. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it is interesting when you get some of the people who do go back and you ask them, "Well, what was it that convinced you? What got you to go flat Earth and what got you to go back to the globe?" They can never explain it. They can never say, "Oh yeah, I saw this evidence of a flat Earth, and now I saw this evidence of a globe." It's always some sort of performative art piece about people. We had this guy called Ranty. He has used to do long distance photography all the time. And suddenly out of the blue, this other guy he didn't like to begin with, called Bev, did his own long distance photography. And the guy's like, "That's a globe." And then he named himself Flurspective, so that everyone started calling him Flurf. And he gets pissed about that, and they laugh anyway, because they're like, "Hey, once a Flurf, always a Flurf." So then he goes on to cover some sort of Meninism, sort of he thinks that men are being treated unfairly in society, like a male rights activist. At that point, hey, globalists have him. Take this guy. He's too retarded for this topic.
If there was one thing, and I know I'm reaching, but if there was one thing that would convince you that we're on a globe, what do you think it would be? One thing.
Proof of curvature. An observation, a measurement, something showing the Earth is curved. Even smallest amount. Even say, "Hey, we were wrong about 3959. It's 68, 58, or whatever." Some level of curvature. or motion. That'd be another good one too. Say, hey, you can't detect curvature because of X, Y reasons, refraction or something. The optical, the atmosphere just constantly distorts your vision to make it always appear flat. Your eye converts the information or whatever. But here is proof of rotation, axial rotation.
Yeah, that'd be very strong evidence for me too. If somebody could set a gyro somewhere. In fact, I'd request several gyros to be set up at specific locations and then film them, watch them all, and see what they do over the course of 24 hours.
That's why we say thanks, Bob. Bob Nodell. Yeah. He set up he did the gyro experiment and was able to manipulate local variables to get independent results. He got from 2 degrees of rotation to 30 degrees. And even if you take his data and do weighted averages and all kinds of happy horse shit, it doesn't even get close to 15.04. Not even close. Even with a margin of error, just say, hey, we're just going to bake in the margin of error, use weighted averages. It's one of the funny things where the globalists thought they had won because they got a little bit of a soundbite, out of context soundbite, and they thought, oh, here it is. So he finally drops the data, and people run the numbers. At the very best, if you give all the charity to the globe side, the flat earther set it up wrong. The flat earther didn't use weighted averages. The flat earther didn't wait for it to warm up, everything. Their best sample size got to 14.2 degrees per hour. Even with the margin of error of the device, it's not even there. It's not to the 15.04 they would need. So it falsified axial rotation because your Earth would have to maintain a 15.04 axial rotation continuously nonstop. It can't slow up and speed down. It's got to be 15.04 or nothing at all. Any other result is a falsification.
And you're going to have to set up, I think, different gyros at different points on Earth because that 15.04 degrees is going to be divided amongst the different axes of the gyroscope. So, for example, if you set one up at the equator and Earth is a globe, then it's only going to rotate in one axis. If you set one up at the North Pole, it's going to rotate on another axis. But if you set it up at 45 degrees north latitude, it's going to have to rotate across 3 axes. You're going to need pitch, roll, and yaw. You're going to be able to monitor this. And if you set up gyroscopes at different locations, initialize them all at the same time, and then go, you should be able to see that the gyroscopes are maintaining rigidity in space relative to the housing that's rotating around them along these different axes that accords with a rotation at different points on the surface of a spinning globe. And something like this seems rather trivial here in the 21st century, and it's never been done. If these optical gyros indeed behave the way that they're claimed, then show us that, then use them.
Maybe it was done.
The sensors are a bit noisy, they say. What, DJ?
I said maybe it was done. It didn't work out. The results didn't come in.
Yeah, and they're like, oh shit, we better pretend like this never happened. Yeah, it's an interesting take. Maybe it was done, and that's why we haven't heard about it.
You know what else is probably being done 100,000 times more than what we've gone out and done is measuring over long distance with high-end optics and infrared and stuff like that. I bet people have gone out extensively, especially anti-flat earthers, and tried to do long distance observations and then not release the results because they're not going to help their case at all. Because there's no way that flat earthers could have this many published observations and the globe earthers have fuck all.
Yeah, that's a good point. It brings to mind something I've been talking about recently, the Sophia telescope. For those that don't know, there was an exact replica of the Hubble Space Telescope that was put inside a modified 747 jet, and it was flown around the Earth. This program was decommissioned recently within the last few years. This telescope had, amongst other features, high-end infrared optics, and they claim to have done horizon studies with it. Isn't that interesting? Imagine if Jay Tolan had access to something like this. So I'm like, great, show me some of the footage. Where can I go on NASA's website to retrieve all the footage that Sophia took of these long-distance infrared horizon zooms? And guess what? The footage has been taken down. The databases are not for public use anymore. Apparently they were up at one point, maybe before Flat Earth was popular, I don't know. But NASA acknowledges that they took the databases offline and they're not for the public anymore. Isn't that something? That's something. There we go. Thank you, old dude, for posting a picture. About the best we have are P900s taken on airplanes. But it's enough. Man, imagine that thing. Holy crap. Like, it's a lens the size of a car, an aperture the size of a basketball. Right, I have to step away for a bit. I'll be back online in a few.
All right, sounds good.
What a time to be alive, man. So without all this technology back then, people would just have to take NASA's word.
No, not at all. Yeah, the people at the time, right now, don't take government's word for it. I mean, people, yeah, so people say like, oh, government said something. But yeah, even in the 1960s, with all the technology and whatnot, people called out. Like I said, the American Atheist Association, ran by Madeleine O'Hair, said, let's see the evidence that you went to the moon. Took him to court. Took him to a court of law, sued NASA for the evidence for they went to the moon. And instead of presenting the evidence, having the astronauts testify in court, they played legal trickery to move the court, to move the case to court, till they eventually got some yes men judge to dismiss it on jurisdictional grounds. And still to this day, you can't give the evidence they went to the moon. The director, the last director of Roscosmos, I can't, like Dmitry, whatever, something Medvedev, he was outgoing. He's on state media. You know, like it or not, Russia has state media. He's on state media, and one of the interviewers said, hey, after your 15-something years, better part of almost, a decade and a half of running the world's best space program, all the propaganda, laying it thick, what do you want all the little boys and girls to know? What's the biggest takeaway? He said, well, all the little boys and girls, I want you to know that America never landed on the moon. There's no evidence they did so. That's on state TV. It wasn't like some sort of outlet where someone would say, oh, it was a shock jock, it was a parody skit. It was just being silly or something like that. He was trolling. No, this was state-run TV. His propagandized exit interview about how great the Russian space program is. His number one takeaway to tell all the little boys and girls at home watching. America never landed on the moon. There's no proof they did so.
Wait, Mar, you could just use logic here. You don't have to use like evidence-based thinking. Just use logic with flat Earth.
Okay, great. You're up next, Chief. Can you give me Earth curve measurements, please?
I would just like to ask why, like, logically, flat Earth makes sense.
Logically, if the Earth was a sphere, it would have curvature. So what I need from you now, logically, is to have measurements of that curvature. Can you give me the measurements and how they were attained?
I mean, I could look up geodesic data on the Earth shape.
Look it up.
Does that exist?
So go ahead and do that. Figure it out. See how it all works. See how they get that data, and then get back to us, would you?
Yeah, they gather the data either from satellites or from experiments or other means.
Experiments? How do you get Earth curve measurements from experiments? Experiments have to do with the scientific method. This is not a scientific inquiry. This is geometry.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, really it is? So give me the naturally observed phenomena, please.
Well, you can agree that geometry can be used in an experiment, right?
Sorry, yeah, and that would be a composition fallacy that you just committed. I want you to go ahead and show me the naturally observed. I know you're already confused because you don't know that you were talking about logic a second. You were talking about logic a second ago, and so we're doing this logically, right? So logically, if the Earth was a sphere, it would have to have curvature. These are all geometric terms. These are not scientific terms. These are geometry terms. So we're going to be logical. We're going to stick to the topic, geometry. And then now you're going to say that there's an experiment that we can do in geometry. Can you give me the naturally observed phenomena so that we can run it through the scientific method? Please begin.
Okay, now I'm on server muted. Great. Yeah, I mean, we can take things like surface tension of water and apply that on a bigger scale.
Okay, surface tension of water is not the discussion. We're talking about Earth curve, not surface tension. So Earth curve measurements are what we're looking for. Apparently, you think there's some kind of experiment that we can do. Try again.
Okay, I don't think it's going to be productive. You're going to just...
It's just probably
really quickly with the surface tension thing. Okay, so let's say you have like a rock the size of a tennis ball, and you wet it, and you've got like some surface tension on the outside of the tennis ball. Is that what you mean? And then you're going to scale that up to the size of the globe?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, so what if you just like instead of scaling it up to the size of a globe, let's just scale it up to the size of a beach ball now. Are you going to have a thicker surface tension on a beach ball compared to a tennis ball? It's going to be exactly the same, right? Because it's just surface tension. It's going to be the same thickness. Now we could get like a rock like the size of a house, like a ball the size of a house that's made out of rock. Now it's still just you could wet that, and it's still just going to have the same amount of thickness of surface tension on the outside. So the tennis ball, the beach ball, the house-sized ball, right? They all have the same thickness of surface tension. At what point, when you're scaling that up, does it start to become a thicker surface tension?
I guess when there's things like gravity involved or a magnetic field that may skew how surface tension works.
Think about your argument there, bro. That's just a bad argument. That's all I'm saying. Just think about it.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
the fact that like surface tension can exist and like that water usually falls downward, right? Because gravity.
I made my point, bro. Continue.
Well, and also logically, here's what I actually wanted to get to, because like this is something I always find funny. It's like logically, if the Earth is flat, right?
Okay, let's just start off with the logic. Give us a logical syllogism for the globe. We'll start from there. Just give us a logical syllogism.
What's a syllogism?
You can look that up on Google.
Oh, I can't. Wait, hold on. Syllogism makes me.
You're little.
All right, so like I'm really not interested if I'm just gonna be server muted every
Oh
time
my
I
gosh,
can't
it's
finish
calling.
thought.
I'm gonna go come.
You're not going to get server muted every time, but if you're going to start the conversation by, let's keep this logical, then let's do that. Let's see if you can prove the globe with some sort of logic. Not going, if the Earth was flat, then, some kind of consequence that you've imagined in your mind. We're talking about logic here. So let's just start with logic. Some kind of syllogism that you can give us relating to, geometry, since that's what we're talking about. In fact, geometry, if you break it down, geo, Earth, metric, or, measure, that's what we're talking about. So some kind of syllogism. Let's keep it real logical.
Okay, so with logic, it's important to note, like when we're looking through a telescope, like when we see celestial.
I'm waiting for you to give me a syllogism or start the conversation. Not looking through a telescope. We're talking about the Earth, not the sky. Maybe we need to back this up, make it really kid friendly. The Earth is the ground, the surface of the Earth. It's not up, it's down. Can you figure this out without any help?
Oh, I can talk now? Great. What I was getting at is that, like, when you think about it, why would only Earth be flat?
Only Earth be flat. So, see, you've begged the question. You were coming in here with some kind of logic, I guess, but you've already committed a fallacy. Within your question, are you assuming that the other planets, meaning the other things that should be like the Earth in a solar system based on the geometry of the Earth, that is 3959 radius, which you should have measurements of, are you begging the question that all of those other planets are in this begging the question fallacy called a solar system? Please tell me if you are begging the question. I know that you are, but see if you can admit to it.
Holy shit, dude.
Right.
Well, the issue is you're committed to a category error here. You have to establish
No.
that you're in the same category.
Lagging,
that Earth
so
is in the
like
same category as like Jupiter.
Yeah, he's got diarrhea of the mouth, so if you talk, he'll instantly talk.
I noticed that off the bat. Jeez.
Yeah.
All right, I'll back this up a little bit. So, like, I try to use logic when coming to conclusions. And if somebody says, like, the Earth is flat or domed or whatever, my thinking is, okay, so physics are non-discriminate. So if the Earth is flat or domed or whatever the theory is, then that means other planets would have to be the same in nature.
Other
Once
planets
again,
dude.
So you just
when
did
you
it
say
again.
other planets, you're begging the question. See, you already, in your mind, you think that all that other stuff that you've been told, that you were fed at school, and, Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson and NASA and Discovery and history, you're assuming that all that's true in the first place. You actually have to prove that first instead of saying other planets. It's a category error, just like Yoder said. So, for the Earth to be like these other things, you'd either have to have curvature measurements of them or curvature measurements of the Earth. That would be the logical thing to do.
Well,
we clarification here, kid, is we don't think flat Earth is inside the vacuum of outer space. We have no reason to conclude that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we have no reason to conclude that a satellite orbits a flat Earth, for example.
It's frustrating if I get server muted before I finish a thought.
Look, bro, it's only because you kept over talking. If you can try not to over talk, then we'll try not we won't server mute. Yeah, you
literally not.
You're doing it. You're doing it right now, man.
What? Just completing a thought is interrupting? I didn't know that.
He was only
muting you while he was talking so he could talk without you talking over him. As soon as he stopped talking, he would unmute you. Okay, so you shouldn't complain if you wanted to talk while he was talking.
Yeah, I was also interrupted before finishing my thought.
Right.
Okay,
Let's try
great.
to have a different type of conversation where no one interrupts then. But look, this is the thing, bro. You have a false idea of what flat Earth is in your head. We're trying to explain that to you. We don't claim that the Earth's a flat disk or a flat planet floating around in the heliocentric version of outer space.
Okay, so do other planets exist? Because there is an implication that they don't.
Planets exist.
Yeah.
Other would kind of assume or imply that the Earth is a planet in the first place. Now, when we talk about planets, okay, see, now you've already interrupted me. Great. Doing real well today. Anyways, if you have evidence that the Earth is a planet, then all we need from you is the curvature measurements of the Earth to affirm that.
Yeah, and I would just say refer to geodesic data on that.
Great. Can you show us some? This is your claim. I want you to provide it for us.
Sure. Yeah, just give me a moment.
This happens to be one of my favorite topics, by the way. You're in for a treat.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Can you? I was here, I think, 2 days ago, and says who provided me arguments that you can't see actually the Eiffel Tower from some place that is far because of flat Earth. And I'm interested why is that and how it argument with degrees of our view range.
Yeah, well, SX, I gave you two things to consider, right? One of them was angular size, so you would have to give me the distance at which you're viewing said object, and then we would have to figure out what the angular size of the Eiffel Tower would be, you know, in this case, however far away it's going to be from your location. And then we're going to have to figure out what the angular size would be or is. Number two, if it's in excess of 300 miles, the air is not going to allow you to see that far anyways. So it really doesn't matter. If it's beyond 300 miles, you can just forget about seeing it because the opacity of the air will not allow it.
Well, how the amount of degrees of our view range relates to the farness of our view range?
Right. Well, it would depend on the optic. Okay. For the human eye, it's 0.02 degrees or 0.02 arc seconds. So we need something, you know, greater than that for the naked eye. But if we have a larger optic, you know, something with a larger aperture, we could increase that, but it's not going to be a whole lot. So, and then once again, remember the limiting factor once again is the air. So can you give me a specific example of something that we're looking at? And then we can go through all of the different criteria that we would need to go through. Something within range, reasonable range, maybe 10 miles or 20 miles, because the optics and the effects of perspective and everything really break down our ability to see at distance. So can you give me a specific example?
20 miles, for example.
20 miles. Okay, what are we looking at?
Eiffel Tower.
The Eiffel Tower. So 20 miles away from the Eiffel Tower, the actual size of the Eiffel Tower is what? I don't even actually know. How tall is it?
300 meters.
300 meters?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, 300 meters. So that's the actual size. So now there's probably a formula somewhere that will tell us what the angular size will be after, okay, 20 miles. And then we're also going to have to factor in a few other things. But do you think you could figure out what the angular size of the Eiffel Tower would be at 20 miles?
We can use telescope, but due to air, we can see it actually. That's your second argument. Yeah?
No, If it's within 20 miles, we should be able to see this, right? Now, I'm not saying that the air isn't still pretty thick and hard to see through for 20 miles, but we've seen things at 20, 30 miles. So what I need from you next, since we've gone ahead and eliminated the opacity of the air, we're within range, not close to 250, 300 miles. Let's see if we can get the angular size that the Eiffel Tower would be at 20 miles.
Give me a minute or two to calculate it. Yeah.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah, so I was looking at a few sources, and the radius of the Earth, based on its curvature, is 6,371 kilometers.
Yeah, I understand that. That's the claim. Can you get me the measurement of the curvature? Where did they get that figure from? How did they measure the drop over distance?
I posted the link in the side chat, but they got the data from compiling data from previous scientific experiments. Methodology
They wouldn't be scientific.
was research design and approach.
Yeah, we're interested in the origin, the seed values of the globe. Okay, you know what I mean by the seed values?
Seed values? No, I don't know.
Yeah, so how did they determine the radius in the first instance? If you want to pass this off to just other tests that did it, then we need to hunt those down.
Yeah, because I haven't performed these tests myself, so I'm not gonna just make a bunch of claims from things I haven't done myself.
Okay, we're not asking you to do that necessarily. We will accept the method by which anybody measured the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, verifiably so.
Yeah. So it's I mean, at least according to this website, I'm at lumenwaves.com. I'm not sure the credibility, but it says for the summary of key findings, they take into account physical principles. The curvature arises from gravitational forces in the planet's rotation. Measurement methods, techniques such as satellite imagery and geodetic surveys are crucial for calculating curvature. And then visibility phenomena. Curvature influences horizon visibility and can explain certain atmospheric effects like the apparent elevation of distant objects.
Yeah. So all of that is nonsense. Yeah, that's mostly nonsense and more claims on top of claims. So we need that seed value and how it was attained. Because it's just gibberish. It sounds really sciencey, and it sounds like someone did their homework, right? I mean, it sounds all wonderful. But the problem is that we don't actually have any measurements of drop over distance in physical reality. So that's the thing that we're looking for. If the Earth is curving, where is that curve at so that we can measure and verify that this is a ball?
Well, the claim, I guess there's like a straw man claim that people claim that it's a perfect sphere or globe.
Right. So the difference between the axis around the equator and the axis around the poles, or the measurement around the poles, the difference is 0.3%. So it's damn close to a perfect sphere.
To claim that it's an imperfect sphere requires a measurement.
Yeah.
Also true.
Yeah, that's true. I'm trying to see if there's like more actual figures on this website. Paper may have been equatorial bold.
Well,
here
I calculated degrees, and it's 0.5 of 1 degree. So
0.501 degrees. Great. Okay. So now we have that.
Did you arctan rise over run? Never mind.
He was answering a question that I had for him earlier. Okay, so we got 0.5 degrees. Great. Now we have a size. Now, what surface are we looking across in this scenario? Is it the ocean?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's the observation point? I'm asking all these things because they all have to be factored into the account. You know, like where are we looking from? What is our observer height? So on and so forth.
How far away is the Eiffel Tower from the ocean?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it's inland. I was going to say it's quite a ways inland, but He's saying this is over water. So SX, or I'm sorry, I forgot your name. How do I say your screen name, man, so I can talk to you?
Jackart.
Say it again.
You can tell me, call me Jack.
Jack. Okay, Jack. That's going to have to work. Okay, Jack. So, is this a real life scenario?
What do you mean? Like near the ocean? What?
Yeah. I mean, are we looking across water, or is there going to be some topography in the way? Is there going to be trees in the way? Is there going to be buildings in the way? Where are we looking from? In which direction to view the Eiffel Tower from 20 miles away?
I don't know how it will help us to understand the concept. Like, we already understood that we have small amount of degrees of view range, and then we can actually see it's very good, and we just have opacity of air, so we can't use this argument to prove that Earth is circular.
No.
Look, this is the math. Like, for the angular size of the Eiffel Tower to be too small for the human eye to resolve, you would have to be 95 kilometers away from it. Okay? But you could go anywhere in the world and check what the maximum or average visibility rating is, and you're going to find it's going to be a lot less than that. Yeah. So you're going to be limited, regardless of angular size, you're going to be limited by the visibility of the air from seeing forever. The fact is, we can see so far anyway. Like, even if we have a nice clear day, we can see shoreline to shoreline over, say, a 20-mile lake, for example. We could shoot a laser across 40 kilometers and hit a target at just over a meter off the surface. None of this works on a globe. You can't see forever because the air is semi-transparent.
Okay.
It's like, that's the end of the argument for why can't we see forever.
Great, thank you.
Wait, no, but gravity like bends the light and the direction.
Yeah, this is physical obstruction. Physical obstruction because of the particles and the dust and the pollution and the gas and the fog and the mist and all of the stuff that's just in the air in general. It's like you just can't see through it. You can't zoom through it using a telescope. You can't do much about it whatsoever. You might see a tiny bit further with infrared. That's the argument. He's asking us why you can't see the Eiffel Tower from some crazy distance away.
We don't know whether the Earth is a donut shape, a globe, or
yeah, we're not claiming flat's not a shape. Yeah, flat's not a shape. You said two shapes of things and then added flat in. Like smooth, bumpy, rigid. Right? These things they're not shapes. Flat. It's not a. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
Well, that flat is a form of the Earth could possibly take, right?
No, a flat's not a shape. Flat's kind of like the surface of a square, or it could be the surface of a table that could be any shape, or the surface of the water on top of a lake that could be any shape. That's
okay,
just
you
the
get my
description
point,
of a
though.
surface.
Like, the whole debate here is like the shape of the Earth.
No.
I don't
Well, not really. Not really.
Yeah, because for it to have a shape, dude, it's going to have like, in this case, if it's at least 3 dimensions, it's going to have volume. But we don't know anything about the space around the shape.
Wait, but it does have volume.
How much do we really know about
the space around it that defines the volume? It's called an embedding space.
Yeah, we're not even presenting
there's absolutely no embedding space whatsoever.
Exactly. It's not a dimension. It's a surface quality that we're pointing out, that we're measuring.
That's
it's
right.
Not a length or a width or a depth.
Yeah, we describe the surface as topologically flat with topographical variation.
Yeah, but like the ocean is the same way because it has different depths, right, and different wave patterns.
Right, it's topographically flat, or topologically flat, but topographically varies with the waves, right? Just like the land. So the topology is flat, but it has topographical features, mountains and valleys, just like the ocean has waves. Those are topography on a greater topology.
Yeah, you'll never witness or measure it to be with respect to anything else but horizontal and vertical. Those are the changes that you'll measure.
Well, yeah, because that's how geometry would function within like a planar type of measuring
Right.
system.
Nobody's measured the surface to like change with respect to horizontal and vertical in such a fashion that the surface would be, would correspond with the surface of a sphere. So,
well, the bonkers thing is every time it's measured flat. It's never actually measured curved. The curve comes in by assuming that the flat measurement is wrong.
Well, I don't necessarily think, like, be careful not to straw man. I don't necessarily think all scientists are saying that it's wrong because of that fact. But I think, like, we do have limitations on, like, how and why we measure things the way we do. Because we don't have some, like, big machine that can send a scientist with a measuring tape up into space to like measure the whole curvature, right?
Yeah, we're not claiming that that's what they need to do, though. Nobody's saying that. Listen, they admit that they are measuring it flat, and they mathematically contort their flat measurements to a model of Earth, a model of a globe Earth.
Yeah, based on satellite data and other measurement methods.
This is before satellites. And even today, they're doing it with satellites, ironically enough. So all we're trying to find out is what's the seed value for the radius of the Earth? How did that come to be? We've been looking for that for 10 years. We can't find the origin.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah, Eratosthenes. That's a big problem if that's the truth. Like if that is the truth, that's a huge problem because he didn't actually measure the Earth as a globe either.
No, he didn't. He just took angle of insolation from the sun at different times of the year.
Right, and he assumed that Earth had to be topologically curved to accustom parallel rays from the sun.
Yeah, based on the position of an object, like I think it was the obelisk that he measured.
Yeah.
At different times of the year.
That's right.
And
so based on what rational grounds did he have to assume that the sun rays were parallel from a large object that's a far distance away?
Because as they understood it and as we've come to understand it, rays are typically linear in how they are emitted. Of course, they're not perfectly linear. I don't think
here's the problem, the logical problem. He's actually measuring diverging rays, not parallel rays.
What do you mean diverging?
In order to get a difference of angle based off of two different positions, the rays must be diverging. So why would he assume that they're parallel?
I don't know why you would think they're diverging.
Because he's got two different locations, Alexandria and Cyan, and they're measuring two different angles to the sun at the same time. Two different. If they were parallel rays, they'd be the same angle.
No, that's presupposing the Earth is like flat and doesn't have an axial tilt.
Oh, so now we're presupposing it's curved, right? So we're measuring diverging rays, and we're going to assume that the thing that we can't measure, which is whether or not rays are parallel, is curved. We're going to assume then that the Earth is curved, and we don't actually measure the Earth curving either.
Well, we have what's called an axial tilt.
Yeah, that's also begging the question. That's just watching the sky tilt.
Yeah, so I mean, as far as we know, the Earth revolves around the sun and gives us the seasons that we have.
Well, we don't know
which is why
that.
we have like the poles.
We're still trying to establish what we watch is a motion in the sky, dude. You have to think about the reference frames. The observer at this point has no way of differentiating between which is correct. Okay, whether the Earth is moving or the sky is moving. The base assumption, right? If somebody were to bash you on the head and you wake up the next morning and crawled out of a cave and looked up at the sky, based off of your lived experience, why would you assume that the ground that you're standing on is moving at night when you look at the stars? I mean, that sounds batshit crazy.
Wait,
somebody would think you were hit on the head.
You're saying, like, why would I assume if I was, like, I guess essentially lobotomized or my memory was wiped, why would I assume that, like, the Earth isn't revolving around the sun?
Correct, yeah.
I guess I would be worried about a lot of other things before I worry about that, right, realistically. But like, if I'm to entertain that, I think I would say that I would just look into it and be like, okay, what is this phenomena? Because I'm a curious person. I'm like, what is this phenomena? How do we come to know how the mechanisms are and how it works?
Yeah, so you watch the stars move at night. So you have two options, right? Either I'm moving or the stars are moving. And how do you determine which is happening? Is there anybody that's ever able to measure curvature of the Earth? The answer is no. So why do you assume that the sky is a curving surface?
Well, we've measured the curvature of the Earth, just not sufficient in your standards, I guess.
No, it actually has not been measured. That's our contention. It's not up to our standards. It's actually never been accomplished.
It's never been directly measured, just inferred through measurement of other things.
Right. People imagine the celestial sphere as a curved surface, and they create a topological equivalence from the curve up in the sky and say, well, as above, so below, invoking magical mumbo jumbo, and say the ground must be curving too. That's exactly how this came to be. They interpreted the sky first as a sphere, which it's not. And then they said, well, if the sky is curved, then just as heaven is, so is the Earth must be curving too.
When you say sky, do you mean like outer space?
Yeah, the celestial sphere, which is a concept still taught today in astronomy.
Well, because when we look through a telescope, we're looking at a rounded object, a spheroid.
What? You actually think the night sky is a black ball?
Oh, I think he's talking about like the objects in the sky. We're not talking about the objects in the sky. We're talking about the whole celestial sphere itself, like the imaginary celestial sphere.
The idea that the night sky is a rotating black ball with holes poked in it and the light of God shining through. That's what the Greeks envisioned.
I don't subscribe to that.
Well, I mean, it's taught conceptually in astronomy to help people understand how to think about the world that they see with their eyes.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'm not an astronomy student, so I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's how people sail at night. How celestial navigation works.
It's actually where the globe came from.
Yep. I got to step away for a few minutes. Sorry, I couldn't really commit to a deep chain of thought here. I'll be back.
Yeah. So even long before anyone even proposed that the Earth could possibly be like a globe, the ancient cultures envisioned, like they basically needed a way to be able to map out the motion of the stars in the sky. So they imagined like a big imaginary sphere surrounding the entire Earth, and when a star is at a certain point in the sky, they were able to turn that into like a mapping system for the sky to know what the stars are going to be doing, the motion of the stars, the motion of the planets, at what angle they were at in the sky based on your location. Okay, and then people like Pythagoras came along, who actually were kind of like mystic cult leaders. That's kind of what Pythagoras was. Don't know if you've looked into the cult of Pythagoras, but they kind of worshipped numbers and worshipped shapes. Okay, and he thought that spheres are the most divine shape, the most perfect shape, and because they imagine the sky as being this divine shape, this divine sphere, celestial sphere, then the Earth must also be that as well. Not because they went out and actually did anything empirical. It was like through philosophical reasoning and things like that.
Sure. Yeah, Pythagoras is pretty base. He was like one of the first vegans in history that we know of.
Well, I was watching, he was like a kind of crazy, like, mystic cult leader, the story goes. I mean, I don't know about based, like, he believed in a lot of crazy
actual
things.
spiritual beings.
Yeah, he thought that, like, the universe was like a musical instrument, and he thought he like, all sorts of crazy things, man. I could go over the list of all the crazy things and rituals and stuff that these people had. But the thing is, even mainstream historians, right, like Cambridge mathematical historians, they say that they can't even prove that this guy existed. Okay, they say that there probably was some guy named Pythagoras, but all of the things that are attributed to him is just kind of like nonsense.
Or maybe it's like a myth or a legend.
Yeah, he said the Greeks they loved making up these like mystical figures like Eratosthenes and Pythagoras and that kind of thing. It was kind of what they did and attributed things to them.
It'd be fun right now with this with our guest. Have our guest Google Eratosthenes and pull up one of these ink pad pictures of him. One of these
I've already pictures. Looked into Eratosthenes.
Dude, they draw his head like 3 times the size of a normal cranium.
Oh, really? That's funny. Apparently, his cult members thought he could be in 2 places at the same time, and that he could like talk to animals and things like that. And they legitimately thought that he had one of his thighs was gold. He had a golden thigh.
The Pythagorean cult.
Yeah.
Yeah, they also had a strict abolition of no consuming beans, which I think is just such an odd thing. Like, why would you prohibit the?
Yeah, they thought beans were spiritual beings.
If they even thought that if you drop something, like you can't pick something up if it drops on the ground. There are all sorts of crazy stuff. I was looking up, like you can also another thing, you can't pee into the sunlight. You're facing the sun, you can't pee. Like,
but I think you can shower.
You can't pick up anything that drops on the ground. What about like fruit that's ripe and falls off a tree?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
The whole thing with Pythagoras' existence, like his entire existence, is just strange to me because why would a vegan not want to eat fruit that falls on the ground, like ripe fruit? Or why would
get someone else to pick it up for him?
Why would a vegan want to avoid eating beans as well? Like what? Anyway,
I think it's just indicative of the times people were living in, that they were more susceptible to like hysterical facts that weren't really based in like any kind of empirics or anything. It was just more so like I guess an appeal to authority, like, oh yeah, this person said this, and so
like the Globe today. Hey, like the Globe is today. Appeals to people in the past. Nobody's got direct evidence. It's a myth.
No, that's different because we can use data and logic to make inferences based off of like a bunch of different factors, like with seasonality and axial tilt. And the reason why we have seasons is because of axial tilt.
The issue with that though is you're making, again, inferences. You can't prove anything through inferential logic.
I mean, like, the thing with science is, like, nothing's really set in stone until we gather more.
It leads to circular reasoning. So, okay, that's a concession that you don't know. That's a concession.
Yep. And this has to stand up to our real-world measurements of a flat Earth, which we've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of examples, not just by people in our community, but by people who didn't know that they weren't thinking of Earth as a globe when they were taking long-distance observations, saying, wow, I can see mountain range 255 miles away. That's really cool.
I mean, yeah, if it's like 15,000 feet, you're going to see it like quite a distance away for sure.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be seeing these distances. Like, we shouldn't be seeing Baja, New Mexico, the peninsula, from an airplane 760 miles away at 35,000 feet. That peninsula should be 180,000 feet behind the curvature of the Earth.
Baja, New Mexico? That's not a...
Yeah, the Baja Peninsula.
Oh, the Baja.
It's not New Mexico.
Yeah, sorry if I said
Baja
Mexico.
California. I mean, Baja California.
Baja California Peninsula. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've
can I
had observations of this in infrared from high altitude.
Can I ask you? Okay, I want to ask you about stars. Why can't we see some stars from other place on the Earth, for example? And also, where does Polaris go when it travels south? And what physical blocks it from?
Well, stars are just too far away for us to see from some places. That's all that it is. You know?
Okay, but for example, if we have the same sky, why can't we see some other stars, for example, someplace?
They're too far away, man. Listen, like the further away you get from objects in the sky, the lower they appear in your angular field of view. Eventually, they're going to be obstructed by trees and mountains and valleys and shit in the atmosphere.
And the air itself, yeah.
By what? By trees?
Yeah. Yeah, they'll be blocked by the terrain because they're so low in your angular field of view that they'll be just mere arc minutes of degree above the horizon.
Telescopes allow us to see beyond our natural vanishing point.
Absolutely. And infrared telescopes from airplanes allow us to see beyond the curvature of the Earth. Dozens of examples.
Wait, you just said beyond the curvature, so when you're in an airplane, you're implying you see a curvature.
No, we're testing to see if there is curvature. We can't find it. You'd think that in infrared, they'd be much more clearly visible, that there'd be a sharper definition of the curving Earth and the sky beyond it. But in infrared, it's flat, and you can see beyond where the curvature should be. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah,
and I understand that, but like, so would you deny like the photo evidence of the curvature of the Earth if they documented that?
Should I automatically accept and believe what people present to me that I can't go out and verify for myself, like pictures from satellites and NASA shit from space? Meanwhile, what I can do is I can take my telescope with an infrared filter and go on an airplane, and I can debunk the globe. And anybody can. I can give it to you today, and you can go take it up and go have fun with it. Now, getting a seat on a NASA rocket to go to the ISS, that's a whole different claim. That's an exceptional claim. And extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. So, what are we going to do to submit these claims to...
Oh, sorry, finish. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, what are we going to do to submit these claims to some verifiable provenance? You know, the chain of custody. Well, it's broken.
There is also a problem. May I ask? It's a continue of our previous conversation. Like the star Polaris, for example, travels to south or somewhere when we go in the other side. So actually, it proves that Earth is curvature.
Because it gets too far away for you to see, like I was explaining before. Yeah, you go to the southern latitudes, or just go south of the northern latitudes, and Polaris descends in your field of view. Boom, 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 and then eventually you can't see it due to particulates in the air. If you're out at the ocean, it's not going to be visible. So here's another interesting factoid I want you to consider. The sun changes its luminosity throughout the day by a factor 23,000 times. The sun is 23,000 times brighter when it's at its high point in the sky compared to when it's just above the horizon. 23,000 times different. How come stars don't do the same thing?
Because stars are light years and light years away.
You go somewhere.
Yeah, so the light's even weaker than the sun.
Right?
Of course, because they're further away in distance.
I explain my argument, or
so. Yeah, sorry, go for it.
When we go,
I'm gonna sit back.
So we go to the right, and we perceive as the star that it's actually too far for us, from us to actually consider it like moving, because we are moving related to it. So when we move to right, it moves left. When we move left, it moves to right. Why is that possible? Because of curvature. Because the
airplanes do the same thing.
How airplanes related to the
Yeah, you ever watch an airplane fly away?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't prove anything.
I don't know. Okay.
You understand how perspective convergence works, right? How things converge in the distance, and it will look like things ramp down that are above you and things ramp up that are below you, and they converge into a vanishing point in the distance.
Like in a corridor, when you look down the corridor, the walls look like they're getting closer together. They're not. They just look that way. The ceiling looks like it's going downwards towards the floor. That looks like it's going upwards. They're not. That's just perspective. So when Polaris is above your head, like a light on the ceiling, and you move away, to you, it appears to go downwards towards the midpoint of your view or vanishing point, or in this instance, the horizon, till eventually it merges with the horizon. And then the meteorological conditions and the air are going to stop us seeing any type of light, as akin to when we see the sun. But this is just perspective. You can't see Polaris anymore because it's too far away for you to see, and from your point of view, Polaris has converged with the surface. Good evening, everybody.
Hello, Jedi.
Welcome, Jedi.
So if you have a look in the side chat, there's a ton of images just demonstrating perspective convergence on different scales.
To my earlier point, listen, the sun's magnitude changes dramatically. It goes from you can't see it because the atmospheric layers are too dense for the light to push through, it being so intense that it's going to burn your skin. The magnitude changes 23,000 times. Stars don't do this. You got stars that are low on the horizon. They're about the same magnitude as they are when they're directly overhead. The claim is that the atmosphere is blocking the sun, and the rays from the sun are having a hard time pushing through the atmosphere to reach your eyes during a sunset. But the stars seem to have no issue whatsoever. What the hell are they?
Okay, that makes a little more sense. The first time you said it, that wasn't making sense to me. I was imagining that you were laying out that the stars, when they're at your zenith, should be too bright to see or something. This one makes more sense.
Yeah, I said it the other way. I got you. Yep. Yeah, it's wild, man.
Okay. So we've said a lot, and I haven't heard the guy or gentleman respond. Is he still here?
If he is, I know he wants to say satellites so badly. He's brought them up a few times, and we can get into that.
That's fine. I'll just kindly ask him to respond to what's been said. We can talk about satellites another time. Who was the gentleman we were speaking to?
I wasn't looking. Engine tied.
No, that's fine. I'm sure he would have piped up now if he was still here, but he appears to have gone.
He's being polite, a little frustratingly polite, but polite nonetheless. So too bad.
Yeah, he kind of came in swinging, but he changed his tune after a while, which was good.
The other guy, who he told me to call him Jack. He's got like a Koenigsegg in his PFP, and anyways, he's not here anymore. But he's been pretty cool. But I don't know if it's a language barrier problem or whatever. But he almost couldn't grasp, number one, the angular size problem, and also, that air is hard to see through. So he came back with that. I don't know why.
Good assessment.
They really don't teach much about perspective in general at school, which is kind of odd. And the way we see, and I guess we grow up seeing in perspective, but it's like people are just completely desensitized to how much of an impact it has on the way we view things. They don't even think about it. And then when we try to explain it to them, they're like, whoa, like, never really thought about it. What's up, Steve? Hope you're doing well too, man.
One of my favorites is the FE core laser test over the frozen lake IJssel in the Netherlands. I mean, geez, like almost 42 kilometers of flatness. Frozen water that didn't freeze with the curvature of the Earth, mind you, because it's flat. Both the laser and the target were 1.5 meters off the surface. And the laser hit the target. They had a super accurate laser aiming device. I mean, people talk like the laser was the star of the show, and yeah, that is expensive, but the device they built for aiming it, the ultra high precision CNC machining that they themselves put forth the effort into constructing, that is the real star of the show. Thank you for posting that, Travis. So Travis posted the link to the PDF to the PowerPoint presentation that this team did. And they did multiple observations and couldn't measure the globe, not with a single one. And to top it off, they're on record for conducting the longest laser ranging test in human history. Perhaps outside of, military applications. We do have another example, actually, from the military. They weren't trying to test for curvature. They were just trying to study the atmosphere. But they shot a 149 kilometer beam, actually 3 beams at the same time from one Hawaiian island to another. And the whole point was to study the beam separation that would occur if Earth is a globe and terrestrial refraction was real. And guess what they found out, folks? Those beams did not separate as predicted with terrestrial refraction. So terrestrial refraction is horseshit. The grouping, so they used 3 beams. They used an infrared laser. I think they used actually 2 infrareds. They used deeper infrared and near infrared, and then a green laser. And they shot these, and the deep infrared one was their control. It was flat. But the grouping of the lasers was so tight that they were like, holy crap. The grouping on the target end within the telescope was so tight they couldn't believe that had just happened. How the fuck? 148 kilometers. Amazing. How do I get an infrared laser that does that? It's not like I can go on eBay and pick one up, right? might have to go to the Silk Road on. Oh wait, did they take that down? One of my other favorite non-flat earther conducted globe proofs was by the U.S. Naval Department in conjunction with NATO. So the U.S. Naval Research Lab, NRL, they had a contract with NATO and said, we need you guys to basically send surveyors out to the Chesapeake Bay, military surveyors, right? So we're talking not just like your typical civil engineers. We're talking about people who do high precision surveying work while they're getting shot at. So 2 teams came, a Dutch team and a German team. They came to the Chesapeake Bay outside of Washington, D.C., and they set up infrared cameras. They set up lights on the other side of the Chesapeake Bay. I think it was about 16 kilometers away. And on the recording end, they set up a TV camera basically to watch it, and they were just recording. And they wanted to record the motion of the lights throughout the day and night cycles. They wanted to see how much refraction would shift the lights up and down and scintillate and blip in and blip out, and as it changes in intensity. They wanted to study that. One of the lights, the lowest light, they purposefully set up as a control to be below the curvature of the Earth. And you can actually look at the document and go to the Earth curve calculator, and you can see that that's exactly what they tried to do. They tried to set this light up behind the curvature of the Earth. And in the least optimal conditions for this to happen, they kept seeing the damn light. They couldn't get that light to disappear behind the freaking curvature of the Earth. The situation was so screwed up for them that they called it cursed, and their final deliverable to the US Navy. Cursed. It was a cursed situation because their control was not acting as a control. They couldn't control for the curvature of the Earth. And this actually led to them creating a new model for what's called the marine layer, that very busy layer of water and air just above the surface of water where the water starts to evaporate. There's just a lot of activity going on. But they had to fudge the temperature data by something like 1 or 2 orders of magnitude difference. They had to move the decimal over like two places for the difference in temperature to make it work. To explain the observation, they had to produce results that they themselves did not actually record in nature. That's called backfitting, and in an academic environment, you'd get tarred and feathered. Good enough for government. Yeah, that was called NATO Sapphire, was the project name. Sapphire, like the stone, Sapphire, Sapphire, the NATO Sapphire trials. We posted this on our home server. I mean, this isn't like classified or anything like that. It's quite open and public. So, very interesting stuff. Or how about the USGS people that went down to Antarctica and recorded seeing mountain ranges from 300 miles? Like from a boat or something. So it's not like they were up 35,000 feet using infrared. In fact, this kind of puts them at the limit for the Rayleigh scattering model of the attenuation of light through the atmosphere. Kind of interesting. So here, we're sitting on mountains and mountains of this stuff. And it seems to me that the real professionals, the pros out there in the field doing these actual measurements, the frustrations that they endure and the uncertainty that they have stands in stark contrast to these Discord globers that come in here and they're just totally cocksure that they know everything and that Earth is a globe and it's all been figured out. It's really amazing to see this divergence of mentality between the two groups. So, I mean, forgive me when I sound like I'm holding people like this in contempt when they come in and act like this, because I've read so much higher level academic literature on the subject to know that the real pros have much bigger problems that need to be settled that these guys are completely clueless about when they come in to debate us. There's no humility amongst them. That's the problem. Yeah, it requires humility. If you're going to be open to the idea that you don't understand the Earth the way you thought, you're going to have humility, right? None of us wanted to be flat earthers, folks. Like, we know that it's the most socially derided topic on Earth. Like, it's okay to be a bigot towards flat earthers. You can't be racist to anybody, but you can be a total bigot to flat earthers, no problem. Nobody's going to throw you in jail or shut you up on the internet. One of the fewest groups out there that it's socially acceptable to marginalize, I hate to say. Gesundheit.
Skinnier and
What? So what's next? Maps, satellites, and maps, they go hand in hand. You know what's funny is people think that GPS satellites, like they know where they are in orbit because they're detecting and scanning the Earth as a globe and they're beaming down their coordinates to receivers. It's really kind of funny what the general public thinks GPS is doing. What if I told you that the GPS satellites don't know where they are? They're told where they are by the ground stations, send the uplink data to them.
So, what?
Yeah.
The satellite doesn't know where it is. It gets
No,
told
it has
where
to be
it is.
told. Yeah, GPS specifically, I know.
Wow.
Yeah. So you got these ground stations everywhere, and they're optically and by radio tracking these things. And guess what? How do the ground stations know where they are? They assume a long globe coordinate system. So when they do the alt-az tracking of the satellites from horizon to horizon, it's all based off of their point of observation already baked into the globe. So you get all these guys, and then they send their coordinates in from, they basically transmit to a central system, like somewhere out in Colorado, where it processes all the observations from the ground stations. And then Colorado crunches the numbers and then sends out to all the uplinks where it thinks the satellites should be if Earth is a globe and they're in orbit. And then that packet gets transmitted up to the satellites, and the satellites, okay, thank you. So they get sent like an ephemeris, an almanac, timing data.
So we know where we are because we tell the satellite where it is relative to where we are.
Yeah. Yeah. It's circular, dude. I'm telling you, it's just like these inertial navigation systems in the jumbo jets that we talk about from time to time.
Yep.
So wait, we already know where we are. Wait, how does that work?
We're on a sphere.
Yeah.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We're on a sphere. So don't be surprised that the coordinate system works. Do you know where
This is
you are?
assuming that the tech is even up there to begin with, too.
Well, it doesn't matter, dude. It could be hovering 100 foot above the floor or 100,000 foot. It doesn't matter anymore. We tell it where it is.
Have you seen a Loran chart map?
Yeah, I think so, but I can't see it in my head. Long time ago, like 5-6 years, something like that.
Yeah, I just looked at it again recently. Let me pull one up here for you guys. Do you think they got worldwide GPS coverage?
Yeah, I think this is the one I saw.
8 minutes past the hour.
Yeah.
Right, they're doing that in the 60s, 50s, 40s.
Yeah, of course.
And they're using VHF frequencies. Line of sight. It doesn't go behind mountains and curves very well, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, of course. I think we were talking to some guy the other day about VHS radio signals. And he said, I think they cut off at about, I think it was either 16 or 26 miles or kilometers. I can't remember. But from about 10 meters.
Yeah, tell him to increase his wattage.
Yeah, I think you were here for that conversation as well, actually.
Yeah, I said he was using like a 20-meter wavelength or something. I'm like, okay. Yeah, like not to discount the job. Very important job, very technical. You can do it pretending you're on a globe all day long. Doesn't matter. Yeah, man. So is there a way potentially that they could take towers like that Loran map you see, and the towers are sending out timing data, and you put a little doohickey somewhere, some device on the transmitter that alters like the phase. So it gives the appearance that these things are moving potentially, or the beams originating from a different location potentially.
Yeah.
You know, there was Charlie Wilson, Secretary of Defense, during the space race. The guy that they made the movie about, Charlie Wilson's War, starring Tom Hanks. Great movie. Charlie Wilson, when he first learned of Sputnik, he called it a deep scientific trick. He called it a scientific trick with the radio bleeps and bloops. Yeah, cool trick, Russians. You think that's cool? Watch what we can do.
I fucking agree with you. You're fucking right. Yeah.
Could GPS be a cheap scientific trick too?
Keep going.
Yeah. Well, we know that they're tricking. They're tricking
Bro, you're
us
fucking
because
right. Oh, fuck.
NASA, dude. NASA was founded by a psychological operations
NASA.
program under
Fuck.
the president, dude. Did you know that?
This dude is talking the truth.
Dude, I'm cooking.
Yeah.
The entire space program, dude, is a propaganda program. Like, openly a propaganda program. The founding documents describe, by any means necessary, advancing for the public's consumption technological achievements that may or may not exist. Like, what the hell does that mean? Why would technology? Listen, in this document that I'm recalling from memory, there's a section called reconnaissance satellites and the greater section of psychological operations. Why would satellites fall as a subtitle to psychological operations? Oh, a cheap scientific trick indeed, right? How awesome is that? I'm of the opinion that a lot of these people, that they don't necessarily know that the Earth is flat. A lot of these folks in DOD, at NASA, Pentagon, whatever, they get by just fine believing the Earth is a globe. But they also know that what they're doing is sowing seeds of propaganda. To them, what they're doing is they're projecting American dominance.
Yep.
That's their primary mission. And they also think that there's probably some bank of nerds out there that's still trying to figure out how to actually orbit a satellite around the globe, which isn't happening. So I was reading up on the history of the Dragnet program. I almost called it Skynet. Dragnet. Dragnet was the satellite retrieval program from the Cold War, the early Cold War. So what they were doing, it started off with satelloons, spy balloons. What they were doing is they were flying airplanes, and they were catching the whole satellite system itself. The gondola, which is the metal girders on which the cameras are attached, the cables to the balloon or the parachute. Sometimes they'd pop the balloon, right? And then a parachute would deploy. And then they would catch the entire satellite itself with the parachute using these massive hooks, and they would pull it into the back of a cargo bay of this massive cargo plane. And that's all these pilots would do all day, every day. They'd practice for this. They became very good at it. Well, at some point, they switched over from balloons to self-orbiting satellites because they're competing with Sputnik. You know what's funny? Their operations remain the same. Their techniques were the same. And you can kind of read the pilots' accounts of this, how they thought it was kind of weird. It was not only the same, but they said it got easier. And what was happening is they went from grabbing the entire satellite to thinking that they're grabbing only the canisters. But what if it's possible that the canisters themselves The technology got so small that they didn't need these massive steel girders anymore. They're able to shrink the technology down. So they're no longer pulling in these like 6, 7, 8 foot long steel beams into the plane, but we're talking maybe 4 foot wide boxes. Yeah, it's really interesting. Like, why would your retrieval technology and process method, all of that, be the same? I mean, they were told that the canister was from a self-orbiting piece of space junk and had been jettisoned off of it. And that's the part that they couldn't see and could not verify themselves. Maybe it's been balloons the whole time. No, that couldn't be, guys. No. Yes. Imagine being lucky enough to get picked up for that job. I bet that was a lot of fun. I wonder what's harder, like landing an airplane on an aircraft carrier or retrieving one of those. You know how they say that Starlink, the reason why you can see them at night as a bead of lights is not because that they have massive spotlights on them, that they're shining down onto Earth, but it's actually a reflection of the sun. I'm going to have to dig for it, but it's out there. I can tell you that there is an article, a fairly recent one within the last 10 years or so, by a newspaper in Topeka, Kansas. Use the Google newspaper search. Topeka, Kansas newspaper saying you can see Starlink tonight, and it was the winter time at 10:30 p.m. Anyone see the problem with that? Northern latitudes, winter, 10:30 p.m. Space junk that's reflecting the sunlight from, what is it, maybe 300 miles up? How does sunlight reach that? If Earth is a globe. Now, what if Earth is flat? Well, then, yeah, maybe it is reflecting sunlight from a flat Earth orbit of some kind. Why? Well, because the sun is just way over there from that high up. Maybe on a flat Earth, if you were to go up like 300 miles, you could see the sun again at 10:30 at night from Topeka, Kansas during the winter. Ever think of that? Man, I wonder if I saved it. Now I'm really curious. I know I saved it, but my Dropbox folder is just a hot mess. That love drama guy keeps getting the mute and the boot, doesn't he? I think that's Rich. Rich Evans.
Rich is rolling around or what? I mean, hey, Joder, I sent you a DM. Something random. I wasn't looking for anything. I was just saw that video that's playing on the TV. And then, while watching it, they're using a huge magnet that is used for some pharmaceutical procedure, some medical procedure that they do in the heart. They use 2 magnets side to side, and then in the middle will be the patient, and they'll be moving like a tool inside of the patient's body with the magnets. And at 15 minutes, he mentions how they use the magnets to create a new North Pole on the tape.
Oh yeah.
Basically,
yeah, right. You can use the harmonic fields of magnets to create synthetic poles. I don't know what they're actually called, but I know what you mean.
Yeah. Kind of cool. I've never seen that they were able to guide something with magnets inside someone's body, but just a little Easter egg that they mentioned they can do that. Yeah. Interesting, huh?
Yeah. We live in a big magnetic field for the audience listening, duh, right? But did you know that Earth has 3 poles? It's the funniest thing, right? Nobody in the public talks about it, but it's not like they're hiding it either. There is what's claimed to be a South Pole in Antarctica that does not move. And then a North Pole that kind of wanders a bit. and the third pole is somewhere out in the southern Indian Ocean, and it moves a lot.
So when I picture that, right, and they put the two magnets, this machine that has two huge magnets, and is doing this movement above the table where the patient is laying, so above the flat table, creating this movement of the pole. However, they guide the magnets. So that's kind of like I picture it in.
I love it.
In a probably in a more complicated way, like a creative level. I don't know. So interesting. Yeah.
Immediately, what comes to mind.
Feel the magnetic north moves, so I can, like the imagery of the, let's say, the silhouette that we're observing. In my opinion, it could be like structural, like actually like a structure, and that structure is kind of like wobbling. We see the sky doing this wobble, right? They say it's the earth doing the wobble, but it kind of looks like the sky is doing that little wobble, and kind of like that's having an effect on the ground, and the North Pole or the poles are having that wobble of the sky. That's why they kind of like wobble on the ground, or the expression of it on the ground, what we detect on the ground with tools, right? And we label it magnetic north or magnetic south. Yep.
Yeah, the Earth is like a gigantic hard drive, and it records the magnetic interactions on it. So geologists have gone to crazy places. The Mexican hat dance, awesome. Geologists have gone in some austere environments in like Patagonia and the peninsula of Antarctica, whatever you call that, the Antarctic Peninsula, I guess, right? And they claim to have retrieved rocks from down there where the magnetic alignment within them is just a bit more than 90 degrees off of where it should be right now. And in order for that to happen, they say that extended, like there's a long period of time where, for whatever reason, that rock was picking up or recording the field in this way, even though the field is currently oriented that way. Right. And so it's not just like anomalous either. Like an entire region of the Earth would display this feature. So it's not like maybe the boulder tumbled down from a mountain or something and got disoriented. It's like, no, everything was uniformly aligned in that direction. And then you look into catastrophism, you look into what people are saying now about crustal displacement of the globe, and like the globe's crust is going to become decoupled from the mantle and it's going to rotate 90 degrees. No. What if instead the Earth is stationary like we know it is? It's the freaking sky that rotates. I mean, wouldn't it be weird to see Polaris in the east? Wouldn't it be weird to see the sunrise from the south? I mean, there's some geological data that suggests that used to be the case.
From the creator's design and our perspective, it's pretty obvious what you said, that this is obviously that the sky is moving. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Earth itself is kind of like one of those gears of the whole construct that the creator can, move as well, like another gear, the whole machine. Still, yeah, it's pretty obvious that the sky is doing all of that movement. See a lot of people in here. What's been going on? I just joined.
No, I've been talking to myself for the last like 40 minutes or something.
No way.
Yeah, way, dude. Like I've been babbling longer than I typically do, and I'm like cooking dinner and eating at the same time.
That's what I just finished cooking the dinner, and now I'm gonna sit down.
Dude, I just had the most delicious. I'm still eating it. I have fillets. I have cod fillets that I pan cooked and in a nice garlic lemon herb sauce concoction.
Oh, delicious! I like cod.
the nice buttery, greasy kind of fish. It's, I don't know, just so satisfying. But anyway.
We mix it. I mean, people make it like a salad with it, like some onions, tomatoes, lime. They also add like a bunch of avocado, like slices of it or squares of avocado. They mix it all together. Tomato, onions, avocado, lime, and like that. Yeah. Delicious. I'm having some lamb shoulders, avocados, and some. How do you say plantains? But the yellow ones that are sweet instead of the other ones, the green ones. Sweet plantains.
Bananas.
Bananas?
Yeah, plantains. No bananas, plantains. Different.
Man, what a world, dude. So if there is going to be a new North Pole, if there is going to be some catastrophic event, like the Globers are saying, but it actually happens on a flat Earth, the new celestial North Pole is going to be somewhere east of Madagascar, which puts
the new celestial North Pole.
Huh?
You said the new celestial, the celestial North Pole will move to Madagascar.
Yeah, like you go east of Madagascar a ways, and you look up, and that's where Polaris is going to be seen directly overhead. So somewhere in the Indian Ocean. And that kind of coincides with where, interestingly enough, where the Indian Ocean magnetic dipole is moving. The third magnetic pole of Earth is moving in that direction right now. Like the magnetic poles have been moving so fast that the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and NOAA have been updating like the world magnetic model at faster increments of years than they ever have before.
So there's more action than usual, or there's more activity of recording the action?
More movement of the magnetic fields than they've ever seen.
Wow,
We've got records going back like 200 years.
Does it have to do with more equipment tracking the stuff, or they're saying there's a change of activity and we are recording that increment in activity of these changes?
They're saying it's moving, man. Like you could set up a compass on your desk and mark where north is, and then come back like 10 years later and your needle moved. That is what they say is happening. And it gets crazier. The intensity of the field is weakening, they say.
Does that have any effects on the environment? You said the field is weakening.
Yeah, the idea is if the field is weakening, then it means the ceiling that protects us from the rays of the sun is getting closer to the earth. And if it weakens too much and the sun launches out a belch, blah, even on a flat earth, it could fry a portion of earth. The grand barbecue. The grand solar barbecue.
I think that actually has a name in these groups. I'm probably going to look it up in my DMs. Yo, you. What's up, you? Yo, you? Okay. So you're interrupted for all that? There's a term for the sun, like you describe it like sun burning. I mean, if the sun gets more intense and we have less protection from it, it could burn stuff, huh? Melt things.
Yeah, it could melt buildings and cities.
People can reflect the sun out of a window or something and fry an egg without fire.
You see that guy on YouTube, he ripped out like some sort of screen out of it, like an old TV or something, and he turned it into this gigantic lens on a swivel, right? And now he just focuses the sun's light onto this surface and just puts like rocks and metals and coins, all sorts of different things to see what will melt from the sun's light. He makes obsidian out of it and everything. It's crazy.
I knew it. That reminds me. I used to work with a guy. He actually he was a geologist and actually spent two tours in Antarctica. Yeah, like what? Yeah, but he was goofy, man, and he was old. He's probably not alive anymore. But he was describing and showed me when I went to his house how he built a freaking a mazer out of a microwave and his radio equipment. Just it took the big fat Taurus magnet out of a microwave. I think he disassembled the TV. There's some like TV parts in there too, like you're describing, and radio gear. And he's like, "Yeah, baby, this is a mazer." I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, he's probably long past. Actually, he was about 20 years ago. He was in his late 60s. You know what a mazer is? It's like a laser, but instead,
what's that?
Yeah, it's like so it's not a laser, it's a mazer. It's basically using, instead of light frequency, radio frequency. Yeah, much bigger. You take a pencil thin beam, you make a directional high gain antenna, basically like ultra high gain antenna, and you can focus a lot. I probably shouldn't talk about it. But they do use these in atomic clocks. So yeah, it's got some, some peaceful uses.
I think you read my mind when you were saying making a laser with that stuff, like a radio laser or whatever. I'm like, sounds like people can mess stuff up with that.
Yeah.
Like the wrong, that with the wrong mindset, that would be a bad idea.
Yeah, just you know how much like the old tube TVs have charged up inside?
Yeah, I
It's
remember
dangerous.
people saying no, it was dangerous. Yeah.
Well, what if you use that to power what this is? Just saying. Discharge all of that in an instant in a fine beam. You could see through walls. And you're not scanning.
I think I've seen videos of people taking the I think it's called a magnetron microwave.
Yep, that's exactly it.
You point it at like a light bulb that isn't connected to anything and it lights up distance.
Right. So when Tito was talking about like a parabolic mirror that focuses light into a beam, the magnetron is like a parabolic mirror for radio.
Dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, so guys, I mean, if we wake up in a post-apocalyptic world someday, you might need to build one of these to survive. Man. Yeah, he was a guy that actually first told me all those years ago about the magnetic field lines registering like 90 degrees off on all the rocks. Right, and then I forget about this, right? And then I start researching flat Earth, and it's all the flat earthers talking about this shit. I'm like, oh, hey, I saw this once. I saw this episode on TV. Right? I'm like pulling old memories, shaking the cobwebs off, blowing the dust off. I'm like, holy crap, I heard about this. If I keep talking, I might get in trouble. We need to let's get this back on track, guys. Let's talk about Flat Earth some more. But it seems so boring. We were talking about death rays and shit. Yeah, I know. I'm happy to see that Jay Tolan has produced now 2 videos in like the last month, after going silent for a year and being relatively silent for more than 2. It'd be great if he would hang out here with us. I know some of his videos are somewhat controversial, like he thinks there might be vegetables on the moon. I'm willing to look past that, honestly. For his contributions alone, he should be commended. And maybe there is fucking vegetables on the moon. I don't fucking know.
You've got me interested in the whole year. I want to wait until the winter solstice, start measuring and see if there is an extra day on the 4th. I want to try it out.
Oh, man, do it. So maybe we could get together a group or something. That'd be fun to try as a group and see if it works. But I did use I used Agentic AI, and it dug up some meteorological records that I actually put my own eyeballs on. It showed that this was the case. You know, and when I first heard about this on a podcast by Antonio Subarats, God rest his soul, seriously. The guest that he had on to talk about this also produced the receipts and was showing the data live on the podcast.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a go and I'm going to record it each year, see what happens. I'll send my results in 2 years.
And so I've got a request to talk about the Marianas Trench and the waters below the waters. Yeah, I mean, there are dense layers, there are different density layers of water going deep. I mean, we've seen those pools, and sometimes you don't have to go as far as the Marianas Trench to do it. There are videos of scuba divers, like, I don't know, somewhere around the Caribbean, I want to say, maybe the north part of South America, where there are these dense brine layers of ocean water that's cloudy, and you can swim into them and disappear. But maybe maybe you're asking more about the subterranean oceans that people say they've discovered, that there's multiple times more water underneath the ocean floor and another ocean below that. And there may be communicating vessels, that is to say, there may be tunnels, and the water may be flowing in and out of the tunnels. Is it possible, folks, crazy thought, the amphidromic points that we associate with tidal nodes, could those be holes deep under the ocean where the sub-ocean is communicating force wave feedback with the above ocean? I don't know. It's fun to speculate. Nobody freaking knows, so may as well speculate, right?
That's actually close to how I picture it. I mean, you said it pretty well. The water's below, pushing or moving. There's some flow, and that movement causing those tides above it. There's
There
something
might be
to
some
it.
geological pressure difference change going on. Who knows? Yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy if there was some exotic substructure to the Earth like this that was actually pumping, and that pumping is actually producing the day and night cycles? Yeah, folks, I know it's not Speculation Sunday, but if you're going to speculate, at least speculate on something cool that people haven't talked about before. Sorry, was that a boring thought for you?
Well, talking about the magnets, I'm creating a new North Pole. I mean, that's gotta have some effects on, you know, the ground. I mean, whatever is here on the surface, and maybe below it, because the effect of the magnets are not just on the surface, is it?
I don't think so.
So the undulation, a movement of the sky. I mean, just trying to picture it as simple as they showed it in the video that I sent you. But I know it's not as simple as that. I don't think so. It might be.
I mean, there's some flat earthers who think that there's a large part of our world that was actually technologically developed over aeons. So basically, if you go out far enough and dig deep enough, you're going to find potentially like the very architecture and structure of our world was created by man. Cool thought.
What do you mean by that? The architecture and structure?
What if the magnetic fields were artificially created by man, and we're living inside a gigantic Helmholtz coil?
I don't know what to think of that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, me neither.
Why would somebody create a magnetic field around their Earth?
Shield us from Cthulhu. I don't know. The speculation gets wild. I know there's some Gnostic heresies out there, and I'm just going to put this out there. I'm not saying I subscribe to this in the very least, suggesting that we are still inside Noah's Ark.
What? What do you mean?
Exactly that.
You mean the boat?
Yeah, was it a boat or was it a metaphorical boat?
Okay.
I get it. This is the kind of fun speculation that people come visit us for. And we don't do enough of it, but usually when we do it as a community, we suck at it. I think a lot of people suck at it because they're just repeating some top level flurf shit they heard from terrible apps that they downloaded in the iTunes store.
You know, I heard one speculation here one day from a newcomer that I hadn't heard of before. Right, said that, the entire structure is probably immovable, not moving. But who says that the land, right, the continents, isn't like moving, like turning, right, within the structure, right, and giving the appearance of celestial motion, right? Because it's just a one feature within a singular solid structure that isn't moving, right? And I was like, that's an interesting thought, you know. Like because it's thinking outside of of the box kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just moving so at a rate which makes the stars appear to move, but we don't. It's just like the globers say about the globe. It's just beyond our perception.
Yeah, what if the creator didn't pay his rent and he had to move, so he took the Earth with it? He moved to the new apartment, to his new lab.
Like, what if the flat Earth is kind of on a turning table that's off center? And the perceived rising and setting of the stars is just due to the hyperbolic vision that we have, where objects of immense size and vast distances appear to take on a different geometry. And this is actually proven in some of the literature. We can quote from Lüneburg and Glinsky. I've got some papers on this. It's really interesting how the eyeball works, how perception interplays with the eye. I've heard Indio bring this up, right? Like if you watch an airplane, like super high up, like 40,000, 50,000 feet at its highest ceiling, and it's leaving a contrail. I'm not talking about chemtrails, guys. And it's going to the horizon. It looks like a straight line and like it's going down, like it's going to smash into the earth. It doesn't look like it's going out like streetlights do. And there's actually some biological evidence for why this is the case. Inside your eye is actually a hyperbolic structure called the energetic pseudosphere. And this determines how images are projected at various angles that's off center from the retina or from the fovea in the back. I was in the middle of a thought, didn't mean to cut anyone off who wanted to get in, who thought that I was done talking. So
that's a new term for me. Energetic pseudosphere?
Yeah, the energetic pseudosphere.
Bro, I've been looking into the eye for a while. Why did I got into this? The energetic pseudosphere?
Yeah, you know how some flat earthers have speculated that the celestial sphere might be a pseudosphere? Well, the eyeball just happens to have a pseudosphere structure in it that determines how images might be processed.
Yeah,
Crazy,
that's
dude.
yeah.
Let me go find this. I'm going to post it. I mean, I posted this in our home server. I'm just going to go dig up the stuff that I posted on that. Shit, maybe I didn't. I posted in mod chat.
So, T-Top, could you repeat that speculation?
Oh, it was just the notion that the land masses are moving through the ocean. I guess, I guess the ocean wouldn't be moving, or it could be too. But like, so there's a zone, a layer that's actually rotating inside what the realm, right? Giving the appearance of celestial motion, but not the entire thing that's happening within itself is moving. Like the whole entire, it's just like the environment that's providing, that process is not moving itself. It's stationary. But there's this section within the system that is turning, and that would be the land masses. I guess the water would have to as well, because you can go out, park yourself on the boat on the ocean and watch stars move too. So, yeah, that I don't know. It was just an idea that someone had put forward, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess I hadn't thought about it like that. doesn't mean that the Earth is moving. It means, well, the soil is, right? The soil's moving, but not the entire system.
See what you're saying. Probably explain the tides a bit better.
Yeah, you could borrow from Neil deGrasse there a little bit. Right, the land's moving in and out of bulging water, right, or torrential water. Dynamic, movement of waves, and swells.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yep, receipts posted, guys. The perception, human perception, hyperbolic vision, and the pseudosphere. There you go.
Thanks for that.
Oh, yeah.
You're welcome. And I'm going to read it for the listening audience, since we have people that are on YouTube, people that are driving, people that can't see, and they might be curious. So, so for image context, I posted a cutaway of the human eye showing where the pseudosphere structure is. And I wrote up an article on it, and then I posted an article and an excerpt from that article. So this reads, the concept of the energetic pseudosphere, see below image, and its tilt, because it's tilted off an optical axis, as modeled in non-Euclidean hyperbolic geometry of the human eye, relates to visual perception of the night sky. In this framework, the eye's macular region is approximated as a pseudospherical surface with negative curvature, influencing overall visual processing, including stereoscopy, depth perception, and the integration of visual fields. This geometry contributes to the perception of the sky as a finite dome or vault rather than an infinite Euclidean plane, which can make distant luminaries, such as stars, the moon, or planets, appear to behave counterintuitively in terms of perspective and parallax. For instance, in hyperbolic visual space models like Lüneburg's theory, infinity is rendered as a bounded dome, aligning with how humans experience the celestial sphere. Straight lines in physical space, such as the vapor trails or star paths, may be perceived as curved due to the eye's scanning and integration of successive visual fields, exacerbated by optical effects like coma and the tilt of the retinal structures relative to the optical axis. This non-Euclidean curvature affects perspective by causing parallel lines to diverge or converge differently than expected in flat geometry. And it impacts parallax by altering binocular disparity cues for vast distances, making stellar parallax, the apparent shift of nearby stars against distant ones, seem negligible or absent in casual observation, even though it's measurable astronomically. While the specific 6.3...
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.